channel and network on an incredible day for India. What a day it has been on day one of G20. We enjoyed bringing you all of that and we're prepared this morning to take it even higher. It's a beautiful morning in Delhi, even though it's raining. A big lineup of events from the Rajghat to the Akshardham Mandir, and we stationed in all of those places so that you miss absolutely nothing. Thanks as always for your viewership, for being with us here on India Today. I'm Shiv. These are the headlines. Day 2 of the G20 summit begins with a tribute to the Mahatma Gandhi shortly. Top delegates to sign Gandhi's peace wall at the Rajghat. Each G20 leader will also plant a tree today. India's mega rail project to connect with the Middle East and Europe. Ambitious deal to link the Gulf with India. Project to speed up trade by 40% between India and Europe. Rishi Sunak's big Hindu faith connect. Sunak calls himself a proud Hindu. Is all set to visit the famous Akshardham temple in Delhi. Any moment now, we'll be showing you live images. A night of culinary wonder at the G20 venue last night. President Murmu hosts world leaders at dinner. State chief ministers attend the Gala G20. They also pay tribute to millets. Massive protests against Chandrababu Naidu's arrest across Andhra Pradesh. Pawan Kalyan detained amid protests in the rain. It's another big story we'll be tracking and updating you on.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Now, if this backdrop seems familiar to you, well, I'm not going to fault you on it, because this is the very same backdrop where the Prime Minister of India had welcomed all the G20 delegates. You remember when they walked into the Bharat Mandapam yesterday, it was the Konarak Wheel, a beautiful part of India's history, something that you can see for yourself if you go to Odisha. That is now our backdrop here on our coverage as well. I urge you to read up more about it, because every aspect of the G20 has a little piece of our history. I'm going to take you now to some breaking news. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect. The UK Prime Minister and his wife Akshata Murty will be reaching the Akshardham temple in Delhi any moment now. There's full security deployment outside the Akshardham temple. Rishi Sunak and his wife were at the big G20 dinner last night. Rishi Sunak, who has spoken extensively about his Hindu faith, will be reaching the Akshardham temple any moment now. I want to go across to India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal for more on this. Aishwarya, big security deployment. Good morning. It's a rainy day in the national capital, but it doesn't look like Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, plans to change his plans. He is going to be heading very, very shortly, it looks like, Aishwarya, to the famous Akshardham temple.
A very good morning to you too, Shiv. Yes, it definitely is raining in the national capital. Just let me give you a little bit of background. So, the security is so tight, and till about 10 p.m. last night, the priests at the Akshardham temple were being told that the plan is still being finalized, and the reason is because they had to make sure that the security was top-notch. Close to 2,000 security personnel in the radius of almost 5 kilometers of the temple, because this is the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak that we are speaking about, Shiv. From what we understand, Rishi Sunak, along with his wife, will be here because he's someone, Shiv, we have seen over the past many years who speaks very proudly about the fact that he is a Hindu. If you see the pictures of Rishi Sunak, you'll be able to see that he also wears a kalava regularly on his wrist. So this is something that he and his wife, they really want to do. And from what we are getting at the moment, there will be prayers that will take
that
place.
in fact, the British Prime Minister's cavalcade has just reached the Akshardham. The cavalcade has just reached the Akshardham, Aishwarya.
Well, Shiv, we are standing a little away from where the temple is because the security is so tight. We are showing you visuals of the temple, and yes, from what we understand, the cavalcade has just reached, and there will be a abhishek also, inside the temple. That's what we understand at the moment, and from what we understand, almost 40 minutes. That's the time which has been given by Rishi Sunak's team to Rishi Sunak and his wife. They will be inside the temple for almost 40 minutes. Shiv.
Okay, they're going to be inside for about 40 minutes. I'm going to tell you that we're going to get you the best coverage of this because people all over the country, all over the world are interested in the very interesting way, Aishwarya, like you mentioned just now, that Rishi Sunak, doesn't shy away from, speaking about his faith. He does say that it's private, but he never has a problem with, showing it off, flaunting it. When he's asked questions, he never shies away from it. Like you said, he wears his kalava, he visits temples, he visits gaushalas. In these times of political correctness and, here in India, where, the kind of atmosphere we've seen recently with Udayanidhi Stalin's attacks on Sanatan Dharma, etc., I'm not comparing the two things, but it's interesting to see how a global leader like Rishi Sunak is not afraid to, wear his religiosity on his sleeve.
All the images of Shiv, that we see of Rishi Sunak with his family, most of the, places wherever he goes, he speaks about the fact. And, one thing that we have understood, Shiv, is the reason why, one of the things why he's visiting this temple, the temple that you see right behind the Akshardham temple, is because he famously said that on Rakhi, he was not able to visit a temple. And now that he's in India, he obviously has took out time because it's a very, very tight schedule. So one can imagine, Shiv, if Rishi Sunak is taking out time from his very hectic schedule, making sure that he and his wife come inside and also making sure that they do a abhishek, speaks volumes of the fact of how religious Rishi Sunak is and not shying away, wearing his religion on the sleeve, saying it's private, but also making sure whenever he does get the opportunity, visiting some of the famous temples now that he's in India, making sure that he visits the Akshardham temple. The security, Shiv, extremely, extremely tight. As we all know, Shiv, the US and the UK agencies have been sitting in the national capital for the past 2 months. So one thing that the security forces are doing at the moment, this entire area, almost 5-kilometer radius, has been cornered off and making sure that the security is top-notch.
And it's a rainy day, but it doesn't look like that's going to deter Rishi Sunak and his wife. And also, there's a interesting agenda of items this morning, even after the Akshardham temple, Aishwarya. Rajghat is where all the G20, or should I say G21 leaders will be assembling, where they will be paying tribute to the Mahatma as well. So first Akshardham, and then the scene will shift to the Rajghat.
Well, that is exactly what, we will see all the top leaders doing. From what we also, know is that all the leaders will also be writing on the wall at Rajghat. We have seen how the top leaders, Shiv, globally, whenever they have come to India, the one thing that they really do is to make sure that, they go to the place and they pay tribute to our father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi. So that's also something which will be coming up in the next couple of hours. But yes, for Rishi Sunak and his wife, one of the things that they made sure that they do is to come inside the temple and also to pray. From what we also know, what they will be doing is that they will be taking the prasad also. That's something that the priest inside the Akshardham temple have told us, Shiv, they will be taking the prasad along with them to the United Kingdom. So all those things lined up for Rishi Sunak and his family. And then, Shiv, they will be moving back to the UK.
Okay, very interesting. So I'm told that live images are going to be coming to us in just a few seconds from now, where we're going to be able to see what's happening inside the Akshardham temple. Rishi Sunak and his wife have already reached. I'm going to tell my producer to just switch off the talkback so I can anchor in peace. Yeah, sorry about that. So Rishi Sunak and his wife are going to be inside the Akshardham temple in just a moment from now. We're going to get those live images right out to you in a moment from now. They have already reached, as you can imagine. It's the British Prime Minister. So there are multiple levels of security, Aishwarya, and you can talk us through those as well. It's not just the Delhi police and Indian intelligence agencies, but also British intelligence and local resources from the UK High Commission who will all be there. I'm sure the British High Commissioner Alex Ellis will also be accompanying the British Prime Minister, as will other officials from the High Commission and possibly the External Affairs Ministry as well. So this is a world leader who's going to be visiting the Akshardham temple. There's going to be widespread security, around his visit at this point of time. Can you tell us a little bit more about that from where you're standing, Aishwarya? I'm sure, it's a little bit of a distance away, but that's a nice vantage point you have of the beautiful Akshardham. Extensive security, though.
Extensive, from what we understand, close to 2,000 security personnel have been deployed in and around the Akshardham temple. The vehicles are not being allowed to stop. In fact, not just the vehicles, Shiv. People, are also not being allowed to stop anywhere close. For the UK, this is a big moment. The security forces, as you were speaking about, not just the Indian forces from the UK too, have made sure, and they've in fact scanned the entire region. From what we understand from the priest inside the temple, the entire temple premises was also being scanned late last night. So those are the things that the security forces are now making sure that they take care of, and that's the reason why the temple in fact has been shut for the people. It will open at about 9 a.m. in the morning today. All the security arrangements have been made. Let me also tell you, the priest in fact had requested that there should be a guy who should be making the video, because even for the temple, this is a momentous moment for them. It is the Prime Minister of the UK who's now coming with his family, but the only person who's now being allowed inside, apart from the priest and the officials who will be coming, is one photographer. So, that's the kind of security that is now being made sure is inside, in and around the Akshardham temple, speaking volumes of the kind of arrangements that the security personnel are making, but also speaking volume about how religious Rishi Sunak and his family actually are, Shiv. Extremely tight schedule. We have seen the kind of, talks that have been going on, the very important decisions that have been taken, but yes, making sure early morning that Rishi Sunak and his wife visiting the temple speaks volume about, the kind of person Rishi Sunak and the kind of family that he comes from. If you look at all the visuals, most of the visuals, you will be seeing Rishi Sunak having a kalava on his wrist, Shiv. So all those things speak volume.
I'm gonna in just a moment, I'm gonna ask my producers to line up the soundbite where Rishi Sunak was asked about his faith and his religiosity. And I'm going to be playing out that for you in just a moment. Remember that Rishi Sunak, of course, is a British Prime Minister of Indian origin. His wife is Akshata Murty, who is the daughter of the Infosys co-founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, and his wife Sudha Murty, the famous author and philanthropist. They don't meet very often, obviously, but the family was hoping to get some time with their daughter and son-in-law this time, but we understand that won't be happening on this particular visit, but maybe another time. So Rishi Sunak and his wife, and we'll show you some of those images just now on our screen, they've been media darlings during this visit. The cameras have loved them. They stepped out of their hotel for a little tour of central Delhi. I'll show you those nice pictures of Akshata and Rishi. We've got lots of pictures of the both of them, stepping out of their hotel and enjoying a brief evening with tight security, of course, in central Delhi. Akshata Murty actually, went and visited the chef Anahita Dondi, where she had a meal of millets, we understand, last evening before the big dinner by the president at the Bharat Mandapam. I'm going to get those pictures as quickly as possible so we can show you what the couple has been doing. So can we get those visuals up, please? I'm going to ask for those visuals to get up of Rishi Sunak and his wife as they stepped out into central Delhi. I want to show our viewers in case they may have missed them yesterday, because they've been going viral on Instagram and on social media. This young, nice couple who break certain barriers. Not really cloistered by security. They visited a school. They went and visited a chef. They enjoyed a nice dinner out, and it's all been really well. Okay, I'm going to play out Rishi Sunak, what he said about his Hindu faith in just a moment. Let's just play that out for you.
I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully, I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis. And you know, I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day, but hopefully, I said I can make up for that if we visit a mandir this time. But it's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives, particularly when you have these stressful jobs like I do. Having faith to give you resilience, to give you strength is important, and it provides an outlook on life which I find particularly valuable.
Let's play that out for you. I want to play that out for you again. Listen to it.
I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully, I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis. And you know, I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day, but hopefully, I said I can make up for that if we visit a mandir this time. But it's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives, particularly when you have these stressful jobs like I do. Having faith to give you resilience, to give you strength is important, and it provides an outlook on life which I find particularly valuable.
Lots of pictures that have been going completely viral over the last 48 hours since Rishi Sunak and Akshata Murty arrived. They're inside the Akshardham temple right now. I just wanted to remind all of our viewers they're inside, so stand by. We're going to be getting those pictures in a short while from now. In the meanwhile, while we stand by on those pictures from inside the Akshardham temple, these are just a small smattering of the images that have been going viral. The British Prime Minister and his wife visiting a school. They visited a chef. Akshata Murty's by herself also a philanthropist like her mother. So she's been doing her own bit of meetings and events in and around Delhi. So this is by far, I don't think any other G20 or G21 leader this time has gotten the kind of media interest and media attention as Rishi Sunak and Akshata Murty actually have. And that's about to go several notches higher with this Akshardham visit as well. So standing by on that, those are live images coming in of the area outside the Akshardham temple where Rishi Sunak's convoy has already entered. It's already reached. They're inside the temple right now. And we are told that live images will be coming up very, very shortly. Aishwarya continues to be with me. Aishwarya, the Rishi and Akshata have had a busy time in Delhi. Even apart from the G20 summit itself, they've had some time to get a nice dinner in central Delhi. They visited a school. There were some other activities as well. Yesterday during the G20, Akshata Murty visited Chef Anahita Dondi, we understand. We saw some Instagram posts as well. So quite busy they've kept themselves.
Well, quite busy, and also, we do see the family side of Rishi Sunak. Just one glance at both Rishi Sunak and his wife's Instagram, and you will be able to see that apart from the politician that he is, he's also a very doting father. We have seen photographs of his with his family. He's got kids. So all those things we do see very often, and this actually shows that he in fact is a family man. So all those things very, very clearly one can see, and this Shiv is what we are seeing in the images that have come from the national capital also, going out, stepping out, making sure that they do spend some time here in India, also showing you visuals. I'll just ask my camera person to pan and to show you the Akshardham temple. Shiv, this is the place where the prayers at the moment are taking place, Shiv, and from what we understand, the entire duration of Rishi Sunak and his wife, along with all the officials, the time given to them, the security forces have been told that they will be inside for 40 minutes. There's a special prayer, Shiv, that is taking place. There's also Abhishek that will take place. So devotees of Lord Shiva, both Rishi Sunak and his wife, and that's the kind of prayer that will take place almost 40 minutes inside the temple, and then from what we understand, they will be moving to the Raj Ghat. So all those things will be, done, and we do understand that even the temple, Akshardham temple, will also be coming out with some of the photographs, because for them too, this is a big, big moment. Shiv.
Very, very big moment, and this is something that means a lot to them. Both of them have always had a sort of air of casuality. They are formal. They do keep to themselves, but they're very, very comfortable in public. They're very comfortable on camera. They do not shy away from expressing their religiosity. They visit temples quite often, and you saw what Rishi Sunak had actually said right now. So it's going to be interesting to see the kinds of reactions that actually come out following the Akshardham visit. We'll have to wait and see how that works out. But I think the rain is going to stop hopefully sometime soon. At least it doesn't look like it's going to. It hasn't stopped right now for now, Aishwarya. But hopefully, as the sun comes up a little bit more, it'll dry up and it'll be a nice sunny day for the G21 leaders at the Rajghat itself. But the day has started strong. The Akshardham temple is the epicenter of our attention right now, because that's where the British Prime Minister is. So we're staying live with those pictures. Behind Aishwarya, in the distance right behind her, is Delhi's beautiful Akshardham temple. It's on the banks of the Yamuna River. It is between, it's on the edge of Delhi in the eastern part of the national capital. For our viewers who are joining us who don't know, the Akshardham temple is a fairly new temple, but it's a vast camp, a property where many world leaders visit, because it's also a place that's not only on the edge of Delhi, between Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, but also one that is relatively new. The architecture is new, and it's a favorite of world leaders whenever they visit the national capital. If they get a chance, they do go to the Akshardham temple. So we're waiting to see how this works out. The Delhi police have had their work completely cut out. Remember, Delhi itself has been in a mini sort of lockdown in some areas, owing to the huge scale of preparations and the sheer number of world leaders who've all descended at the same time for the G20 summit. India has never hosted anything of this scale before, so no chances being taken in terms of security, the layers of preparations that go into this kind of thing. So Aishwarya and I would like to extend our salute and thanks to all security personnel who've been out there. You can see them standing there in their raincoats. They're doing their job, of course, but this is a difficult job, and I don't think any of them have ever had the responsibility so far of taking care of the security of so many world leaders in one small place at the same time. So this is just a shout out to all of them for doing an amazing job, making India proud, making Delhi proud. It's a city and a country that it gets a raw deal sometimes when it comes to events of this kind. But I think the G20 so far has gone really, really well. And the Akshardham temple is now where the British Prime Minister and his wife are in. Some more pictures of Akshata Murty, as you can see on your screen here, with Chef Anahita Dondi, with other chefs as well. She made it a point to meet with many of them yesterday. There were some photo ops. So all of those on your screen, you'll miss nothing here, of course, on India Today. That's the cavalcade of Rishi Sunak pulling into the Akshardham temple just a short while ago. Aishwarya, the day, unlike yesterday, the second day of the G20 is not going to be an all-day affair. It's not going to end in the night. I think by early afternoon, everything wraps up. The final act at the G21 will be the adoption of the Delhi Declaration, and then everything will be over. The leaders will leave after that.
Well, most of them will, Shiv, and we did see how it was extremely surprising, because what everyone was expecting was that the press conference that took place yesterday was actually supposed to take place today. So everyone was pretty surprised. But yes, it also showed years, for the past many years, this is something that was being worked upon. And over the past 1 year, Shiv, let me tell you, I know for a fact that our finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance, people were making sure that they all, have one future together. So, all the things that they have agreed upon are years of hard work and hours of making sure that there was a lot of back and forth, and that's when the document was actually, from what we know, all the points were being talked about. So all those things in the making now, obviously. But today will be a light day. But from what we understand, everything, will be closing in by about 2 p.m. That's what we understand at the moment. So clearly a hectic day. But yes, not as hectic as it was yesterday. Shiv.
Okay, so it's going to be a slightly more laid-back day, but that's completely understandable also, Aishwarya, because yesterday was such a high-octane day full of big announcements where the, Prime Minister of India, set the agenda right off the bat, from the opening moments of the G20 summit yesterday. The African Union was admitted, the Global Biofuels Alliance, the big infrastructure corridor between India, the Middle East and Europe was announced. The incredible consensus on the Ukraine war, the complete consensus on the Delhi Declaration. I'm wondering if there's anything left. Yesterday was about the substance. Today appears to be about the spirit, Aishwarya.
Well, we have all seen over the past many years, Shiv, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has a extremely personal and a very good rapport with almost all the leaders globally. And that was also reflected in the fact, the embrace. Everyone remembers how Prime Minister Narendra Modi embraced Rishi Sunak. So all these things speak volume about the kind of relationship that India now and Prime Minister Narendra Modi shares with the world leaders. So all those things are at display. Now, on one side, when India speaks about the history that our country has, on the other side, France, in fact, is now making sure that they have India's tech. So these things are being balanced now by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, by the top officials of the government. So those are the things that we saw over the past many months. All the summits, 60 cities, Shiv, is where all these summits took place. So it shows the kind of hard work that has gone behind G20. And one of the things which, most of the leaders are now speaking about is the fact that India definitely has left a legacy when we speak about when we speak about this, when we speak about all the points. So all those things are being taken care of. On one side, showcasing the world what India has to offer, and also telling the world that when we talk about tech, India definitely has arrived. This is India's decade, is what Prime Minister had spoken about a couple of years back, and it is now making sure, the kind of response that we are getting when players like France are now saying that they want India's tech, clearly shows, the stride that India has made over the past many years.
Okay, Aishwarya, I'm going to thank you for the moment. Aishwarya is outside the Akshardham temple, but she's going to be moving very quickly to the Rajghat, so our viewers miss absolutely nothing once the dignitaries begin to arrive. A little after 8 o'clock is when they will begin to arrive. I assure you, we've got our eye on the Akshardham temple, so you'll miss nothing there. I also want to go across now and take you to the G21 venue, the Bharat Mandapam in central Delhi, where India Today's Mausami Singh, who's been a crack frontline reporter throughout the G20 yesterday, bringing us all of those big developments, is there bright and early on day 2. Good morning, Mausami. Looking lovely. It's a great day after, day 1 of the G20 that we saw so many fabulous announcements take place. It looks like day 2 isn't going to be any less, except much more symbolism, lots of spirit. There's going to be some tree planting taking place. Of course, there's also another session happening. Just take us through what today looks like at Bharat Mandapam.
All right, Shiv, a very good morning to you and all our viewers. And we've seen a lot of Indian traditional attire yesterday at the President's dinner, if you remember. And exactly, the spirit of India, as you said, the spiritual strength of India perhaps on display today with a visit to Akshardham by the British Prime Minister. And then we'll see the world leaders coming to Rajghat to offer their prayers there. So clearly, India putting up a grand show, and it's the grand finale today. Morning, we'll see the world leaders assembling at Rajghat, and after that, there's another session which is on One Future, the basic theme of the entire G20. And, as we mentioned that Rishi Sunak is there at Akshardham with his better half. I remember pat at the back, pat on his hand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi left no stone unturned to show that, display that bonhomie between Rishi Sunak and him. And clearly, you know, that's what has been evident throughout this entire G20. Yesterday, you know, it was clearly underlined, you know, there were several differences, there were tough negotiations, and that Delhi declaration defines it all. It's one of the most successful G20 summits in the recent past, Shiv. And the underlining was that even if there were differences, specifically with the Ukraine-Russia war, what pushed the entire consensus forward was, it was said that the leader wants it. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, you know, being that bridge between the developing nations and the developed countries. And it's truly India's moment, Shiv, and we'll be tracking all the details and all the events as they happen today as well.
It's a lovely morning. It's a little rainy for my taste, but it's still a lovely morning. It's not going to stop any of the things that have been lined up today. Mosmi continues to stay with me. We've got an excellent team at the Bharat Mandapam, but also at the Rajghat, where the scene shifts very, very shortly. Let me just take you through what today is going to look like in summary, so you're completely prepared to see many of the pictures that will start coming in just minutes from now. The day 2 of the G21 has begun. Day 1 of the summit, as you know, saw a power-packed day full of insightful sessions, several key bilateral meets, as well as the grand gala dinner hosted by President Draupadi Murmu at the Bharat Mandapam. Multiple important decisions like the adoption of the Delhi Leaders' Declaration, the addition of the African Union to the G20, as well as the launch of the Global Biofuel Alliance were taken on day 1 of the biggest global event India has ever hosted. Day 2 of the summit begins now, with world leaders visiting the Rajghat shortly, paying tribute to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. After the Rajghat visit, leaders and dignitaries will head to the Bharat Mandapam again to attend the last session of the G21. It's called One Future, along with several bilateral meetings between Prime Minister Modi and heads of different countries like Canada, Turkey, South Korea and others. Some of these are not full bilaterals, but pull-asides. There is also a working lunch that the Prime Minister will be holding with French President Emmanuel Macron, who arrived last afternoon. All right, Mosmi continues to be with me. Mosmi, just to get a word from you on, on the meetings that take place today. Some interesting ones are happening today. We saw the high voltage ones take place on the G20 eve with President Joe Biden and others. Yesterday, there was the British Prime Minister Sunak, the Japanese Prime Minister, and the Italian Prime Minister. Today, we understand there's a big working lunch with the French President, but there are also important pull-asides, with leaders like Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who didn't actually, if I'm not mistaken, didn't show up for the dinner yesterday. So people are a little curious about that.
That's right, Shiv. It is a pull-aside. It's not a full-on bilateral that's happening. And, even before the Canadian Prime Minister actually arrived, Canadian President actually arrived here in India, he was skeptical about the fact that, not sure about the fact that whether there would be any meeting, one-on-one meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he's been trying to bargain hard with India as far as, raking up that foreign interference issue in his country is concerned. So one will have to wait and see. Of course, he has to cater to his domestic audience, but, a lot could be said during the entire, when Prime Minister was receiving the Justin Trudeau. At that point of time, during the President's dinner, in the morning, in fact, before the G20 started, we saw that Justin Trudeau arrived, and then he paused for a photograph, and the Prime Minister was ready to, showed his hand that the way out was that side, the way inside the Bharat Mandapam was that side. So, and the body language was different with other leaders like Joe Biden, where he spent 45 seconds showing him the Connaught wheel, and even with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. So perhaps, some icebreaker of a sort in this pull-aside meeting, or we'll have to wait and see how that really unfolds. But yes, if you look at the entire picture on the last day, 15 total bilaterals the Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be doing in the past 3 days, and it's been working lunches, it's been the recess time in the afternoon when the Prime Minister has held bilaterals, and the important underlining fact is that here is India, which is talking about an inclusive future for the world, a better future for the world, and it's taking along everybody in it. Shiv.
Absolutely. Mosmi, thanks very much for the moment. I'm going to keep coming back to you because we're standing by now on the cusp of images coming in from the Akshardham Mandir, where Rishi Sunak and Akshata Murty are. They are still inside the mandir, we are told, so we'll be getting those images very, very shortly. And lots of messages everywhere, lots of curiosity about that. So we'll have those images for you in just a moment. I seek your patience on that. Also, Rajghat, where the leaders will be. But I also wanted to play out for you what happened last night over the banquet table, the big dawat that was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu for all the G21 leaders, where the star ingredient was the Indian millet. And all the Indian millets, well, they were the hero ingredient across dishes. And there was a reason, there was a message in it as well. Take a look at what was served up to the world's biggest.
Welcoming the guests to a sumptuous feast. Were leaders, delegates at the official G20 gala dinner hosted by President Draupadi Murmu. Ushered in gracefully to a dining experience like no other, to a culinary journey deep into the heart of India. The menu tells a story of unity through taste, celebrating the diverse traditions and customs that make up India.
Naturally, the theme, as the millets we all know, has been going on since the United Nations decided. We took ownership of it in a big way, and all hotels, all chefs from all across, they have been creating. So when this started, at our part, we started creating a millet khazana, and our repertoire of millet dishes runs into hundreds today. In today's menu, what is there and what has been created by great chefs, I would say, is something that is available from all over India, a vegetarian feast, which captures essence of Indian food, diversity, and also with internationalization of that in terms of presentation.
India's special tribute to millets with all their unique nutritional and agricultural significance. A tantalizing starter, patram. Crispy foxtail millet leaf bites topped with a delicate yogurt sphere and a burst of spiced chutney. A visual masterpiece for the main course, Vanavarnam, a jackfruit gillet served with glazed forest mushrooms, accompanied by crunchy little millet crisps and aromatic Kerala red rice.
Whenever there is some theme around it, whenever there is a theme, that theme is overplayed. So in some sense, it's a year of millets, that theme is overplayed. That is one part. And I think not always when you see something, it's while it says you create more conversations around it. Not always it is. If you look at the whole composition of meal, the percentage wise maybe 10 to 15% of what you would eat. There are other elements. So when there are vegetables, so there is jackfruit that's there.
Yeah.
Again, something which India takes ownership of. Rice from different parts of India. So Mata rice, red Kerala rice that you see, that's diversity there. There's Ambe Mor rice from Maharashtra. Again, there is diversity. It's diversity of dishes, ingredients that India is famous for.
Mumbai pav with its hint of onion seed and the sweet cardamom flavored bakar khani. An opulent finale, Madhurima, pot of gold. A cardamom scented barnyard millet pudding. The guests offered a selection of India's finest beverages: Kashmiri kawa, filter coffee, and the beloved Darjeeling tea. Pan flavored chocolate leaves to add a sweet note. Chief ministers of several states including Eknath Shinde, Nitish Kumar and Mamta Banerjee alongside several union ministers attended the gala dinner. President Draupadi Murmu expressed her pleasure in hosting the G20 delegates under the motto of Atithi Devo Bhava. A night of culinary wonder after a day of diplomacy and engagements. India shares the heart and soul of its cuisine with the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so Rajghat, Akshardham, millets, all the right pictures, all the amazing optics, they've all been locked and loaded, but things are going to go to the next level now. I want to take you straight back to the Bharat Mandapam, where G21's Day 2 will be kicking off very shortly from the Rajghat. Poulomi Saha joins us live from the Bharat Mandapam. Poulomi, a lot of spirit, a lot of symbolism to begin Day 2 of the G21 today, after what has been a really, really power-packed agenda-setting Day 1. But Day 2 isn't going to be any less. There are important meetings and there could be more announcements. Are you getting a sense that there could be other announcements like the ones that were made yesterday, today as well? We do know that the adoption of the Delhi Declaration will be the final act. But anything else that you're picking up?
Well, as of now, not yet. But Shiv, yesterday was full of surprises. So, you can't put anything past the team at the moment, because yesterday, aside from the fact that they put the Delhi Declaration out and announced that it had been adopted well before time, we were anticipating that they'd be, in fact, burning the midnight oil even last night. And, Sunday morning would be when, in fact, things would be etched on paper. But that, in fact, we were proven wrong about. And of course, all the big announcements that were made in terms of we'd anticipated that the global biofuels announcement was to be made, the alliance announcement was to be made yesterday. But then, of course, you heard about the corridor, which was the connectivity corridor between the West, Europe, Middle East, and of course, that was extremely important as well. And then, of course, came that joint statement between the current and the next three presidencies and the World Bank as well, that they in fact are steadfast towards strengthening the G20 process, towards strengthening MDBs, multilateral development banks as well. All of that extremely surprising in the moments that they were announced. So clearly we can expect much more, but like you said, it's a day. Of course, there will be one session on one future, but many important meetings, including a working lunch with French President Emmanuel Macron, a pull aside with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and then bilateral meetings with Brazil, Nigeria, EU, European Commission, South Korea, Turkey, UAE, Comoros, which currently holds AU chair as well. And then, of course, the German bilateral, which didn't happen yesterday, will happen today.
Okay, very interesting. So that's what we were wondering about, the German bilateral. So that's going to be happening today, obviously, due to paucity of time. Very interesting. Poulomi, stay with me, because apart from the amazing number of announcements that were made yesterday, and I completely agree with Poulomi, you can't put it past the Prime Minister and his team to have a lineup of big gun announcements today as well. They set the agenda yesterday. They set the mood yesterday with real substance. This was not puffery. The African Union being admitted is an enormous global headline as far as the G21 is concerned, the Global Biofuels Alliance and all the rest of it. But the color, the mood, the body language And the messaging in every aspect and every frame of the G21 has been absolutely spectacular. I wanted to put the spotlight on one particular aspect of it, which was that many of the first ladies who had attended had decided to wear Indian clothes. United Kingdom's First Lady Akshata Murty is, of course, Indian. She's been painting the town red with her very, very colourful outfit choices. Our own fashion team has been wowed by her. She wore a multicoloured gown with an Indian touch as she arrived for last night's gala dinner with the president. Someone who's been widely appreciated for how she carried it off. The First Lady of Japan, Yuko Kishida, wore this beautiful green and pink Banarasi sari with a shiny golden border as she walked in for the G20 dinner with her husband, the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida. Images of the Japanese First Lady going viral. Meanwhile, the Mauritian Prime Minister, also of Indian origin, Praveen Jugnauth's wife, okay, images coming in from outside. I apologize for that abrupt break, viewer. Images from outside the Akshardham temple, where Rishi Sunak and his wife have just left from the Akshardham temple. That's their cavalcade, leaving from there and heading straight now to the Raj Ghat. That's his cavalcade there, heading straight to the Raj Ghat. Full security. It's a short distance away, about 4 or 5 kilometers from the Akshardham to the Raj Ghat. And that's where they are headed straight. The other leaders will be arriving there as well. And a little after 8 a.m., I beg your pardon, is when the tribute ceremony to the Mahatma will begin. All of the leaders, one by one, will be writing on a peace wall. They will be listening for a moment to some famous Gandhi bhajans. And they will also get a chance to lay a wreath on the famous Mahatma Gandhi Samadhi, which is at the center of the Raj Ghat complex. These are images of the security on the overbridge connecting the eastern part of Delhi with the rest of the national capital. This is the flyover that the cavalcade is now taking to get back into the heart of New Delhi. Okay, let's just get a quick update from Polami on this itself. Polami, when does the Raj Ghat ceremony start? A little after 8 a.m., I understand.
Well, it is, in fact, after 8 a.m. is when, the heads of state start arriving at the Raj Ghat. That will be over an hour's period when they arrive at Raj Ghat and they're welcomed over there. And then, of course, they will, place wreaths at the Raj Ghat. That is going to go on from about 9 to 9:25. And then they will sit there, spend some time, listen to some devotional songs, which were favorites of Mahatma Gandhi. While, of course, they've spent all of that time, we expect that they leave from Raj Ghat at about 10 a.m. in the morning and reach the Bharat Mandapam, reach the Leaders' Lounge. And after that, we will expect for the first session of the day, which is the One Future session, to begin at 10:30 a.m. this morning. Shiv.
At about 10:30 a.m. is when they get back. There will be a tree planting ceremony as well. All of it's going to be very, very nice to see. Right now, we're awaiting those first pictures of the leaders. They've left from the Akshardham Mandir. They're heading towards the Raj Ghat right now. Our reporters are also stationed near the Raj Ghat. There's very, very heavy security, as you can imagine, because lots of movements on the roads of Delhi today where they will be heading towards the Raj Ghat. So I can only imagine what the security must be like. Polami's had a first-hand experience of getting through some of that security. Obviously, only accredited journalists and others are able to get through all of that security. But it's been difficult in many parts of the national capital because of the sheer scale of arrangements and security required for so many world leaders in one single place. Polami, Raj Ghat, I imagine, is going to be like a complete fortress now before the world leaders arrive.
Well, you were speaking, Shiv, about the security cover in Delhi. Today, of course, as you know, is a rainy morning in Delhi, so it's already raining, and in some parts it's waterlogged as well. And just as we were approaching, because remember, we're not, allowed to bring our private cars here to Pragati Maidan, to the Bharat Mandapam. So we're using a shuttle service which has been organized by the Ministry of External Affairs from the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium to Bharat Mandapam. So on route itself, there were traffic jams early in the morning at about 6 a.m. and that's simply because of the route first, obviously around Akshardham in itself, and obviously we were not impacted by that. But then, of course, subsequent to that, the route for Rajghat as well. Like I said, between 8 a.m. this morning and 9 a.m. this morning, all the leaders, the heads of states and delegation level officials are expected to be at the Rajghat. So they will be arriving between 8 and 9 a.m. and as a result of which there's a huge security cover. It's raining already, and you can just imagine that cars were being asked to take a different route, a different turn. Already there's a lot of barricading and security, but because of the route, we were asked to take different ways and means to reach basically Pragati Maidan, Bharat Mandapam.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break, very, very short break, because we're standing by on those amazing images that are going to be coming in just a moment. So it gives us a small little breather of just about a few seconds before we come right back. Stand by, Rajghat, Akshardham, all of that live coverage right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for staying with India Today.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable, super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. One earth, one family, one future. This is the mantra that will guide Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he chairs the G20 summit, a gathering of world's top leaders in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi on Friday posted on X that the group will seek to accelerate progress of Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, Green Development Pact for a Sustainable Future, and strengthen multilateral institutions. Modi stretched on the importance of technological transformation and digital public infrastructure. The G20 will also work to further gender equality and women empowerment and ensure world peace. The Delhi Declaration, the G20 joint statement, is still a work in progress. Russia's war in Ukraine and climate change remain the sticking points. The Western nations are pushing for a mention of Russia's actions in Ukraine, while the Russians and Chinese are blocking it.
G20 is an economic forum. It discusses issues of growth and development. However, last year in Bali, there was a feeling that issues of conflict and war have an impact on growth and development.
New Delhi has played down concerns that China, which is represented by its Premier Li Qiang, will play a spoiler, given its strained ties with India.
China is a multilateral player. In multilateral discussions, the issues are very different from bilateral issues. The challenge about any multilateral discussion is that you have to bring consensus across every issue. Every country has a veto power, and therefore we have to bring everybody on board.
The consensus building efforts will now be led by the heads of state.
we would rather focus on what are the priorities in the G20, of the G20 countries. Our belief is that multilateralism needs to be reinvigorated, it needs to be inclusive, and it also needs to be an important center and a medium for global governance.
India under Prime Minister Modi reshaped the G20 by giving the Global South voice on the high table. The African Union, a group of 55 African nations, is all set to get representation in G20. With Geeta Mohan in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. Than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the President heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for the G20 have coincided closely with those of India.
Bilateral talks, therefore, likely to showcase America's unwavering commitment to a rising power like India during these tumultuous times. economic cooperation, financial reforms, and fostering an improved investment climate expected to be the central two discussions as the two nations elevate their partnership. With the presidents of China and Russia absent from the summit, the United States likely to bolster India's standing in global geopolitics. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden set to engage in comprehensive talks on security and the situation in the Indo-Pacific region. In the midst of a changing global landscape, these bilateral talks set the stage for a brighter and more collaborative future. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
आजा आजा जिंदे शामी आने के तले हैं आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले हैं
Hello and welcome to our special coverage here of the final day of the G20 summit where guess what? The skies have opened up to pour with rain but showering plenty of goodwill after what many believe has been a landmark day one of the G20 summit in Mumbai. And only appropriately, Rahul and Shiv, all the guests will be taken on this final day to Rajghat
and
to pay tribute.
They started really early as well, Rajdeep. Rishi Sunak and his wife, they just left from the Akshardham Mandir. They went there really early. We see all the cops in their raincoats outside the Akshardham Mandir, but they're on their way now to the Rajghat. That's where the scene shifts next.
8 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Rajdeep, Shiv and I are here, all charged up and raring to go. And a lot of the international commentary is talking about how the G20 summit signals the arrival of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a leader on the global stage. So we'll talk a bit about that as we take you through these first set of images coming live this morning from the Rajghat. The memorial to Mahatma Gandhi, a black marble platform which marks the spot where Gandhiji was cremated on the 31st day of January 1948. This is Klaas Knot, chair of the Financial Stability Board, coming into Rajghat this morning. He's been president of the Netherlands Bank before this. Member of the Governing Council of the European Central Bank, the FSB playing an important role along with the International Monetary Fund in determining the crypto regulations, Rajdeep, that will be looked at very carefully.
I think the very fact that you've managed to achieve so much on day one, I think that leaders go into day two with a quiet sense of satisfaction.
That's Matsasuko Asawaka, the president of the Asian Development Bank. As we've seen now, it's these international organizations that come in first. Masatugo Asakawa, president of the ADB, chairperson of the ADB's board of directors. Coming in next is the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Gilbert Fusini Hungbo. He's been with the ILO's governing body as the organization's 11th Director General, being welcomed to Rajghat now by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This, as I said, is the FSB chair, Class North. The FSB is an international body that monitors and makes recommendations about the international financial system. It's raining a bit. This is now
the Director General of the International
IMF
Monetary
DG,
Fund.
Kristalina Georgieva.
Hello. What is fascinating has been the choreography of the entire G20 summit in terms of the photo ops. You've got it, spot on.
You got much more than the photo ops on.
No, 1 minute. At the moment, the manner in which this
But it's always like this, even in the last G20.
Well, if you look at it in terms of the ability of this government to have made this a spectacle, you have to give them 99 out of 100.
But it's much more than a spectacle, Rajiv.
We can discuss the much more. One minute. We can discuss the much more later. I'm talking about what we're seeing now. At the moment,
no, but they're all coming in one by one. Where's the spectacle?
The spectacle is the manner in which it's been choreographed. Look at the image that is there. You saw yesterday was the Konarak temple in the background. Today it is the classic Mahatma Gandhi image of ashram-like structure, similar to the Sabarmati structure that has been recreated here, so that you have the backdrop.
It's smart. It's showing how much thought has gone into it. Instead of being casual about it, they've thought it through.
That's exactly why I said it's an interesting spectacle which effectively reflects the eye to detail.
Sure.
You see, the eye to detail has perhaps in the past never been there to the extent that we've seen it on this particular G20
Antonio
summit.
Guterres, the 9th Secretary General of the United Nations, took office in 2017. Lots of questions being asked about the role and relevance of the United Nations. At the moment, he's coming in to the Rajghat. It's raining a bit. So that means A, there's no pollution, which is fantastic. B, it kind of takes a little bit away, but the rain is just so much that it doesn't derail you completely. So it's not so bad.
Well, actually, it's good to have some rain. It brings down the temperatures. It is a relatively cool day. And
if you look at social media, it's also being seen as auspicious.
That's right.
Start, a new G21, the city getting a nice bath. Everything.
By the way, when does G20 become G21 officially? Is that already there?
Later today, when the adoption of the declaration, I'm assuming at some point there will be a separate announcement.
Now, Ajay Banga coming in, the 14th president of the World Bank, began his term on the 2nd of June 2023. He, before this, served as vice chairman at General Atlantic, was president and CEO at MasterCard, seen as a proud son of India. He, of course, knows everything about the Sabarmati ashram. He's telling the Prime Minister, I've been there. We can pick up some of the chatter. He says, I've been there. And he has his own story about being at the Sabarmati ashram in Ahmedabad. Okay, so that's Dr. Tedros Adhanom, Director General of the World Health Organization.
He seems to have, if there's one leader who's visibly aged in the last couple of years, it's Dr. Tedros. Because if you saw him a couple of years ago, he was out there, sprightly. He's obviously had the toughest, perhaps, job of any multilateral grouping in the last couple of years because of COVID. Was under a lot of criticism, which WHO faced in the early part of COVID. But I think as time has gone on, WHO has, in its own way, managed to get its act together and is in perhaps a better place today than it was in 2020-21.
Earlier this month, the WHO released the Gujarat Declaration, which was the WHO Traditional Medicine Global System Summit 2023, where they looked at the role that traditional medicine could play through the lens of science in trying to integrate traditional medicine with national health systems. Ayurveda, Unani, that's a big focus of the Indian government, the WHO now, through the Gujarat Declaration as part of what's happening in the G20 also playing a role there. The Prime Minister saying you've come in very early. The good thing is we can pick up some
little bit of audio leaking in.
Ambience audio over here, which we always use.
That's a lovely backdrop of the Sabarmati ashram there.
You see, as I said there, it gives you the opportunity in a way to showcase India from antiquity, which is Konarak, to Mahatma Gandhi, to Gandhi's ashram. And you saw with the new Bharat Mandapam, it showcases New India. So in a sense, you would link antiquity
and Nalanda last night also.
That's right. So I think there's been a conscious effort to show civilizational heritage.
This is the Secretary General of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, Matthias Hubert Paul Common, the Secretary General of the OECD. He came in June 2021 for a 5-year term. He's getting tour of the Sabarmati image that's at the back, being told about it. Ajay Banga, of course, didn't need that, Rajdeep. He knew all about it. He's been the Australian Federal Minister before this, representing the state of Western Australia. Now we have on our screen the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The 7th DG of the World Trade Organization took office in March 21. First woman and the first African to serve as the Director General. What's come through very strong in this G20 is the increasing role of Africa and India playing a role in acting as a bridge between the North and the South and helping bring Africa to the high table.
In fact, one of the challenges will be for the WTO now, because a number of the agreements that hopefully will be pitched forward will be the subject of intense scrutiny and debate at the WTO. There have been question marks, particularly that the Chinese have raised and are being raised about the Chinese and their commitment to these trade agreements. So I think the WTO will play a major role.
Okay, our first guest this morning from the invitee countries, the head of state of Oman, Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, ascended the throne in January 2020. He's come out early in the morning, the Sultan. A bit uncomfortable given the fact that it's raining just a bit. So obviously Rajghat also just a bit slippery as the head of the state of Oman walks in, member of the Al Said dynasty that's ruled Oman since the 18th century and traditional trade linkages with Oman. Rajdeep.
You see, the two regions which I think have got an amplification, which is very positive, is Africa and West Asia. The agreement that was signed between India, the Middle East and Europe for an economic corridor, I think is really actually historic, along with the African Union entering the G20. And those slices of history are seeing the greater presence of West Asia and Africa at multilateral fora like this. Compare it to when it started off in 2008. In the last 15 years, the big change has taken place with a greater push for integration with West Asia and significantly with the African Union.
Sultan Haitham studied at Oxford University. He's working on a Oman Vision 2040.
And then that's the other thing. If you look at all the states of these sort of they have traditionally been straitjacketed as authoritarian and inward-looking. In the last decade, you are seeing more of them, from even Saudi Arabia to Oman to a UAE, which are increasingly seen as outward-looking and progressive.
I really like this backdrop. The fact that you have the Konark wheel first.
Good. Finally, you're accepting that there is space for choreography, the right choreography. It is well choreographed.
It's an immersion in Indian culture.
It's well choreographed.
Also the Khadi scarf, if everyone noticed.
Okay, this is the longest-serving Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, now in her 4th term. She and her sister both here. They got a lovely selfie with President Joe Biden, who was very enthusiastic about meeting them. This G20 also signaling in some ways.
Lots of pictures taken by the sister as well. I think the sister was very enthusiastic about it. Lots of pictures.
So she can also be more unabashed.
Yeah. But think about it. Yeah. You've got a situation where out of all the other South Asian countries, the one invitee is Bangladesh.
Yeah.
So you've actually got a situation where you're seeing the ascent of Bangladesh in a manner that you wouldn't have conceived of again a decade ago. Bangladesh is one of the success stories of South Asia. You look at many of their social indicators, Bangladesh doing extremely well. Economic indicators been up and down. A few years ago, they were on the rise. They've suffered in COVID times, but
India's relationship with Bangladesh has
much
also
better,
had
much
ups
better
and downs, and now it's on an upswing.
And again, much better than most other neighbors of India. I mean, you've got the isolation in a way of Pakistan on one side, and you've got the ascent of Bangladesh on the other. And Sheikh Hasina represents that because she's been symbolized continuity. 2008 or 9, she comes back to power.
Yes.
She's been in office now for 14 years. Questions again over her leadership. Is she too autocratic? But the fact is...
It'll be interesting to see whether she needs to know about the Sabarmati ashram. She probably already knows a thing or two about it.
She spent a fair amount of time in India. Remember, after the assassination of her father, the family was in exile. She's been a great friend of India. In fact, when she first came to power, she was accused by her critics of being too close to India. She's got over that. She's controlled Bangladesh over the last 15 years. And it is one of the success stories, undoubtedly, of South Asia. I often wonder with the language. You see, she's very, comfortable in Bengali, and I'm sure when she was speaking to Mamata Banerjee yesterday, I believe they had a special conversation at yesterday's dinner.
Yeah.
Pure Bengali. So speaking to each other, Mamata in Bengali and Sheikh Hasina and
Abdel Fattah Saeed Hussein Khalili Al-Sifi, the 8th President of Egypt. He's a retired field marshal, elected president in May 2014. He removed his elected predecessor, the Muslim Brotherhood's Mohammad Morsi, from office in a coup.
You can also hear some of the Gandhi bhajans, Rahul.
Oh, they're going to play a selection of the most famous and the hymns that were dearest to Mahatma Gandhi. So they'll have a full selection of those being played out.
It also shows that, times can change, but Gandhi is the eternal symbol. You can have political shifts, you can have contentious political ideologies competing with each other in this country, but the one person who, even his worst critics cannot deny that Gandhi remains India's most enduring symbol in a way, even in the 21st century. And I think that's, particularly with Africa, you will see the Gandhi symbol resonating time and again.
Prime Minister of Mauritius, Pravind Kumar Jagnauth, coming into the screen right now. He's one of the special invitees, invited by India for this G20. We scooped an interview with Pravind, and he was talking about the deep ties between India and Mauritius. He, again, I suppose, would know a thing or two about the Sabarmati ashram once he comes in.
And from that interview that Geeta Mohan did with him, he seems to be a great fan of Hindi films and music.
He said Singham is his favorite film.
So, you've got... And this is again Indian sort of diaspora power.
Yeah. His father also was Prime Minister of Mauritius.
That's right.
So Anirudh Jagnauth was Prime Minister of Mauritius. So he succeeded his father, comes from a political family. He's been leader of the militant socialist movement, the MSM, since April 2003.
You've got about 3 or 4 countries in the world who today have prime ministers of Indian origin. Yeah. Mauritius, the United Kingdom, Guyana, parts of the world where Indians went more than a century ago, some of them as indentured labor, others just to find work, but deep links that these countries have as a result with their sort of roots in India. I think Mauritius has never given up their roots to India. The Indian Mauritius, there's another Mauritius route now, which is far more contentious, but the original Mauritius route is where a number of people like Mr. Jagannath's forefathers went and discovered the island and went on to establish themselves politically.
Very important things that the Indian Navy is also doing with Mauritius now. In the last couple of years, things have really gone to the next level. Mauritius is very much part of India's counter strategy as far as China's entry into the Indian Ocean is concerned. So, important country for India. Very important.
His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of
This is the Prime Minister of Netherlands, Mark Rutte, heading the caretaker administration. There are elections there in November. He has to just bend a bit so that the Prime Minister can get the stole across. You know, it's interesting that in Europe we've picked Netherlands as the country where we've extended a special invitation to. Key hotbed of semiconductor technology, very valued internationally at this moment because that's really at the cutting edge of what a lot of advances are happening around. Prime Minister holding his hand as he explains. Nice. Yeah, interestingly.
In fact, unlike, yesterday it was in most instances just the photo op. As you mentioned, only Joe Biden was given a clear description of Konark. Today, every guest who's coming is being given a sense of what that ashram represents.
Yeah, amazing.
Which is interesting because it symbolizes the fact that you want the world to know more about Gandhi. You hope that many of them will encourage their people to go and see the Sabarmati ashram. The ashram itself needs desperate renovation. There's a old project which is on at the moment in Gujarat to have the Sabarmati ashram renovated.
The Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Hsien Loong, has been Prime Minister since 2004. Now the outgoing Prime Minister of Singapore, and a country that Prime Minister Modi is very fond of, has spoken enough number of times about the Singapore model. He likes the efficiency that Singapore has. In fact, just in February this year, Singapore worked with India's UPI. So Singapore Pay Now and India's UPI got integrated in the Prime Minister's presence and in Lee Hsien Loong's presence, and they're trying to work on digital payments together.
If you recall, these are, Singapore, Japan, and ironically China were three of the countries with whom Mr. Modi had a very strong personal relationship built when he was Gujarat Chief Minister. These were three countries which he visited fairly often at a time when the Western world was not as embracing. He found almost some kind of refuge in the East, and these countries were extremely welcoming, Singapore being one of them, and a country again with a strong Indian presence, a country where I think the next Prime Minister incumbent is again of Indian origin.
Oh yeah, very bright. I met him at Davos, extremely bright. Seen him in action in a couple of debates, extremely bright.
Takes over in a few months from now, I think.
Yeah. So, who's this? I think it skips a sequence. I think it's Bola Tinubu, the ruling All Progressives Congress, the APC, from Nigeria. It's really lovely weather. It's been Delhi's really put its best foot out for all the global dignitaries. This is not how lovely Delhi looks typically, but just the fact that it's raining, there's this light drizzle, lovely breeze, just makes things very special.
Cool the city down.
Yeah, and cool the Chinese down as well, mercifully, which is how they allowed the declaration to go through. Geeta Mohan joins us. Geeta, while we're looking at these images of different guests coming into the to Rajghat early this morning, do you want to take our viewers through the more substantive parts of what to expect once day 2 starts, One Future? That's the theme today.
Rahul, before you go to Geeta, just for a minute, someone who is involved in this exercise at Rajghat just sent me a message. Our intention of taking them to Rajghat is to send a message of peace and non-violence to the world, provide a ray of hope in a divided world. Which is interesting that, you see Gandhi as a sort of great unifier. So I think the imagery, in a way, is you've had all the hard negotiations, all the Sherpas meeting, a declaration comes out, you've got a war in Ukraine, the document itself says this is not the era of war, and then you're going to an apostle of peace and non-violence, almost as a symbol of bridging the world.
And there is a tinge of irony there. And a lot of the international commentary I was reading in the US and some even in Pakistan, ironically, the linkages about how Prime Minister Modi is emerging after Pandit Nehru as the first Indian international leader who's a leader at the global stage. So there is a bit of irony at play over there. But let Geeta take us through what's going to happen on day 2, One Future. Geeta, give us a sense. Morning.
Well,
that's the concluding session of the G20 summit. Rahul, the G20 summit will end with the theme, like you said, One Future, which is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to talk about technology, he's going to talk about the advancements India has made and how many countries across the world are looking at and looking to India to share that technology, whether it is digital public infrastructure or, for that matter, many other technological advances that India has made. And also, when we talk about One Future, he is also going to spell out what this presidency was and what this presidency should mean in the coming year for Brazil. The concluding session will also include symbolic handover of the gavel to the Brazilian President Lula da Silva, and the Brazilian presidency begins on the 1st of December. So there are still a couple
on our
of months
screen
to
right
go,
now, Geeta, Nadia Calvino, first Vice President of Spain, been Vice President since 2021. Currently also the Minister for Economy and Digitalization, had to step in for the Spanish Prime Minister as he developed COVID.
Interesting times that Spain is going through.
They're a permanent invitee to the G20.
They are a permanent invitee, but as we know, among the sub-narrative, or the narrative in Spain has been post their remarkable victory in the Women's World Cup. There's been a lot of anger in Spain. I've been reading a lot of the political commentary in Spain is about their football president and his famous kiss on this football player that has divided the country. And it's, a lot of women are out on the street protesting and wanting the football federation chief to be completely out of the sport. Spain is again a country which sort of suffered post-COVID, has been hit hard economically, as like much of EU.
The next guest will be Abu Dhabi's Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, but we wait for the guests to come. I just want to go across to Jyotindra Dave, director of the Akshardham temple. Jyotindra ji was at the Akshardham temple when Rishi Sunak and Akshata Murty came there this morning. Jyotindra ji, welcome. आप हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं कि कैसे दर्शन हुए, क्या हुआ वहाँ पे, कुछ थोड़ा सा बताइए।
देखिए, हमारे ब्रिटेन के प्राइम मिनिस्टर शौनक जी आए थे, उनकी पूरी टीम लेके उनकी वाइफ के साथ, और उनका बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा, और उन्होंने मंदिर का दर्शन आधे घंटे से भी ज़्यादा वक्त तक दिया, और मंदिर में हर मूर्ति के पास दर्शन करके राधा कृष्ण, सीताराम, लक्ष्मी नारायण, पार्वती परमेश्वर, सब जगह पे उन्होंने दर्शन किए। मुख्य मंदिर में जो भगवान स्वामीनारायण की और गुरु परंपरा की मूर्ति थी, उसकी आरती भी की, वहाँ वो रहे, और उनके बाद वो सब दर्शन करने के बाद वहाँ आए हमारे रिसेप्शन में, और हमारे से बहुत बातें की, बहुत प्रसन्न थे, उनकी वाइफ भी बहुत प्रसन्न थी।
Okay, that's the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, from the All Progressives Congress. They've been here since the 5th of September. आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई, उन्होंने क्या जानना चाहा? ज्योतिंद्र जी, अक्षरधाम मंदिर के बारे में वो थोड़ा सा बताएंगे?
हेलो
ज्योतिंद्र जी, बताइए क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या वार्तालाप हुई आपकी सुनाक जी और अक्षता जी से?
I don't think he can hear you.
ज्योतिंद्र जी, हाँ, हम जानना चाह रहे हैं क्या बातचीत हुई आपकी सुनाक जी से?
हमारे आपके भी यहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव वो भी कहते कट हो गया।
नहीं, आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है? Okay, Bola Tinubu, the ruling All Progressives Congress leader of Nigeria, on our screen right now. ज्योतिंद्र जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको? मैं पूछ रहा था कि सुनाक जी से क्या बातचीत हुई आपकी?
आपकी आवाज अच्छी तरह सुनाई नहीं देती, मैं तो बहुत जोर से बोल रहा हूँ भैया।
चलो, मैं भी बहुत जोर से बोलता हूँ, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि क्या।
I will give answer in English.
Oh, I'm very happy to speak in English. That's fine too, sir. No problem. Whatever language you prefer. So now I was asking you, what conversation did you have with Rishi Sunak?
The visit of the Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, was an extraordinary visit.
Okay.
He was extremely happy, and so was his wife. They remained here for more than 40-45 minutes and had the darshan of the Akshardham Swaminarayan temple and all the, sacred images of gods and goddesses that we have in Akshardham. And he was very happy, and he came down from doing, the darshan and was with us for something like 15-20 minutes.
Again, the Akshardham Connect is there with Gujarat. That's where the original Akshardham temple was, now expanded into this large complex.
Was the first Akshardham.
That's right.
Hello? Akshardham in Gujarat was the first Akshardham.
Right. So what?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Please go on. Please tell us more about the temple.
I think two people are speaking simultaneously. I do not know. There are two voices I hear.
Okay, we'll try and fix that, Jyotindra ji. But obviously, it's been a big day for you there at the Akshardham temple. So we will come back to you. We don't want you to be getting wet in the rain either.
The president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, centre-left Peronist Alberto Fernandez has been president since 2019. Prime Minister met with Alberto Fernandez before this on the sidelines of G7 summit in Munich. India working hard on building relations with the South American giant, seeing it as a potential ally in South America.
These are all countries that, again, are looking to India at a time when they themselves have faced enormous economic difficulties post-COVID. Argentina, another country which has been hugely impacted in the last couple of years. So, when you see, relatively speaking, India's position vis-a-vis many of these countries, I think it gives these countries a chance to sort of look at India as a potential sort of space which has a sort of oasis of relative stability at a time when there's been chaos in many other of these countries, economic chaos in particular. So Argentina has turned from time to time in recent years to the IMF for restructuring. It's been a tough process for countries like that. But these are all countries that, have had strong relations with India even in a during the Cold War years, the non-aligned movement. A lot of these countries have been countries with whom India had a relationship which now is being taken hopefully to another level.
The interesting thing is that saplings have been planted at Rajghat since 1950. So it's a deep practice that continues to this date. They're meant to follow, Shiv, a sequence, and I think then somewhere in the middle, somebody gets a bit late or some
Probably,
such.
maybe because of the rain as well. I'm wondering whether the sequencing has gone out of fashion. I think the tree sapling plantation, Rahul, I think it's happening at the Bharat Mandapam South Complex, at least as per the plan that we have, unless it's also happening at the Rajghat. The image that we just saw of the actual Samadhi is where the wreath laying is going to take place. So right after the signing of the peace wall, which we'll see once all of the leaders arrive, I'm assuming, is when the wreath laying ceremony will take place.
This is Azali Assoumani, president of the Union of Comoros, head of the African Union, now the 21st member of the G20, and also a figure whose name will be written in history. He's the one under whose membership African Union became a full member of the G20.
Absolutely. If you look at images of the day yesterday, that image of the Prime Minister giving him a huge
on the front pages of papers today
That's right. So, I mean, if you look at sort of the image that will last from the Delhi G20 summit, undoubtedly this will be. So he's got to give a second big hug. The first one was yesterday. And I think...
He has a bilateral with the Prime Minister today.
He has a bilateral with the Prime Minister. And you're talking not just of one leader here, but you're talking about 55 countries. Yeah. Effectively, yesterday, the G20 crossed the century mark. Because if you now look at the G20, if you add the EU nations and you add the African Union, you now have more than effectively 100 nations represented. Yeah. So it is now almost where it is more than half of what the UNGA is at the moment. And thereby its spread is much greater. And I think there's a huge sense of warmth and affection that India has got in the African continent as a result of what happened yesterday. So a defining image of this summit is undoubtedly getting in the membership. And I was told an interesting story yesterday by an African representative that the Prime Minister in Bali had promised the then AU president, who was from Senegal, that I will ensure that you have the membership by
of the G20.
Of the G20. There was an official letter written by the Senegalese to which the Prime Minister had responded. So I think that is, to me, the defining moment of what happened, something really productive and potentially game-changing.
And there's been no, no big comments from China on this, by the way. There have been some vanilla things being said, but if anyone is expecting any major comments, hasn't come so far. Unless it's in
Gaurav
preparation
Sawant
right
is
now.
also with us at the Bharat Mandapam. Gaurav, much more packed into what came out of the Delhi declaration yesterday than just the photo opportunity and the semantics. Delhi delivering and a lot of talk about how Prime Minister Modi has emerged as a leader at the global stage, and some interestingly comparing him to the next Nehru, at least as far as his international prestige is concerned, although I wonder what Prime Minister Modi himself thinks of that. You know, some commentators, Rahul, had said that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister of India for 17 years, and that is the record that Prime Minister Narendra Modi hopes to break, to be the longest serving Prime Minister of India. But on international diplomacy, has he already gone ahead or is on that track of going ahead? Because here are achievements that can really, India can be proud of, he can be proud of, and for reasons that this will actually take the world forward, and India is that engine. The Prime Minister believed it, his team believed it, the world believes it, they're talking about it. And in the face of immense criticism that came not just from countries like China, but tremendous skepticism that came from within. But he and his team believed it and they've done it. While this African Union is a huge development, Rahul, equally big, if not bigger, is that meeting, is that corridor, the India, West Asia, Europe corridor. That, when it comes up, will be an absolute game changer. The East corridor is India to Middle East, the North corridor which goes to Europe. There's also the Africa corridor that will come up. And Rahul, this comes up taking forward that Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam principle, unlike China's Belt and Road Initiative that violates India's territorial integrity. So here all the countries are coming along willingly. There is no debt trap anywhere for any country. So this is where India takes the world along. Sure. And very pragmatic, very real, and none of that, big dreams not delivered on ground types. Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, getting the Sabarmati tour this morning. Quick sense of Gandhiji's ashram, so closely linked to his life.
You know, every time I see Albanese and I look at these Australian Prime Ministers, the one thing that stands out is cricket. They're all obsessed with cricket.
Justin Trudeau coming in now. Let's see how much of a darshan does he get of the Sabarmati.
He skipped the dinner yesterday.
He didn't. He was there. I saw this one image.
Oh, he was there.
Where he's in the corner. So there's an image of the Prime Minister and Albanese.
Okay. So
and he's right in the corner. So we saw that. So he's there. He was there. He probably didn't come in from where everybody else came in.
There hasn't been the bilateral. There was the hope that there would be it might happen today.
Pull aside.
So there is a not a bilateral, but a pull aside. But because if there's one country with which India has had a prickly relationship in the last 12 months.
With one government.
With one government. With one government, but he at the end of the day represents his country at the moment. And there is a problem. Yeah. There is a serious problem at the moment with Canada. But he gets a tour.
Modi explaining to him that this is Sabarmati, this is Gandhiji, this is what Gandhiji wanted. Please keep all those principles in mind.
Little curt, I think.
They don't like, Modi
slightly more curt than the others.
When diplomacy is so personal, some of that also comes through. I mean, he's not very fond of Trudeau, and I think vice versa as well. So, I mean, that comes through at some level.
Good reason too, yeah. Were all the other leaders also there, Rahul, in the
No,
at
so
the dinner?
we're still trying to figure out about the Saudi prince and the Turkish president. So we're just trying to figure that out. But Justin Trudeau can be seen in the back of one image that came out. So we know,
that's curious to know how that happened.
We know that he's there. I'm kind of wondering which way he came in from, but then it's a huge complex and there are different ways you can get in.
But presumably you would expect all the dignitaries to be there at the dinner. They could spend a little, you wouldn't expect all of them to spend all the time there, but presumably they were all there. I mean, is there any
We don't know yet.
doubt?
We don't want to come because we didn't see the Saudi prince, we didn't see the Turkish president. So,
but that doesn't mean they weren't there.
Yeah, almost certainly.
We can ask Geeta that.
Geeta, do you know that? Geeta, was the Saudi prince at the dinner yesterday? What about the Turkish president?
Well, as of now, no confirmation. We have no visuals of them. I've asked the officials. We do know that Trudeau certainly was there, but they had not. The Saudi embassy officials have not yet confirmed whether he indeed attended the dinner or not, and no word from the Turkish ambassador as well. So we're just waiting for a confirmation and for reasons as to why they didn't attend. Rahul.
Okay, Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission. She's headed the executive branch of the EU since July 2019, first woman to serve in this role. She's handling legislation for 450 million Europeans. Former defense minister of Germany, longtime ally of Chancellor Angela Merkel.
And you probably have, the gender balance a little bit better now than ever before. If you saw the G20 again at the start, Angela Merkel would always stand out as the one sort of strong woman figure there. We've already had half a dozen women, from the WTO chief to Sheikh Hasina to IMF to the vice president of Spain. You've got a gradual redrawing of the gender balance, which is great because it shows. I mean, you've got the rise of Africa, you've got women power there, and makes the world, I think, a more inclusive leadership space than it was in the past. So I think these are the positives that you take out. The world is changing. You've got younger leaders. I mean, you've got at least, I think, half a dozen of the leaders who've come between 40 and 50. So you've got a younger demographic as well. And all of that adds up to, making that photo op of all the leaders look far more inclusive than it was when the G20 started 15 years ago. You've become more gender friendly, you're expanding into new continents, and thereby I think sending out the kind of message that the Mahatma would have liked the world to send out. That, even in this divided world, you are looking for ways in which you can make the world a little bit more equal. A criticism of the G20 has been in the past that it's a rich countries club. And I think getting in the African Union will change that to a significant extent. And I think that in itself is the huge positive. The global South will have a far greater voice at the high table at G20 in the future. The next one also in a global South country in Brazil. And that, I think, redraws the balance of power, which is so important in this new world order. You cannot be sort of seeing it only through the lens of the Western world.
I'm guessing there might be a new logo unveiling, Rahul. Could that possibly be there for if it's going to be called the G21? That should happen today.
We can ask Geeta that question. Geeta, are they going to change the name? Do we know whether the name changes to G21? Is there any confirmation yet?
Well, again, Rahul, no confirmation, but the fact that G20 has European Union as a member, it's unlikely that it will remain G20. If they were just member states and like we have separate international organizations attending the G20 summit, then it was a different matter. But the fact that there are 19 member states, nations and European Union that comprise, that make the G20, if African Union is added, expect the announcement today of the G20 Group of 20 becoming Group of 21. It's
Fumio
only
Kishida,
but logical,
Prime Minister
as has
of
been
Japan,
the case in every other
on our
group
screens
bloc,
right now.
When we see
9-time member of the House of Representatives in Japan. was in charge of foreign affairs for 4 years under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, became Prime Minister in October 21. Comes from a political family. Both his father and grandfather were members of the country's House of Representatives, getting the full tour of the Sabarmati Ashram. He comes from Hiroshima, so opposes nuclear weapons as viscerally as possible. That's a key part of things that he stands for.
If there's one other country, I mean, if there's one country with whom the Prime Minister has a very special relationship, it's Japan.
Sure.
That's the country when as Gujarat Chief Minister he travelled to most often. When he became Prime Minister in 2014, he almost decided that's the first destination he wants to go outside the neighbourhood. And particularly strong relationship with Shinzo Abe, and the tragic assassination of Shinzo Abe, in a sense, pushed Japan into some kind of political turmoil for a while. It's a country which has had remarkably 64 prime ministers since the World War. I mean, I don't think any other country would have probably had 64 prime ministers in the space of 70 odd years as Japan has had.
So that's Charles Michel, President of the European Council. He's been in charge of the European Council since 2019. Works very closely on forging the economic administrative policies of the European Union. This is his second term, 2.5-year term. They've been pushing for more to be said and done in favor of Ukraine. So there's some concern in Europe. There were some reactions also from Ukraine. Geeta Mohan can tell us about that. They're saying, had we been there, more could have been done. So Ukraine not very happy with the fact that the Russia-Ukraine war language has been tempered a bit. Geeta?
Well, absolutely, Rahul. Look, I'd consider this a major victory for India, but also for the RIC, which is the Russia-India-China bloc. The statement that has been watered down is watered down and a compromise by G7 and the European Union, the European countries within the G20. Ukraine mighty upset. The spokesperson coming out and saying that that nobody should be proud of the outcome because, of course, the mention of war is not there. There is no condemnation of Russia. The term war against Russia has been changed to the situation in Ukraine, so on and so forth. So yes, it is a huge win for India to get a joint communique, but the paragraphs on Ukraine certainly are a win for Russia and China. They were the ones opposing the kind of language that G7 and EU wanted. The questions that we should be asking are to the Europeans when the presses will take place today. There are umpteen number of press conferences today. So the question should be to the Europeans, did they let the Ukrainians down? There was a briefing yesterday by a European Union official, and he said, Rahul, that should there not have been an agreement, there would have been no outcome document, and if there was no outcome document, there would have been no future for the G20.
Oh, most
so it
certainly.
was a do-or-die
situation President of South Korea,
the G20 member states.
Now coming into the Rajghat, elected president in 2022. Again, a great friend of India, great friend of the Indian people. The Prime Minister also personally investing a lot, and in the counterbalance shift that India is trying to build against China, South Korea, Japan have very crucial roles to play.
Huge role to play, not just in terms of cutting edge tech, but also, and since this is a subject close to my heart, the military hardware, Rahul.
So they're talking about Vajra, the K9 self-propelled.
You've got the K9 Vajra self-propelled howitzers, which are stationed in Ladakh, by the way, in large numbers. We've just repeated an order for L&T to build 100 more of those.
So they want our Vajra, or what are they doing? They want our Vajra, we're building them together, or how's
We're building them together. Larsen & Toubro is building them under license in Hazira in Gujarat. They're also going to be building some ships for us very soon.
The Koreans?
The Koreans are going to be building them. A few of them in Korea, and then the rest of them here under license. So
And you've also got Samsung investing very aggressively in India. The major manufacturing plant now being expanded even further, not too far away from where we are sitting in Noida.
About 15 kilometers from where we're sitting is one of Samsung's largest facilities, and it's a facility where they don't import anything.
That's right.
Everything is sourced in India.
And they're, I think, adding $500 million in a second phase of investment to their Noida plant.
Yeah,
so they've got a huge commitment to manufacturing in India.
Let me ask Gaurav this question. How good are their howitzers, Gaurav? How do they compare with the Bofors or the South African Denels or the Israelis?
Rahul, they are actually outstanding according to artillery, and that is somewhere where you have a lot of information too. Considering Brigadier Kamal was a gunner officer, but all that I've been able to pick up from the gunners of the Indian Army, these howitzers, especially in high altitude, have performed extremely well. Most of the Bofors that we had, the 155mm howitzers, were towed artillery. Now the K9 Vajra, especially the tracked K9 Vajra, are actually one of the best things that the army has been able to deploy in extreme high altitude, and that's the reason that there's a repeat order of 100 more, and should more be required, not just for the northern area, but northern sector, but even for the western sector. More of these self-propelled howitzers, both tracked and towed and wheeled, will be manufactured, Rahul.
Using South Korean technology to take on the Chinese, deploying them in Ladakh. There are lots of geopolitical implications of that, and interestingly, a lot of countries, Shiv, in the ASEAN region also wanting Indian defense technology.
That's right. You've got the German Chancellor who's just Olaf Scholz. But you're right, Rahul. In the ASEAN, huge number of countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines have all placed orders, and more are lining up.
And for BrahMos particularly. Anyway, we're at Rajghat this morning. The less we talk about violence, the less we talk about Bofors and howitzers, the better. Mahatma Ji won't like it. German Chancellor since December 21. This is Olaf Scholz. He's come to India a few times, again, worked very closely on that relationship with India. He said in December 2022 that he doesn't see India as a substitute partner, rather sees India as a key strategic partner.
This image of him, I mean, he had a jogging injury. But for years, when we were growing up and we saw international gatherings and a leader with this patch, you were reminded of Moshe Dayan. He was the Israeli sort of leader, was sort of defined almost in that world community by the fact that he would come with this sort of patch on, with this eye patch. This isn't a permanent one. This is just a temporary jogging injury that he suffered. But I think one of the countries that will have much to answer for is Germany, because of the nature of the declaration's wording. Grita is spot on. I think all the European countries are the ones who are going to have much to answer for. I think the Russians and Chinese in that sense got their way. From what we gather, they stuck to their guns on that we're not going to allow any direct references to Russia, as was in Bali. The rest of the world had to climb down, and primarily Europe and America. And Europe in particular, because they've been the most aggressive and assertive, especially countries like Germany, on Russia's aggression in Ukraine.
Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, coming out early this morning at the Rajghat.
There you have another woman leader, the fifth that we've had since the morning. Coming in or sixth that we've had since the morning, and
she made headlines in India when she called Prime Minister Modi the most loved leader in the world.
She made Mr. Modi's day. I mean, what more can you ask for within days? And I think it was within a short while of just having taken over. Comes, I think, at the sidelines of the Raisina dialogue and says.
So she took over in October 2022.
Yeah, so she comes in January of 2023, January, February, early this year. Was here within 6 months of taking over. And called Mr. Modi the most loved leader in the world. And I think that has endeared her to Mr. Modi forever.
First female Prime Minister of Italy. Again, one of the countries, the only European country that's part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, of course, the foreign minister has spoken about wanting to move away. And yesterday, if you saw the statement from the Chinese Foreign Office, there was a meeting between Meloni and Li Qiang where they spoke about continuing, keeping borders open. So China obviously very concerned. That, Gaurav, would become quite embarrassing for them if Italy actually officially pulls out. They made some noises. if they actually pull out of the BRI, the only European country in the BRI to pull out, that would be egg on Beijing's face?
Rahul, it's almost done. Italy is going to be out of BRI because Italy plays a very crucial role in this India, West Asia, Europe corridor. It's a key partner there. It's a signatory there. So they will not be a part of BRI is what sources tell India today. That's point one. Point two, you're absolutely right. China has egg on its face. Initially, there were many commentators who were saying that this G20 will be rather lackluster because Xi Jinping is not coming to India. Neither is President Putin. But look, neither Xi nor Putin define India's G20 presidency. It's India that defines our G20 presidency. It shows India's position in the new world order, not dependent on any other country, but leading the change, leading the transformation that's required in every field. And Rahul, if I may, taking from a civilizational history, moving to the future. That was the theme all along. That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision. He spoke about it in great detail to his team and they were able to deliver and the world is listening. And when they say that Europe may be disappointed because of lack of reference to Russia, G20 is not the platform for settling issues like the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It shouldn't impact the rest of the world, especially the global south. That's the point India emphatically made, and Europe saw sense in this because this war would have led to a collapse even in Europe, Rahul.
Gaurav, on our screen right now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey. He's been in politics since his youth. Elected mayor of Istanbul in 1994, that's where he made his name and fame, turning Istanbul around, dealing with all the infrastructure, the garbage, the civic problems there. He was in jail for 4 months, established the Justice and Development Party, the AK party, in 2001. Has been leading Turkey now for 20 years, reshaping his country in more ways than any leader since Mustafa Kemal Atatürk.
You know, Erdogan is a controversial, contentious figure. Prime Minister first, now President of Turkey. He's seen as a strongman of his region, has strong relationships. Turkey has built possibly the strongest relationship within Europe with Russia. Has been seen as a potential negotiator for ending the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Is seen by critics as a autocrat, seen by his supporters as someone who's transforming Turkey, building it into a new Turkey. There are those who've likened his sort of, pugnacious style of leadership to Prime Minister Modi. But in many ways, Erdogan is a figure who in India will attract again strong polarized opinion because of their views on Kashmir, for example.
I was in Istanbul for an HBS reunion and he had a naval ship deployed in Turkey on the Bosphorus, right in the middle of the city. And that was part of his re-election to show Turkish military power. It isn't really an aircraft carrier, it kind of became a helicopter carrier as it were. It was meant to be originally an aircraft. And they had it in the middle of the city. So brandishing military credentials and interweaving that into his politics and his re-election campaign.
It was a hugely contentious re-election. Questions were raised over whether it was a truly free and fair poll, whether he'd sort of manipulated that eventual result.
That's not fair.
No, that was
Turkey.
it.
No, I spoke to a lot of Turkish people at that time during the campaign.
It was a very contentious election.
They lost fair and square. I mean, it was like a bit of the India alliance, 5 parties coming together. In the end, there was a 5% gap between the winner and the loser. And everyone I spoke to in Turkey thought that the elections were fair. And you're sitting over here and calling the election unfair.
No, global election bodies have said that they have question marks. So at the end of the day, you've got to look at neutral observers. The neutral observers believe that Erdogan gamed the system. Now, we can argue whether, Turks themselves perhaps see it very differently. Point taken. But I think Erdogan, as I said, whatever he does will always attract fierce opinion. Even within India, because Turkey has been one of the few countries left which continues to take a stand on Kashmir, while many of the traditional OIC countries have moved away from their position and have actually come closer to appreciating India's stand.
He thinks he's leading the Islamic world.
He thinks he's leading the Islamic world. That's right. So I think
original glory.
That's why I said I think he is he will be a polarizing figure depending on who you talk to. even within Turkey, I'm sure if you speak to a certain section of the Turkish population, they believe Erdogan is transforming their country for the better. There will be others who will point out to atrocities against particular groups, the Kurds, for example, and say, look, you know, Erdogan is someone who's a dangerous, divisive
But
figure.
one of the people who has potentially a role to play in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, they've tried a bit to act as some kind of a bridge. They've also been helping the Russians a bit. And a lot of Russian people have been buying land, farmhouses, or beach pads in different parts of Turkey, Antalya, and you know, almost looks like a...
In fact, many of the Russian billionaires who sort of had investments in England and suddenly found the United Kingdom putting the squeeze on them have apparently turned to Turkey as their sort of new resting place. By the way, Rahul gets to go to reunions in all the lovely parts of the world. Turkey.
You keep going for so many reunions.
My reunions are in Noida or in Mumbai or in Lonavala. So that's
Subah, kuch bhi. Subah, kuch bhi.
But Turkey is a beautiful country, and I think you know what role Turkey plays in the years ahead will be looked at very closely, given the kind of direction that Erdogan has pushed their country into.
Cyril Ramaphosa? No.
Lavrov.
This is Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, coming out this morning. And the interesting thing is, despite everything that happened, Russia didn't play an obstructionist role. They wanted for India's G20 to succeed, for there to be a joint declaration. So they pushed back. They had their red lines. But it's not as if they wanted to derail. While China may have been, you know, not so enthusiastic about wanting India to succeed, Russia didn't want India to fail.
Am I right in saying that he's the longest serving foreign minister in the world at the moment? He's been there, I think, for almost 19 to 20 years, since 2004. I don't think any other foreign minister has been in that same position for such a long period of time.
He's definitely been the longest serving foreign minister since the fall of the Soviet Union. He's been in this post since 2004.
So the longest serving foreign minister probably in the world at the moment. I doubt that there is anyone who's been around, certainly not in this gathering, who's been around for 20 years. So he's, and Vladimir Putin has used him as his face in reaching out to the world, even while Mr. Putin focuses on issues within Moscow.
It's very important that he's being given a tour of the Sabarmati Ashram, as he should. You know, look at this, learn from Gandhiji, learn about peace, learn about non-violence, and that's a very key theme of the Delhi Declaration as well. So he needed an extended tour of the Sabarmati Ashram.
It's going to take more than a tour of Sabarmati Ashram to get the Russians to change the way they've done their politics in the last couple of years, or indeed in the last decade under Putin. Maybe when the Russian president comes next time, he's got to be taken to the ashram as well and probably put through a full course. Maybe send him to Wardha as well and put him through a full course in Gandhian philosophy.
I somehow doubt that's going to have much of an effect on Vladimir Putin, but it might be a nice outing for him.
Yeah, it would be a reminder to Mr. Putin that before him there was someone called Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi.
The Chinese
That's
premier.
the Chinese premier on our screen right now, Li Xiang.
He's a much more smiling man than Xi Jinping, Rahul.
And just as well that he's here. You know, initially I was feeling a little bad that she's not coming, but I'm actually glad that he's not here, because she would have been very unhappy with Modi leading the party. I mean, she thinks he's emperor, and you got Prime Minister Modi who wants to lead the party and push India's case. She wouldn't have been very happy with that. So it's good that he's come. He seems low maintenance and low fuss relative to Xi, and didn't play the role of obstructions. Obviously, that also is because of the instructions from Xi.
And if she was there, we would have spent an inordinate amount of time looking at the body language. And, looking at, has he reached out to Prime Minister who, because you saw what happened at BRICS. The two countries eventually ended up making very contrarian press statements about who wanted a meeting on the sidelines.
And look now, when they shake hands, I think Prime Minister Modi squeezes his hand a bit more, like it's like a firmer handshake than for most others. No, I don't know that, but I'm saying amongst those.
But they're poles apart. I mean, in a while, maybe later when we have some time, we're going to put two pictures together. But he's just a much more smiling,
we're just happier to have him, Shiv. I think we're just happier to have him than she.
He looks happy to be here as well, it looks like. He's like, I'm happy to have been here. Because not an easy position to be in. She not coming for this, him having to represent. See, he's got a big smile.
He's seen as pragmatic, business friendly. He's a career bureaucrat. joined the Communist Party in 1983 at the age of 24.
And he's been having a rough time, as has the Chinese leadership within China. So it's always nice when you're having a rough time at home, where you've got serious economic issues to address. Just move to a neighboring country, include, find almost sort of some greater empathy possibly here.
Rishi Sunak on our screen now. He went to the Akshardham temple early in the morning.
He's got a kalava on his wrist also, apparently. That's going to become a talking point.
And no other leader has attracted as many eyeballs as Rishi Sunak on this visit. I mean, he's been here and there and everywhere. In 48 hours, he's been to a school, he's been to the British Council, he's been to Akshardham.
He's also feeling comfortable here. He's feeling warm, he's feeling welcome.
And for Indians also, I think it's a moment of pride. To
he
see
does such a
someone
nice namaste to the Prime
someone
Minister
of
when he
Indian
comes.
origin there as the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. I mean, Rishi Sunak can't go too wrong.
So he's got those religious threads on his wrist and some rakhis, I think.
And now he gets... Can we just have the audio up if possible? Are we still getting that? Because he's getting the tour of Akshardham. He's getting the tour now of the Sabarmati ashram. Okay, so it's interesting. I thought he'd, like Ajay Banga or somebody would say, I know quite a bit about this, but he's soaking it all in. He went to the Akshardham temple this morning, and he always gets this little bit extra. Little bit of an extra conversation with the Prime Minister, obviously talking a bit about the role that Mahatma Gandhi would have played. He's a very well-read man.
And he's the youngest, 42. At 42, I think he's the youngest member of this gathering at the moment. Will face a very difficult year ahead. Re-election won't be easy for the Conservatives in 2024, end 2024, early 2025.
Joko Widodo, President of Indonesia, he just hosted the ASEAN summit. Now coming on the screen, known back home as Joko V. Again, a country that we're building very close ties with. Re-elected in 2019 for a second 5-year term. The Indonesian president right now in front of this image of the Sabarmati ashram.
Second time that the Prime Minister is meeting him in about 72 hours after the ASEAN summit.
And Rahul, you made a good point yesterday about his sort of transition to the new Indonesia, woodcutter's son.
Sure, absolutely.
And therefore, you've got a lot of leaders of countries which came out of independence in the 40s and 50s. The earlier generation leaders were seen as part of the old elite. And now you've got a completely new generation, all of them born after their countries got independence, coming out of that period where the colonial era still dominated the politics, to a new generation. And Prime Minister Modi, some believe, also represents in his own way that generation. And so does Widodo.
His family, his son and daughter-in-law, went to Taj Mahal, to Agra. The lovely pictures, we'll have them out for you, Shiv, in just a moment, where they're at the Taj Mahal, soaking it in. So a lot of these other people who are part of the troupe get a chance to go out and about.
Good idea.
Yeah.
And that's something which perhaps some of the leaders will miss out, because it's so cramped. In normal times, when you come to a bilateral in Delhi, traditionally you went to Agra and got your one photo up
but
with
this
your
government's
wife.
not very hot on sending people to Agra.
This government's not very hot, but I'm sure people would love to. The visiting dignitaries would love
but there's
to go
so
and
much
spend.
more to India than just the Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is lovely, of course, but it's not the only thing that you want to send everybody to.
If you ask someone, you are to come to India and you want them to see 3 landmarks, would the Taj feature in them or not?
What will be the other 2?
Now I'm asking you, would the Taj feature in them?
Of course.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you ask somebody, a friend wants to come to India and he says, tell me 3 places I must visit, I think the Taj would be very much still there. It's a magnificent monument of a kind that you don't have in the country.
If time is of...
in the world, rather.
If time is of essence and there's a shortage of time, they can also go to the Humayun's tomb. We understand that...
it's magnificent.
Might be
and the Argentinian president went there as well.
No, it's a magnificent monument. The Taj is the Taj. There's the Humayun's tomb.
True.
And it just takes a couple of hours on the freeway. I mean, if you are here for a weekend to Delhi, you can do Humayun's tomb and you can do the Taj.
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours and you'll be in the Taj. So, well, the Indonesians got it right.
And we're seeing, Gaurav, the Indonesians push back. A lot of these ASEAN countries are pushing back against China much more than we've seen them push back so far.
Well, after the new Chinese map, the world is alarmed, and the 9-dash line, then the 10-dash line, they're claiming territory and exclusive economic zone of multiple countries. So Philippines is up in arms, Indonesia is up in arms, and increasingly they're seeking Indian help. Like you were mentioning, this BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, something that India is not only promising but also delivering. Vietnam's getting them, offshore petrol vessels, other ships in this region, and increasingly, when India and France talk today, there will be a major conversation about more patrolling in the South China Sea to ensure sea lanes of communication are kept open. So Rahul, this is extremely important that democracies unite to take on an expansionist China. And if I may, just a small aside, well, visiting dignitaries in and around Delhi are compelled to watch, see perhaps the Humayun tomb and Taj Mahal, because a lot of other things were destroyed after centuries of Islamic rule, and that's why perhaps they haven't been able to go to other places, not many other temples in and around. But if you go down, there's Hampi you can go to, there's the Meenakshi temple you can go to, there's Thanjavur you can go to. There are so many temples and so beautiful, and so many other sites that they can see, and far more ancient and better than just the Taj Mahal.
Gaurav, my friend, you and I will have a separate debate on that one day. I think India's glory lies in your ability to go to Hampi and to the Taj. And I think if you can discover both, but Hampi needs to be better connected. The problem with Hampi is it's very badly connected even today. You need a proper airport that takes people to Hampi, and I hope that happens. I hope the Karnataka government does that, and I hope that that we have an airport with daily flights to Hampi.
There's a new airport in Shimoga, and hopefully will be more connectivity.
Yeah, because you see, at the moment, otherwise to Hampi, you either have to, there's a private airfield that the Jindals have built close by, but otherwise it's tough to reach there.
The President of France, there'll be a...
Who wasn't there yesterday morning, right?
He came a little late.
He arrived a little late.
Yeah.
But he's staying back in the afternoon.
He has a big working lunch with the Prime Minister today.
The Prime Minister was in Paris a few months ago for Bastille Day.
Yeah.
And and Macron's had a tough time within his own country, dealing with tensions and violence that was immigrant violence that took place not too long ago in their country as well. He's had a rough time, but comes out stronger.
France. The interesting thing is yesterday when that international corridor, the infrastructure corridor was being spoken of, he spoke in English. So, some other French leaders were very prickly about speaking in English. He was fine. It wasn't long intervention, short intervention, but he was happy to speak English. Warm welcome. Happy to see Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah.
Shiv, happy to see Emmanuel Macron.
Big year for India, France. The Bastille Day parade, where the Indian armed forces were present there. We had ships in France on the day. India and France have just begun talking about a second Rafale deal, which nobody thought was going to be possible after all the politics over the original Rafale deal in 2018-2019. So this is a relationship that's been sweetened by the strategic relationship between the two countries. This is a friendship that goes back a long way.
And another leader from this sort of 40s generation. You've got these 3 or 4 young leaders, all in their 40s. Macron, 46, born in 1977. So, when you look at it, you recognize Europe in particular seems to be embracing a completely new generation of
Meloni,
leaders.
Sunak.
Just look at across Europe. You're getting more and more leaders who are born post-1970, which is quite remarkable because that means in their early 40s and 50s, they're already leading their country. It's a lesson for us sometimes. Our politics tends to remain a little geriatric, if I may be allowed to use the word.
It doesn't matter how the age, as long as the man can get the job done.
By and large, but when you want, we keep mentioning how we are the youngest, we have the largest young population in the world, but in contrast to that, most of our politicians are over the age of 60. I would like to see many more younger 40 and 50-year-olds taking greater leadership positions.
Who's experienced, who's won himself, not appointed, and who can get the job done. I think that's far more important.
Yeah, well, yes and no. At the end of the day, I think a younger leader across the world, one of the reasons why younger leaders are attractive is because there is a younger demographic out there.
But as long as the younger leader gets elected himself. Rajiv Gandhi was very young, but he was also very inexperienced and made lots of bloopers.
I think Rajiv Gandhi is an outlier. The reason why he became Prime Minister in 84 didn't have to do with a long period in politics. He just entered in 81. But I'm just mentioning the fact that Europe has a lot of young leaders out there is a sign of the times. And I think that's one thing that we've always, maybe in India we value age and experience. That's why I can survive.
As long as he's
That's why I can survive in a television studio at the age of 58. Otherwise, you'd think, and that's the contrast. Look at BBC's presenters. They're all in their 60s. But their leadership is increasingly younger. You look at the battle that's taking place for the Labour Party, even within the Conservatives, all 40-year-olds who are now, fiercely competing with each other.
So we're waiting for President Joe Biden. We're waiting for the Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He's only 38. They're the ones who are still to come. Who else? They're the ones who are not here just at this moment.
Just Joe Biden left?
Mohammed bin Salman, probably the youngest. And Joe Biden, the oldest. And they'll come one after another as we wait. At least they're next in queue, unless we're not certain. He always comes a bit late. The Sheikh always is just a little bit late. And that's just the way it's been. But that's fine. He's a hugely transformative figure internally, even though he's polarizing externally. But in the way that he's reformed Saudi Arabia, has these big bang projects, building up dream cities. Now, if he can get all that going, he's making it less clergy driven, opening it up for women. A lot of young people in Saudi Arabia really like him.
And he is the youngest. He is at 38, the youngest representative of his country here at this meeting. But he's again a polarizing figure. Human rights groups insist that he has much to answer for the Khashoggi killing. And others see him as this individual looking to reform his country, both political and legal reform. Cyril Ramaphosa was the other one missing. He is on your screen now.
President of South Africa.
President of South Africa, old ANC hand, was close to Nelson Mandela, pushed the ANC into this new age as part of the group around Mr. Mandela. While Mr. Mandela was aging, it was the likes of Cyril Ramaphosa who took their country forward. And South Africa now has the African Union as a partner. Till yesterday, they were the only African representative on G20. You had Egypt as having been an invitee.
And Nigeria was an invitee.
And Nigeria was an invitee, but they were the only permanent G20 members. Now they've got the African Union there. But Cyril Ramaphosa should know Mahatma Gandhi well, because the ANC, got its inspiration in a way from the Mahatma. Nelson Mandela, hugely influenced by Mahatma Gandhi. So only appropriate to have Cyril Ramaphosa there at the Gandhi Ashram. I think he will be able to know more probably than any other leader about Sabarmati.
The Sabarmati Ashram,
yeah, but Ajay Banga, of course, knew it because he's also born and brought up here. He studied at IIM.
And a Stephanian. Shiv and Ajay Banga have a lot in common. They
Many
represent...
years apart, and I'm nowhere close to being the...
Are you just dating Mr. Banga?
They have a Stephanian water cooler talk group, so I'm sure they have all kinds of generations covered by that. I know that Shashi Tharoor has been tweeting about Ajay Banga, trying to sort of say, look, we've got one Stephanian also.
Oh no, the Stephanian network is always blasting news about any big achievement.
Of any Stephanian.
Shaktikanta Das being awarded the best central banker. That was a big headline recently as well. So yeah,
also Ajay Banga studied at the Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad, so which is probably why he told the Prime Minister that he knows quite a bit about the Sabarmati Ashram, because he was at IMA. So now we have the Saudi Prince.
So we've just got two left. So they haven't gone alphabetically.
Koi late ho jata, I think.
Koi late, so it's just on time. This was supposed to get over around 9:20 before you have recitations of prayers and hymns of Mahatma Gandhi. So we have another 5 minutes.
Given that
There'll be a replaying first.
Seems that it's raining, so because if you're going to be sitting around on the lawns and it's raining, that's going to be a bit awkward. So let's see how much of the original plan they stick to and how much of it they have to adjust and adapt, given the fact that there is a bit of rain.
But it's, these are, again, important symbolic images, as we've been saying, of, you've got a fractious world out there divided by war in recent times, and then you come to Rajghat, assemble there. Hopefully that spirit of the Mahatma is provides some element of peace and reconciliation. I think it's significant that we are, as a nation, that we are able to use the Mahatma creatively and constructively to send that message to the world. I think it remains India's great strength, and it's enduring. It's like the Taj. Gaurav and I can dispute whether you should go to Hampi or whether you should go to the Taj, but these are all enduring symbols. The Taj will be there hopefully for centuries, as will Gandhi's legacy. Gaurav?
But the one thing that they've done...
On Gandhi's legacy, I hope you and I are on the same side.
Sir, we are always on the same side. We always keep India
On
first.
Gandhi.
There are no two ways.
I thought you were
about
going to say
it.
Bharat first, Gaurav. Are you going to change the name of your show? Does it go from India
That's a
first
good
to
one.
Bharat first?
Yeah, Gaurav, you got to start changing the name of your show starting Monday. Bharat first.
So, Rahul, both these decisions are above my pay grade, and perhaps you will be in the best position to decide that. But if I may, yes, even Mahatma Gandhi spoke of peace and non-violence, but was never in favor of cowardice, was never in favor of giving up, what was legitimately yours. So that is also, when we learn about Gandhi, when we teach about Gandhi, what we must also teach is protecting what is yours. That's exactly what our country is doing at this point of time, taking the entire world along. It's taking that Indian Sanatan philosophy, civilizational philosophy to the entire world, that the world has now accepted. This Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is exactly India's philosophy that the world agrees with. They have not agreed to everything in Bali. They haven't agreed to things in the past, but they've agreed to all the 83 paragraphs, hook, line and sinker, because it is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Yes, Russia-Ukraine war is important, but not at the cost of taking the developing countries along. And, that's the point India has been trying to make throughout. Rahul, Rajdeep and Shiv.
One of the things about Mahatma Gandhi, we keep talking about peace and ahimsa. He was probably, a true environmental evangelist. He was the first green leader in his own way. I mean, he spent a lot of his time talking about nature. One of my worries is on climate change. A lot has been said in the agreement. They're going to have to walk the talk on climate finance. They're going to have to live up to the commitments that are being made in these, in various summits. And we haven't still seen that. So while you've got this consensus in the Delhi Declaration, are you going to walk the talk? Will we see the war in Ukraine end? Unlikely, right away. It's not going to end because you made a declaration and asked countries to stop territorial aggression.
At what point in time do you decide you need to get on with what you're doing, Geeta, and not worry about the guests who haven't come so far? So how's it going to play? Are we still waiting for the Saudi prince and for the American president?
Well,
that's the American. Yeah,
Geeta.
Sorry, Rahul, could you please repeat your question?
I'm saying, in terms of keeping it going, because you also have the one future plenary, are they still waiting for the Saudi prince and for the American president, or will they just get on to the rest of the program?
Well, I'm just looking at the White House details, and the president has left for Rajghat, so he will be there. Interestingly, he is not going to attend the concluding session. From Rajghat, there's going to be a spray for the White House pool of reporters, and then from there he heads to the airport for his visit to Vietnam. So I think the timing of the declaration being announced yesterday also primarily maybe was to do with the fact that many of the leaders, because the decision has arrived and there is an outcome, Rahul, President Biden is not going to participate in the concluding session of the G20. That's what I learned from what I see from the White House pool. The fact that they are leaving for, that the president has left for Rajghat. He will be there in some time, and you will be seeing visuals coming in very soon. And from there, he leaves for Vietnam.
That's right. That was what we were told yesterday as well, that he wouldn't be there at the last session. He has a meeting in Vietnam. And that meeting will, take precedence now. It's a major sort of bilateral that he goes, and he's got to go back home within a certain
But he's delivered where it mattered, to help India
get that declaration
ensure
through.
that there's a declaration to deliver big tangible takeaways so that you couldn't have said later ki sirf photo kichi kuch hua nahi. So President Biden played an important role in all of that.
And he came at a time when there was a question mark, will he come or not? His wife had COVID just a couple of days before.
While we're talking about Biden, he's on his way now to the Rajghat. This picture that's just been tweeted by MK Stalin, one of the few opposition chief ministers who showed up, along with Mamta Banerjee and others. Nice picture of him shaking hands with Joe Biden. There's also the Prime Minister in the frame, as is the President. And he's tagged the Prime Minister as well. There's recent political acrimony over Udayanidhi Stalin, etc. Things have been said. There's been a crossfire. Nice picture. He's tagged the Prime Minister. Genial picture.
Shiv, it's interesting that the Congress chief ministers chose not to attend.
Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu was there.
But the others weren't there. I don't think Gehlot was there. Baghel was not there. Siddaramaiah was not there.
How did Sukhu show up?
Most of the regional, there was no order as such. But I think, it's strange that these chief ministers didn't show up, because I think this was an occasion where you wanted to show India's, the plurality of India, the diversity of India, the fact that most of the regional party chief ministers were there. I know Arvind Kejriwal was there, Mamta Banerjee was there, MK Stalin was there,
Nitish Kumar was there.
Nitish Kumar was there, Hemant Soren was there. So it's not as if the so-called opposition India alliance boycotted the function, far from it. A section of the Congress leadership felt, I believe, that Mallikarjun Kharge should have been invited as the leader of the largest opposition party at the moment. He wasn't invited. That created friction. There's a trust deficit, but I think it's unfortunate. Yesterday was an occasion where every chief minister who was invited should have been there. No reason not to be there.
You had Bhupesh Baghel say that because of airspace restrictions he couldn't come. You had
the Home Minister denied that.
The Home Ministry denied it. Said that there are no restrictions for governors and chief ministers.
I mean, there would be no way.
That looked really silly.
In fact, I
put the
spoke
spotlight on the chief ministers.
Very interestingly, I spoke to Mamta Banerjee, and she came a day earlier because she was worried that if she came on the day itself, would she be caught up in all the VVIP restrictions? But she came in a day earlier and made sure that she was there for the dinner, spent some time with Sheikh Hasina in particular because of the ties that exist between West Bengal and Bangladesh. I think, there are occasions where you can be truly inclusive. I think the inauguration of the Parliament building was another such occasion where I think all parties should have had their space on that day. There was a kind of unofficial boycott of that, and that's disappointing.
Oh, that must be the American president. I also want to tell our viewers, while it's raining in Delhi, mercifully it's not raining in Colombo. That's where the India-Pakistan match is to take place. So it's not raining in Colombo. So once all of this gets over, we can all watch the match. I mean, till then you watch India Today, but when the first ball is bowled, then you can decide and just come back to India Today, see what else is happening. But you can watch the match in the evening. Hopefully it won't be raining. So we just had this big limo drive in. Let's see who comes out of it. I think it's President Biden, but we also are awaiting the Saudi prince, if he comes to Rajghat at all.
No reason why he shouldn't be there at Rajghat. He's also coming here. He's staying back here for a state visit.
He has a state visit tomorrow.
He has a state visit tomorrow. You've had a major India, Middle East, European economic corridor being announced yesterday. So
interestingly, he's on. Oh, that's President Biden. There he is.
He's also not attending the last session.
He's flying out soon after this to Vietnam.
So you've seen the youngest, or you're going to see the youngest in the Saudi prince. You've seen Rishi Sunak in the 40s. Now you've got a leader who's in his 80s. So Rahul, you can have all types. I concede that you can have all types as leaders. But there's a huge question mark whether at the age of 80 he should be pushing for re-election next year, because that would make him America's oldest ever president. I think his concerns have been there at times. But look, I think Joe Biden has had a trial by fire over the last 4 years. He had 2 years where America was weighed down by COVID, serious questions both on the health front as well as the job crisis that the country was facing. You've had interest rate challenges and you've had the war in Ukraine. I mean, given all that, he seems to have come out relatively unscathed. He still is in most polls ahead of any potential Democratic challenger, and with the Republicans also struggling to find anyone but Trump. You've got Joe Biden still very much, therefore, in contention for a second term as US President next year.
Okay, let's see how this moment goes. Prime Minister Modi welcoming Joe Biden. Now he gets the Sabarmati tour. You know, it's very soothing to be at the Sabarmati ashram. No matter what, like I've usually been there in the middle of an election campaign, but when you go there, it just calms you down, settles you, has a nice serene air to it.
Yeah, I think the word to use for the Sabarmati ashram that stands out for me is simplicity. You know, in a world where everything else seems to be big and large and seem to be dramatic, you go to the Sabarmati ashram and there's a simplicity that brings in a calmness and a serenity. It hasn't changed much over the years. There's been talk, as I said, and there is a project now to remodel it, and many of the old Gandhians are objecting to that, saying that this will again make Sabarmati ashram just another sort of modern day monument, which we don't want it to be.
He always gets the pride of place, maximum amount of time. The most warmth is for Rishi Sunak. The maximum amount of time and respect is for Joe Biden.
Well, America, the dollar still matters.
No, it's not just the dollar, Rajdeep. It's also the level of effort America has made in this relationship and the genuine warmth of the Indian people and the strategic reality of China flexing its muscles. So it's all of it together.
You have, you know, in the Indo-US partnership now works at various levels, which is quite, again, one of the big changes that's taken place in the last 30 years. I remember when Bill Clinton came here and Vajpayee ji was Prime Minister, there was a lot of excitement because it was also new. You know, you didn't think an American president rarely came to India. And when they came, you sort of went overboard almost. And now they come more and more often. We go more often to the United States. The Indian diaspora is breaking all boundaries and walls and ceilings in the United States. So it's a relationship that operates at different levels. Indian students, making an impact in universities across the United States. So I think that's changed the Indo-US relationship, hopefully forever.
That's the Brazilian president. Lula da Silva, he's come out now.
This time without the translator.
Translator nahi hai, sir. Aap kya bol rahe ho?
It was his wife. Okay, his wife. We thought it was his translator. It turned out to be Mr. Lula's wife. But he's the next leader of G20.
I'm just getting calls and messages from people in government saying, correct Rajdeep, Arvind Kejriwal wasn't at the dinner yesterday.
He wasn't at the dinner.
He was slated to be at the table of Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. He wasn't there. He confirmed that he'd be coming. I don't know what happened.
Didn't come in the end.
He didn't come. This is what sources
sort of all the other names that we said, he's the only one who
I mean, there are lots of people in government who are watching. So those who are watching, some of them are calling and messaging basically to say that Arvind Kejriwal wasn't there.
He's got some big shoes to fill when he takes over the G20
Yeah, which is why if you see when he comes, he looks the most carefully to the left and the right to see how it's going because he's going to host it next.
So this is how
the pressure is on him.
No, the Brazilians know a thing or two about putting on.
Yeah, no, they'll put out a party. I mean, you could imagine the backdrop of Copacabana.
Yeah, but you have to deliver some tangible takeaways as well.
No, I'm sure they will. I mean,
and you have to invest a lot of energy in getting it done.
You know, this is also, Brazil is, Shiv is right. They know how to sort of throw a spectacle. They've done it in the past. They can be chaotic. I think the one thing that India has shown is that amidst the chaos, when you want to do it, you can be very organized and go to the micro detailing, and we've done that successfully. That's the lesson I think Brazil or any country needs to get from India. Your eye to detail is critical to get a global event perfectly right. Lula is an interesting character because, trade unionist, went to jail, came back, fought a very tough, acerbic campaign against Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro again claimed that was almost refusing a Trump-like to leave for a while, eventually went out. And, Lula is the comeback king of Brazil at the moment. And again, has a very special relationship with India. It's a country, he said in interviews, that he has a great admiration for. And at a time when the right is dominating politics across the world, you still have someone like Lula representing, in a way, the old left. That in many parts of the world is now being pushed to the margin. So Lula and Brazil will be looked at very closely in the next 12 months.
There's a lot of pressure on them as the next host because 200 cities.
That's right.
220 events, 60 cities.
60 cities.
28 states. So it's really gone far and wide. And the next host country, post-December 23, will have to now figure out how to take it one step further.
You're right. I just got a message from the LG's office in Delhi. So the LG versus Kejriwal thing plays out. The Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal, did not attend the G20 dinner. He had earlier confirmed that he'd be attending. Please rectify. Okay. We rectified it. Mr. Kejriwal was not there. It'll be interesting to know why.
Is there anyone who's not watching India Today right now? I'm wondering.
No, but it'll be interesting to know why. I mean, you're in Delhi, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the arrangements were made by the Delhi government in parts of Delhi. The beautification, they took a lot of credit.
A lot of it was done by the Lieutenant Governor as well.
No, but both, right? There were areas, I know in my constituency, for example, in Greater Kailash, you had Saurabh Bhardwaj actually putting out videos of parks that were being decorated, G20 symbols, hoardings that had been put up by the Delhi government. So you would expect in the normal course the Delhi Chief Minister to be there, because in a small way, this is, he is part of the host committee.
He should have been there. I can't think of a good reason why he wasn't there. He really ought to have been there. We'll check with Mr. Kejriwal why he wasn't there and if there's a good reason. So far, we've got sources in government indicating that he wasn't there.
He and the LG, of course, have a fractious relationship, so putting them on the same table would not be a good idea in any case. But either way, I think this was an occasion where they could have
bad recently. I mean,
well, it will never
really
get. There's too many scars in that relationship. But the images we are showing, Rishi Sunak one side, Joe Biden on the other. The Saudi prince is the only one who hasn't come. Am I correct so far? Out of the expected.
I don't think he's. I mean, we'll check. He didn't come for the dinner either. He's also the Prince of Arabia. Now, how hard are you going to push him? So let's see if he does come. Because if everybody comes so slowly with so much of a gap between each leader coming in, Prime Minister Modi, who's a stickler for time, will find it difficult to be able to manage time.
Because I think it was 9:20 that the hymns and the prayers were supposed to start, and then they have a tree planting around 10:10 to 10:30. So if you're working according to time, you're slightly delayed, which is possible in a mega event like this. But presumably they also have to write on the wall. They're going to put out a message.
There's a peace wall.
There's a peace wall that's been set up.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's a very avid aviator himself, seems to have had an opportunity to get into Air Force One. So he's saying one more item on my bucket list ticked, the Air Force One, as I wait to see off the POTUS. VK Singh welcomed him. Rajiv Chandrasekhar seeing him off. He says fanboy aviator. And here is Prime Minister Modi walking the American president and the other invited guests around. They've all taken their shoes off in deference and respect to Mahatma Gandhi, or at least most of them have. Some have these slip-ons on. But they're all walking around. And President Biden leading the way, getting a personal tour and an explanation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, you can also pick up the kind of chemistry that exists amongst various leaders, who talks to who's walking alone. It's always interesting to pick up those little snatches.
So they go to the peace, the wall of peace that has been created specifically for their. That's the hymns and prayers.
All of them with their khadi scarves, led by the Prime Minister, walking towards.
And the Prime Minister talks the most to Joe Biden, at least in the images that we see, always keeping him right by his side. And it also signifies, these little things signify the deepening strategic ties between India and the United States and the level of emphasis both countries play on the relationship that they have with each other. Donald Trump was the last American president who was there in February 2020. He and his wife Melania had come. At that time, Trump had written in the visitor's book, "The American people stand strongly with a sovereign and wonderful India, the vision of the great Mahatma Gandhi. This is a tremendous honor." Before him, Barack Obama was here. And I have Barack Obama's notes. He says, what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said then remains true today. The spirit of Gandhi is very much alive in India, and it remains a great gift to the world. May we always live in the spirit of love and peace among all people and nations.
Can we just say what a fabulous image this is? As Rajdeep just said, in a world steeped in war and conflict, the Indian leader leading the most powerful leaders of the rest of the world, and in a way, Shiv, Mahatma. Amazing.
And in a way, Shiv, it provides a ray of hope in the divided world. This sense of calm, serenity. It's a chaotic world out there, lots of disruptions. It's a world which is rapidly changing. And you look for those few symbols that represent a sense of hope.
Yes.
And dare I say, stability. And the Mahatma provides that enduring sense of hope. That true. Every time you go to Rajghat, you feel the peace like you do in Sabarmati. And having the world leaders coming at Rajghat is, to my mind, the ideal way before the grand finale.
Very true.
Presumably the negotiations were hard, fractious. You have a war still going on in Ukraine. But just having all the leaders here together does make a huge difference. Purely the symbolism of the moment. And I think that's the ideal way, in a way, to send a message to the world from India. So if you're talking of Vasudev Kutumbakam, who better than Mahatma to represent that? And I hope some of our MPs, who unfortunately in the last few years have made rather critical comments about Mahatma, which are extremely unfortunate.
True.
Are watching and recognize that Gandhi is above your factional
politics. I agree with you, Rajdeep. An eternal symbol, probably the most enduring, symbol of such great depth. Let's just listen in to the bhajan. This was, of course, Gandhiji's favorite bhajan, Vaishnav Jan. So let's listen to it for a little bit as the leaders sing.
Your Highnesses and Excellencies, thank you for joining us for this special occasion at Rajghat. I will now request the leaders to kindly step forward and adjust the country ribbons on the wreaths, please. We shall now have a moment's silence, please. Thank you, Excellencies.
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन
If there is one devotional song which was popularized by Mahatma Gandhi, it is Raghupati Raghav Rajaram. And what Gandhi did with it is quite remarkable because he added Ishwar and Allah and thereby in a way secularized the song, made it about reconciliation, made it about harmony. So it was the traditional Ram Dhun which many believe was either written by Tulsidas or was written by Ramdas, the Marathi saint poet. But the manner in which Gandhi adapted it to a new age, he made it devotional but made it inclusive. You know, it was a hymn which if you went apparently to Gandhi's prayer meetings, you would have Hindus and Muslims who would come to those prayer meetings because he added Ishwar and Allah. I mean, this was the genius of the man, that you took the traditional Ram Dhun and it was with the devotional fervor and you adapted it to what he thought was the challenge of the times, bringing Hindus and Muslims together in that fight against freedom. So I think that message perhaps can only go to the world leaders. This is a moment to reconcile differences and come together. So Raghupati Raghav Rajaram is, you know, classic Gandhi spirit and philosophy encapsulated in that song.
I don't think these images are going to evaporate anytime soon. All of those world leaders in perhaps the most peaceful site in the country is something that's going to be emblazoned on people's minds. It is only the part one of the symbolism that we're going to see today. I'm told that in a short while from now, we might get images from British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's Akshardham visit as well. So we're awaiting that. The tree planting is going to happen next round.
Is that it wasn't a washout.
Yeah.
You know, that's the good thing.
The rain let up for a while.
It's not.
The rain stayed away.
Yeah.
You know, you had
at the right moment.
You had rain right through the night, but almost decided that, okay, we've opened up, but we're going to sort of give you that bracing feeling as you enter.
You couldn't ask for better weather than this. You couldn't ask for better weather than this.
You know, everyone picks one place to go to.
Yeah.
They toyed with the idea. I spoke to some officials in government and they were toying with the idea of going somewhere nearby because that's typically part of what happens. But they chose in the end to go to Rajghat. Very solemn, very meaningful. And the government and the Prime Minister sending that message that this is where we want to be. Remember, in the Delhi declaration are written the Prime Minister's imprint, this is not an era of war. I think that comes through strongest. There's a very deep layer of symbolism at play here that comes through strongest with these images from the Rajghat. I don't think we've ever seen anything like these. So many world leaders lined up around the Rajghat as they remember the life and learnings of Mahatma Gandhi.
Absolutely. And I mentioned it a little while ago. There have unfortunately in recent times been a few discordant noises about Gandhi within even politicians, within members of parliament. I hope that they are all watching this and recognize that Gandhi is a true symbol of reconciliation, hope, harmony.
Each time you see these 19 leaders, the EU, and then of course the African Union, Prime Minister Modi and the American President are together, just side by side. This doesn't just happen casually. This is a message to the one man who's not at Rajghat, who should have been Xi Jinping. This is a message. And interestingly, Rishi Sunak is right there as well. Very naturally gravitating as Prime Minister of Britain, natural allies, strategic partners. But the Indian Prime Minister, and even Joe Biden, he could have, he'd get along with someone like a Trudeau as well, or several of the other leaders who are there, but he's sticking to the host.
And look at the symbolism of Rishi Sunak being there. You've got a British Prime Minister coming to pay homage to the man who, in a way, deserves a fair credit along with many others.
Also India's most famous expat.
For dismantling the British Empire. And now you've got a Prime Minister of Indian origin coming to pay homage to the man whose country jailed Mahatma Gandhi for years. This is how history has come a full circle in a way, and Rishi Sunak is coming here to pay homage. There's been a huge dispute over the years. Should the British apologize for Jallianwala Bagh? Should they be there and going there on the side when the king or the queen come? Should they go to Jallianwala Bagh and say sorry for what happened? Yeah. And I believe that this should be part of the process. They should be going and saying sorry and apologizing for Jallianwala Bagh, and having Rishi Sunak there paying homage to Mahatma is part of this process of healing and reconciliation.
Interestingly, President Biden has some slip-ons on. Rishi Sunak is nange paon, so some of them preferring to ensure their feet don't get wet. Rishi Sunak soaking it all in.
Fantastic.
And very nice how the Prime Minister, these little gestures, really carry this event. The Prime Minister holding an elder US President's hand, because obviously the ground is wet. I don't know if the cameras caught all of it, but it was a very touching little moment. And I think it's these little things that really, people will take away from what is clearly such a symbolic event. Are the leaders going to be assembling somewhere now, Rahul, to listen to the bhajans a little bit more, or are they going to be heading straight now?
No, I thought they had to write a message on the peace wall as per the schedule, and then they would go.
We've got the first images
for the
of
tree
Rishi
planting.
Sunak.
We've got some images of Rishi Sunak at the Akshardham temple this morning. Let's see if we can have those out.
First images from the Akshardham temple.
Oh, he didn't wear a kurta pajama. I don't know why I was thinking maybe he'll wear a kurta pajama and go in the morning. There he is at the Akshardham temple in the inner sanctorum.
This is inside the Akshardham temple in Delhi, where Rishi Sunak and his wife Akshata Murty were there early this morning. So this was before the Rajghat event itself. That's the both of them there.
Also given the fact that he had to come straight to Rajghat, it makes sense. I mean, it's complicated to then be changing, but some lovely images here with the sadhus at the Akshardham temple. The Baps runs this and runs it in a very elegant fashion.
The Swaminarayan sect, which runs it, and over the years has sort of, that will be another image that will play out in all newspapers tomorrow, not just in this country, but importantly in Britain. I think what we are seeing is the growing influence of India within Britain. They're all conscious of their domestic constituencies, whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak in particular will be conscious of the fact he's got an election in 12 months. And, those images will play out. And it shows that Rishi Sunak has always worn his sense of Hinduness on his sleeve. He's made it very clear he derives a lot of hope from his faith in religion. He's deeply religious. He says he wanted to celebrate Janmashtami. He celebrated Raksha Bandhan. He has sisters and celebrated Raksha Bandhan and was upset that he couldn't celebrate Janmashtami. He opens up 10 Downing Street to Diwali in all likelihood in a couple of months. And I think it's wonderful that you have a leader who is unapologetic about his religious identity, but at the same time is conscious that of reaching out across communities. That's the way it should be. Ideally, you don't wear your religion in the public realm, but as a private citizen, you have every right to hold your religious identity strongly. He's come to India and made it very clear he wanted to go to a mandir on day one itself.
The Akshardham temple has 20,000 statues of various personalities, spiritual personalities from the Hindu faith. The mandir goes up 141 feet into the sky, and it seems to have a Guinness record as the world's largest comprehensive Hindu temple. Inaugurated in November 2005, the mandir was built in just 5 years by the Bachoswani Shri Akshar Purushottam Swaminarayan Sanstha or BAPS, and they had this massive event in Ahmedabad where the Prime Minister went as well. So many private jets activated for that month-long, just soon after the Gujarat elections.
Huge. The Swaminarayan sect is huge in its impact and influence, not just in Gujarat but beyond. And they have a lot of VVIPs coming there virtually every week. And I think Akshardham has only grown in that sense in influence. I remember the original Akshardham temple being in Ahmedabad and covering a rather tragic event that took place in 2002 when there was a terror attack at the temple there. They emerged stronger out of that and then came to Delhi in 2005. And it's a huge complex now on the banks of the Yamuna there. So more and more world leaders as part of their Delhi sort of visiting, and I think that's the genius of Delhi, that if you could go to Akshardham and go to a Humayun's tomb, in a way you see Purani Delhi and you see also this new Delhi which is emerging, which is again part of being inclusive in the Indian context. But those are the images that will play out. And
they just put out a press release also. The temples just put out a press release. They say His Holiness, which is the head priest of the Akshardham, has extended his personal wishes and prayers for Mr. Sunak and the other delegates. He wrote, "In the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we pray for you and all the attendees. May the summit be a resounding success in collectively helping the world towards peace." He was accorded a traditional warm welcome in the Hindu manner, symbolizing goodwill and friendship, says the press release. During his visit, the British Prime Minister was given an overview of Swaminarayan Akshardham, a 100-acre spiritual and cultural complex, the ancient architecture of India, and promotes the timeless Hindu spiritual messages of faith, devotion and harmony. Sharing his impressions of his visit, the Prime Minister of the UK said, "My wife and I were delighted to visit the Swaminarayan Akshardham for darshan and puja this morning. We were amazed and awed by the beauty of this temple and its universal message of peace, harmony and becoming a better human being. This is not only a place of worship, but a landmark that also portrays India's values, cultures and contributions to the world. We see today in Britain these very same values and culture through the positive contributions the British community makes to our country." He continues, I'm quoting what the British Prime Minister has said. He says, "I was honored to have received the blessings of His Holiness Mahant Swami Maharaj conveyed to me this morning, and I understand that His Holiness is inaugurating another beautiful Swaminarayan Akshardham temple in Robbinsville in the United States very soon. I would like to send my very best wishes to His Holiness." So that's the statement just out from the British Prime Minister as he visited the Akshardham temple. Looks like they had a very, very nice time.
No, I don't think any other leader has been on such a whistle-stop tour of Delhi as
But he knows exactly where to go. So he's got
gone
things
to
he wants to do, places he wants to go.
And he's got a very, very good High Commissioner in Alex Ellis. Alex Ellis has embraced India like few other diplomats in recent times.
He's been going and watching Bollywood films also.
He's been watching Bollywood films. He will ring you up and say, which are the films that I should watch? He watched Sholay, which he said he loved. And then sort of did a karaoke on Ye Dosti Hum Nahi Todege, which also broke the internet. He loves cricket. and intends to go to watch all the World Cup games, he says, not just where England is playing, but also he hopes for an England-India final. He says an England-India final at Ahmedabad, Narendra Modi Stadium. And by the way, Rishi Sunak also loves his cricket. You go to Narayan Murthy's office and there's a picture of Rishi Sunak playing a forward defensive shot. So Rishi Sunak got the entire England team to come before the Ashes series to 10 Downing Street. They played a bit of cricket apparently in the garden behind. So cricket is the other great unifier, as is religion in the case of Rishi Sunak. So lots of the bridge building between India and the UK is quite amazing in recent times, given the fact of all that happened, the depredations during the British Empire. The manner in which Britain ruthlessly took over the riches of India deserves a full apology from the from the British. Jallianwala Bagh deserves an apology. Some would say it deserves reparation also. But that aside, I think it's great to see how much the world has changed for the better. To see a British Prime Minister talk about Akshardham in the language that we just heard from Rishi Sunak, and indeed the fact that we have a Prime Minister of Indian origin today in Britain is a symbol of this changing world, Rahul.
Can we also just see what's happening at Rajghat for a moment? These are images from the Akshardham temple. They went into the Garbhagriha. Akshardham, of course, meaning the divine abode of God. Now one of Delhi's most popular attractions. I think it's very symbolic that they chose to go to Rajghat all together, and then when you want to privately do something, you can go to the Humayun's tomb, you can go to Akshardham if you'd like, but when all of them are together and as part of a visual program, that's the gentleman we were speaking to, Jyotendra. He's in charge of the temple complex, joining us. We've got Raji Dogra with us as well. Good morning, great to have you back. I see your enthusiasm as high as those of the participants. Back again after a late evening. Welcome. What are you making of these images from the Akshardham?
When you're sitting with three handsome anchors, your enthusiasm goes up. But the images that are coming out, just now there is Rishi Sunak. He goes to Swaminarayan Temple in London regularly, which is a replica almost of Akshardham, or the other way around. And this is remarkable in an age where one of the British Prime Ministers, Cameron, he had declared in a conference in Munich that multiculturalism in Britain is dead. That means their experiment with assimilation of other people, other religions, had gone wrong. Now, these images, and especially when he proudly says, I am a Hindu, not a rigid one, but I am a Hindu, I practice my religion, shows that there is hope. And that message is also being conveyed by all of them, including the President of Indonesia, Nigeria, who have different faiths.
Without imposing your religion on anyone else of a different faith in the performance of public duties. I think that's the significance. You can proudly wear your religious identity on your sleeve, but you do not impose it on anyone else or use it in your public duties. This is his private space in a way. He's not, doing it in his public space. And I think, I'm sure Rishi Sunak will also have a Christmas party at 10 Downing Street, as he will have Diwali. And I think that is true multiculturalism, which, as you rightly said, Mr. Dogra, Britain has been wrestling with. But perhaps in the rise of Rishi Sunak, you can sense that Britain is slowly coming to terms with it.
Gaurav Sawant is with us. Take us through your sense of the symbolism of Rishi Sunak being at the Akshardham temple. It's rained just a little bit. It hasn't rained too much. It's not rained so much that it derails your plans. It's rained just a little bit, and in my view, it makes Delhi even prettier when it's just a little bit of rain, not too much that impacts your infrastructure.
That was also arranged by Ministry of External Affairs.
Itna bhi nahi, sir. Ministry of External Affairs. Okay, I know you guys are on a roll, and you did spectacularly well. Most certainly, no doubt about that. But let the ME and the IFS not get carried away. You definitely didn't arrange the rain, but you did thanks to your young bride officers and the entire team, helped bring the Delhi Declaration together, which is far more significant.
There was a nice picture that Amitabh Kant put out today with
his team.
Nag Naidu and Inam Gambhir, the two people who were...
One speaking Russian, the other Chinese.
200 hours on just the Ukraine issue. Amazing.
No, I think the backroom staff of India's foreign service deserves a huge, a huge degree of applause for the work they put in. This hasn't just been a one-day match. What we are seeing is the culmination. They started this, October, November last year. Bali was November last year. And to take it over, do 220 events across 60 cities. Okay. You involve, IAS officers, IFS officers. I mean, Amitabh Kant is an IAS officer, and he had a team of a mix of IFS and IAS.
Since Mr. Dogra is in the mood to do a bit of Rara MEA, I'm going to invite Harsh Shringla, the chief coordinator of the G20. He'll be joining us in a short while from now, so we'll have him there, former foreign secretary, chief coordinator, worked very closely in bringing this whole program together. So we'll do a bit
I just wanted to quickly, before we bring in Harsh Shringla, the chief coordinator, I need to do this because this is important, because the number of messages we're all getting about the number of people who are viewing us. We've just done a quick calculation, not to boast, but we are currently at 26 times. India Today's viewership currently is 26 times all of the other channels' viewership combined. Wow. 26 times. All of the other
And she was saying he didn't want to boast. So
that's important to us because that's made by our viewers. That's important. Just wanted to say that.
That's quite amazing. Thank you for your faith, your trust, your time, waking up early in the morning, staying with us through the evening. It means the world to the entire team at the India Today Group. And it's your messages, your love, your affection that keeps us going. In fact, got us out of bed early this morning. Without that, we'd be sitting and just sipping our coffee at home. So thank you. It really does mean a lot. And it is indeed a big moment for India, a big moment for India today. And a big moment for Bharat as well. So we're working on this. Skand Dayal joins us, former diplomat, expert on Chinese studies. Mr. Dayal, what are you making of the reactions we are getting from Xinhua, from Global Times, and the manner in which China is decoding India's coming of age at the global stage in the modern world?
At least on the channels, if you see Al Jazeera or you see Channel News Asia, or the G20 coverage has been very good and positive. And China, of course, has its own view. But as Foreign Minister Jaishankar also acknowledged in his briefing yesterday, that yes, there were misgivings, there were apprehensions, there were fears that China may act as a spoiler, as the NSA of United States had also was fearing. But that has not happened. I think that is very positive. And this will be, I would say that in India, China, even bilateral relations or equations or dialogue or negotiations, this will be taken as a kind of a positive. That China did not play the role of a spoiler. And China, ultimately, the Ukraine formulation would really be vetoed or not vetoed by Russia. And China would sort of support Russia. But can
I present a counter to that? The fact that Xi Jinping didn't come to Delhi now makes it very difficult for Prime Minister Modi to go to Beijing. If nothing changes, Depsang, Demchok remain the way they are. Can the Prime Minister go to Beijing? So what happens next? They didn't play the role of spoiler, but that's just the bare minimum expectation. But it does suggest that at the highest levels, an acknowledgement that things between India and China are really amiss at this moment.
No doubt about that. See, in any multilateral gathering, the really interaction for a host is at two levels. One is at the bilateral, and bilateral issues come to the fore. And one are the multilateral, whichever organization, whether it is BRICS or SCO, it has its own agenda, its own priorities, its own ambitions, goals, objectives. Xi Jinping's not coming here clearly showed that India-China relations are frozen and nothing was expected to move forward. So he rightly decided that let us not raise expectations. And we saw very clearly Johannesburg, very brief interaction in the BRICS, but then both sides saying who called the meeting first and all that. So the relations are not normal. It's very clearly, publicly, repeatedly or acknowledged by our foreign minister. But the other part is the multilateral part. And there, G20, after all, China is the second largest economy in the world. G20's main purpose is financial, economic progress, development. And those
But there is a pushback, Rajiv Dogra, against China on the issue, for example, of that corridor, India, Mid East, Europe corridor. All of this is in some senses pushing back against the Belt and Road Initiative that Beijing's been pushing so aggressively for so long.
Well, there's no doubt that China must be doing a rethink on this entire episode.
Why do you think they're rethinking?
Because the international opinion had turned against Xi not coming here. That is one of the reasons why they have given in to
But
the
maybe
extent
they thought it through and they don't care and there's no need to rethink from their perspective.
No, I don't think they would be so blasé about it. The fact is that even China cannot take on the world. It can take on America. It can make American ministers come there and bow down to them.
But maybe their calculation is they want to build up BRICS, expand the BRICS, make their own G20 kind of G7 alliance. It's like, this is our own, this is our party. This is what we will build. Now, we can't really do much business with the US.
Rahul, I have been associated with BRICS from its beginning. And all I can say that despite it becoming 11, it is still BRICS. The mortar is missing. So that's a long way off. But coming back to China, I think first there were conspiracy theories that he stayed away because he was scolded by the party elders at the annual meeting. That has been demolished now. Then there was this theory that he wanted to send a message that without China you can't move ahead. That again has proved wrong because they have now come down and gone with the agreement.
No, but has China conceded in the agreement or has the Western world? The general media commentary is the Western world is the one which has compromised to ensure that a Delhi declaration came through.
That's the Guardian's view of today.
That's by and large the world view at the moment. Europe and America have conceded far more than the Chinese and the Russians.
But I don't think that is correct. That's a knee-jerk reaction by some correspondents who are generally biased. In fact, I've tweeted about it, that some of them are malicious. The Guardian, in fact, the entire report.
How is it? They've gone against the European view on Ukraine, and the American view is not represented in the Delhi Declaration. It's much closer to the view expressed by the global South in a way, that you can't single out Russia in the way the Western world has done.
Well, firstly, you can't have the sky and the earth all in your pocket. You have to concede somewhere in the international negotiations. And the wisdom was that without naming Russia, if you talked about the nuclear issue, if you talked about the territorial aggression, then you don't have to put a stamp of Russia on the document. So I think
So what have the Chinese conceded?
Chinese have conceded, from the general impression that they were the spoilers, they were the roadblocks on every part of the document. Today, they have gone along with the entire document. So either don't get it advertised that you are the villain of the piece, and then you fall flat on your face. So, which is exactly what is happening.
Their argument is that we never projected ourselves as the villain. The Americans said the Chinese should not obstruct. The statement came from the Americans. The Chinese will turn around today and say that, look, we are actually, and Rahul has a point, many believe that the Chinese actually want global leadership through organizations like BRICS, which they can control far more than the G20. They will invest much more in the years ahead, possibly, in building BRICS than in building G20 or G21.
As I said, the mortar is missing, and that's the essential part for any BRICS. But the other thing is, China may want anything. There is also a counter move by USA and like-minded countries to strengthen organizations like World Bank and so on, so that there is more representation of countries like India and other developing world. Sure. So China is not the only one who's setting the rules of the world. Okay. There are well-established rules of the world post-1945.
We have some more images of Rishi Sunak at the Akshardham temple as they are going around looking at different parts. This happened earlier this morning, and as I told our viewers, we will have Harsh Shringla, one of the heroes of India's G20 team, the chief coordinator, former foreign secretary. He'll be joining us in a few minutes from now. They're just setting up for that. But these are images from the Akshardham temple, Akshata Murty, and you've got Rishi Sunak there walking around, even though it's raining, they're nange pao.
That's a lovely image again. Husband and wife with an umbrella. It's a good classic Indian image that will again go viral, I'm sure, across the world.
I'm wondering what they're making of all of this in Britain. You know, in India, all of this is smashing the internet. No doubt about it.
No, I think every time you go to London, you see India as the flavor of the season. Go anywhere in England, and it is across new industries. You go to bank. I was at the India-Australia Test match in London. And a friend of mine, British friend, took me to one of the boxes where all the private equity guys and the bankers are sitting. Over half the people sitting were top Indian bankers living in Britain in top positions in different commercial organizations, corporate organizations in Britain. India is the flavor of the season. We've earned our right in a way to have a sense of Indians being a major influence on what's happening in that country. And therefore, I think people in England will buy these pictures. This is great for any major English newspaper tomorrow to have as a front page picture, across.
But what does White Britain think of this?
I think, look, all polls seem to suggest that's not a factor at all at the moment in any English poll. It is the state of the economy. If Rishi Sunak can get Britain back on track...
But he doesn't have enough time to do that.
He's got 12 months. He's got 12 months to get it back on track. If he can get it back on track, he's got every chance. But I don't think his Indian origins are an issue at all in any election in England. In fact, if anything, because multiculturalism is becoming increasingly the flavor of the season, you're seeing a pushback even among the Brexiteers. If you look at Boris Johnson sort of rode on the power of Brexit. Rishi Sunak supported of Boris Johnson on Brexit, but you're seeing now he too is nuancing his position. Then you're seeing the Brexiteers finding themselves in a more difficult position and dare I say, a new Britain. And these images, Rahul, are wonderful. They will not just break the net. I think they will be seen as symbols of social inclusion in Britain as well.
But it speaks about Indian politics as well. Can we have somebody so different from the majority becoming Prime Minister of India? Would that be welcome? So I think there are questions there as well.
Rahul, what are you hinting at?
No, I'm just saying it's tough.
Mrs. Gandhi was once almost at the verge of becoming the Prime Minister.
But there would have been a pushback. I mean, this is not the time to get into that. But if she had chosen to be Prime Minister, there would have been a strong pushback.
No, there was. I mean, let's be honest. Sonia Gandhi's foreign origins was a major issue in that 2004 election and the build-up. I don't think Rishi Sunak's Indian origins at any stage were a major issue. There may have been a section of conservative backbenchers and a group of people, more extreme views who would have... But the majority of people in Britain, whatever their opposition was, had nothing to do with the color of Rishi Sunak's skin. What I really think his message is, as I said earlier, that he will have these images here, he'll go back, he will celebrate Christmas. And there will be images of Rishi Sunak celebrating Christmas with the same fervor that he celebrates possibly Diwali. And I think that will be a message that goes out, that if you're a Prime Minister of a multicultural new Britain, then you sort of embrace festivals of the majority community there, as well as, Hindus and even, I'm sure he will even possibly be there at an Eid gathering in Britain. That's the new Britain. And the reality of that country at the moment. In India, on the other hand, that politics is changing. That was the old style politics where Indira Gandhi would make sure that she was seen in a temple and in a mosque and in a church. Under Narendra Modi, that has changed.
But these are personal choices.
These are personal choices as long as they don't interfere in your public functions. I think in your public functions, you've got to be clear. You've got to treat every citizen with equality. And I'm sure that message will be Rishi Sunak's message. He's worn his Hinduness on his sleeve from the day he arrived. His first statement was that he wanted to visit a temple. And there he is in Akshardham.
But the thing which will test him is his ability to get the economy back on rails.
That's
a tough one because time is against him. The second thing is, as Rajdeep very correctly said, the feeling that we rushed into Brexit without thinking of the consequences, that is increasing in Britain.
Yeah.
Because it is pinching the ordinary man. The price rise, the lack of jobs, the lack of export possibilities, because EU was its greatest market.
Absolutely. And in that sense, Boris Johnson is almost history now. Struggling both at the personal and political level. And that's how politics changes. I mean, 2 years ago, he was the flavor of the season. Then COVID happens. He struggles with it.
There is a potent message there. It takes a man of Indian origin to try and fix the mess in the British economy.
That's right. Because remember, between Johnson and Rishi Sunak, there was Liz Truss. And she was there barely for a couple of months and it was a disaster.
Yeah.
And suddenly,
whether it's the top companies in America, the likes of Google, so many American companies, Adobe, they're all being run, IBM, by people of Indian origin, Microsoft, Satya Nadella.
With the World Bank.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, India is in that sense, it's a sweet spot that we are in. The years that we've invested in, Indian students going to Britain, going to the US, many of them staying back, getting all these top quality jobs, building their professional careers. Raul, on a personal note, I went and studied in England in the 1980s. It was a very different Britain. Thatcherite Britain, you genuinely felt a sense of being excluded. Yes. For all that you were in a top university of England, but you felt excluded. Yeah. Today you feel completely part of the landscape, which is wonderful. Yes. And I'm so happy to see Rishi Sunak in that position. It gives you a sense of pride. When you're sitting in a box surrounded by, a cricket match, surrounded by Englishmen, and they all talk about Rishi Sunak, you feel somewhere a sense of, wow. It's a bit of a wow moment for us.
On a slightly different but connected note, since you're talking of cricket match, will we have a cricket match today?
Oh, it's not raining.
No, it's not raining. You see, they've moved the venue. You see, India is also the power, the superpower of cricket. Guess what they've done? In the Asia Cup, the only match that now has a reserve day is India versus Pakistan. Some of the other countries are saying, what happened to us? Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are saying, if our match gets rained out, we don't get an extra day. But India, Pakistan gets it. I think it's unfair.
It'll be a perfect,
I think it's hugely unfair.
It'll be a perfect weekend if after this big Delhi declaration, we can get one over Pakistan. And that would be very nice. So
I've just started, this is get me into trouble. I've started not me, but a friend of mine from Pakistan is a former under-19 captain of the Pakistan cricket team. He started a WhatsApp group of Indian and Pakistani cricket fans. So since morning, it's been buzzing with who's going to win the match. And actually, for the first time, after a long time, Pakistan probably goes into a cricket match as equal favourites, if not slightly ahead. They've got a much better fast bowling attack, a more settled side, ironically, than India. India's a lot of our players coming back from injuries. We're all hoping it'll change. So they're hoping that it'll be an India-Pakistan final in Ahmedabad. On November 19, India-Pakistan World Cup final. Think about it. You've got one match on the 15th of October. Imagine if you get another one. It'll be bonanza. Narendra Modi Stadium, Prime Minister of India watching India versus Pakistan, Amit Shah ji next to him, Jai Shah there, and you've got India versus Pakistan, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Babar Azam on one side and Virat and Rohit Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah on the other. So there's a lot of excitement over the next couple of months. Yeah. The next big excitement after this is going to be India-Pakistan.
Let's just keep the excitement a bit low. Our team's looking a bit unsettled at this moment. Hopefully they'll get it all together. And
tempering expectations.
Yeah, the G20 team Bharat looking more settled than Rohit Sharma's
team. The good news is that we are playing good hosts. We played terrific hosts to G20 and the last 3 World Cups have been won by the host country. So, fourth time lucky. We won 2011, Australia 2015, 2019 was England. It's our turn.
But it takes a special player. Kapil Dev in 83, Modi 2023. When you want to make a big impact, Dhoni in the last World Cup. When you want to make a big impact in the global stage, it takes a big player. But that's where, if for example, you heard what Amitabh Kant said when we were interviewing him yesterday. He said that at 4 a.m. I sent to all my Sherpas the message that this is the declaration, this is what my leader wants, and if you don't agree with it, get your leader to speak to mine. Amitabh Kant is a bit flamboyant and bombastic when he speaks, but there's also fact and rationale to that, because he says when he woke up at 7, just imagine he slept at 4, woke up at 7. When he woke up at 7, there was no reply. I mean, the others could just as well been sleeping in the morning, but there was no reply to him, and the Delhi declaration went through.
But
so it takes a big match player, Rajdeep, to win a big World Cup.
But
If
you've
this
got-
is like the
we've
G20
had-
World
look,
Cup, it's India shining.
But we've had Chandrayaan, which took us to the moon. And then we've had G20, which Hardeep Puri told you has taken us, over the moon. And now you need the World Cup in November. It'll be the perfect hat-trick. You'll have 3 events where India is shining brightly.
Bharat is shining.
Where Bharat, India is shining. We can debate that endlessly.
Right now, the person who's shining the most probably is Mr. Sunak and his wife, because every few minutes there's a new load of photographs that's dropping.
Who's putting out these photos?
And
their social media game is
obviously
spot
they
on.
dropped immediately after all the leaders left from the Rajghat, Rahul, because otherwise, TV studios would have been in a bit of a dilemma to split their screens. But what we're showing you now are both things, obviously, because they're important to our viewers. What happened at the Rajghat just a short while ago, and the pictures that are coming in from the Akshardham. Remember, the visit by Rishi Sunak and his wife Akshata happened earlier this morning, quite early, in fact, before everything else happened. They were there. So all these lovely photographs, I think about 40, 50 photographs have already landed. You're seeing them, of course, first here on India Today. And you're right, Rajdeep, social media team, as always, on the front foot.
No, and they're scoring a lot of couple goals as well, just these perfect images of Akshata helping Rishi with the tie, these images of Rishi holding the umbrella when it's raining outside, right outside that stunning backdrop of the Akshardham temple. So they really have been winning hearts.
Are these pictures coming from the Akshardham?
So a bit of both.
Mandir, or are they coming from the British High Commission?
The spokesperson of the Akshardham temple sent me a lot of photos. Some of these photos are from the British High Commission and Rishi Sunak's team. So it's a mix of both. Everyone was shooting. I mean, this is the social age. Everyone's shooting. Everyone's got their phones out and everyone's sending a blast of pictures, and all of them, Rishi Sunak scoring.
That's right.
As is Akshata Murty.
And Joe Biden presumably is on his way out to Vietnam.
Yes.
So and there's just one final session left. So yesterday was a lot of the meat of the session in terms of the negotiations. Do they relax once it's done? Now that the declaration is out there, final session, is it more a celebratory mood, a mood of quiet satisfaction for the bureau, for the diplomats and the main principals?
Absolutely, you got it spot on. People are so tense till
the
4 o'clock
declaration
in the morning or whatever, including the leadership, because they have some stakes. Biden would be worried about headlines back home. As Rahul said, that there's been some criticism that West has conceded too much, Russia didn't get named, and so on. So these are the nuances that they look out for, whether they've done the right thing, whether they'll get a few more votes in Biden's case. So they are relaxed once the declaration is through. Now there's nothing but to be in casual clothes for the rest of the day. The other thing which struck me was this gathering at Rajghat. I think that's a very rare occasion. I mean, you may have you always have the leader coming to Delhi, going to Rajghat. You may have had a couple of more, but to have nearly 30 leaders of the world and also of the financial institutions collectively together, at least for that moment, they must have had a pause in their mind that maybe let's give peace a chance. Let's give humanity a chance. Whether that stays with them.
No, but it's
after they leave
deeply
Delhi.
thought through and symbolic at so many levels. The declaration has the lines right at the end of the paragraphs on geopolitics, which has the Prime Minister's imprint that this is not the era of war. And just the next morning, they're at the Rajghat. Mahatma Gandhi's life epitomizes the fight against violence, symbolizes the values of non-violence. And there is a very powerful message. Just imagine in the international media when this image comes out, all of them lining up. I mean, it's the kind of image which you simply can't avoid.
Has that ever happened before, Ambassador? Do you recall NAM, Non-Aligned Movement, was the last really huge gathering, more than 100 countries here. Did they all go together to Rajghat? I haven't seen a picture ever before like that. So I'm just wondering whether that ever happened. Is this the first time you would have had so many leaders on one day at Rajghat? Possibly?
NAM 1983, you're very right, had 101 heads of states.
But did they all go together to Rajghat?
No. They went singly, out of choice, and so on.
So this would be unique. What we've seen today, this morning, is a unique moment.
Also, there's no comparison between the national comprehensive power of the NAM countries with those represented by the G20. There is absolutely no comparison. Okay, Here it is, time for a big India Today exclusive. I want to go across now, live at this moment, to one of the key architects of this G20. Joining us now, live and exclusive on India Today, the chief coordinator of India's G20, a man who has a content look on his face this morning. I don't know how much sleep Harsh Singla has had over the last several days, but Mr. Singla, congratulations on a job well done. Were you anxious? Were you nervous in the last few hours? No ended, no consensus heading towards the Leaders Summit, no consensus yet. Give our viewers a sense of all that was happening behind the scenes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. And I must say that we had absolutely no doubts about the ultimate conclusions that our summit would reach, for the simple reason that our planning and preparation started well in advance. And given the efforts by our team and the stature of the country and the Prime Minister's own stature, that we would have an outcome document that would reflect the solutions that are necessary to meet the global challenges of the day.
I'm very curious to know what happens to the G20. Now that you've got the African Union on board, does the G20 become the G21? Does it stay the G20? How does this work?
Well, I think that is a decision for another day. But certainly, I think we are very, very happy that Africa could have a rightful representation in one of the most important global forums. And we do believe that international governance bodies across the board need to reflect the realities of the 21st century. And Africa, as an extremely important continent with 54 countries, tremendous potential for the future, has to have its due recognition. This is also in keeping with our desire to reflect the concerns and aspirations of the Global South. As you know, the Prime Minister engaged the countries of the Global South in the Voice of Global South Summit before we took over the presidency. And our efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world. And the African Union is an important part of that.
Rajdeep has a question for you. Rajdeep.
Mr. Singla, first of all, congratulations. You and your team have had a remarkable summit, almost flawless in execution. If I were to ask you, Mr. Singla, for your biggest takeaway, at the end, what for you has been the biggest point of satisfaction? Is it that declaration? Is it the African Union joining in? Is it just putting it all together at the right place at the right time? What gives you a sense of greatest satisfaction today?
I would say all of the above, for the simple reason that our presidency has to be looked at as a comprehensive whole, a comprehensive effort. It is not only a whole of government effort, but whole of nation effort. And the consequences and I would say results of our presidency really has to be looked at comprehensively and in a manner that encompasses all of these efforts. So whether it is the seamless organization of G20 process culminating in the summit, whether it is the induction of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, whether it is the achievement of having an outcome declaration in the first day of the summit itself in such a polarized, group like the G20, polarized from a geopolitical perspective, I think has been nothing short of extraordinary.
So what was that turning point? As you said, it was a polarized world. What was the turning point? What clinched it? Rahul was interviewing Amitabh Kant yesterday, and he said 4 a.m. in the morning, he sent a message to all the Sherpas saying that, if you have any problems with the declaration, please ask your leaders to speak to the Prime Minister. Was there any prime ministerial intervention that made the difference? What was it that changed it to make sure that you had a comprehensive agreement?
Well, just to give a very brief background, obviously, in today's world, the polarizations that exist also cut across the G20. But India as a country has been very well placed because we are regular invitees to the G7, we're members of the Quad. At the same time, we're members of BRICS, we're members of the SCO. We straddle that ideological space between North and South and East and West. And the country's stature and the stature of our Prime Minister, I think, has been absolutely critical in determining the outcome of our summit. And if we today have a declaration, I think it can be attributed to not only teamwork, I mean, teamwork has been there, but I think it is definitely the stature of India and Prime Minister Modi himself that has made that vital difference to the way that we are regarded.
We have some of your former colleagues with us in the studio.
Our ability to provide solutions to global challenges.
And they've been talking about what a big day this is for the Ministry of External Affairs cadre, the IFS cadre, the fact that a team of young officers have brought together this declaration, tiptoeing around various geopolitical fissures and bringing a consensus which to many seemed quite unlikely.
Well, I mean, we have an excellent team, but again, as someone who looks at it, I mean, I would say that it is Team India that is today won. Team India that has, I think, the satisfaction of seeing our country, succeed in providing outcomes on behalf of the G20 under our presidency. And I think if we had a seamless G20 presidency culminating in the crowning glory of the summit with an outcome document that is very, very substantive in nature, I think that whole of government and whole of nation approach has won.
How was the approach of the Chinese during the negotiations, given the fact that each of the ministerials that happened since December didn't see a joint statement at the end of it? Was that making you anxious? Xi Jinping sitting it out, not coming to Delhi, being represented by the Premier. Do you want to give our viewers a sense of the attitude of the Chinese delegation in these negotiations, sir?
Well, you heard External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar at the press conference yesterday when he said that, if we have a document, an outcome document in the G20 under our presidency, it reflects consensus within the group. In other words, every country, every partner country in the G20 has put its shoulder behind the efforts. Every country has come together to realize the importance of the G20 in providing, as I said, solutions to the vast global problems of the day, which are mainly socio-economic and financial in nature. And from that point of view, I think, when you have a substantive, highly substantive and outcome-oriented document of the type that we saw yesterday, I think it has to be attributed to the entire G20 membership under our leadership of the G20.
But the one question that people will ask is that, yes, we've got a substantive document in place, but the issues that, as you rightly said, polarize the world still remain there, particularly Ukraine. Given what was said in Bali, given what some are saying was a more watered-down version on Ukraine in this document, do you sense that those polarities are slowly being removed, Mr. Shringla? Or do you believe that still remains the major challenge for groupings like G20 to walk the talk on those issues, be it Ukraine or be it even climate change?
Well, you heard what the Prime Minister said, that our presidency has to be seen as a presidency of healing, harmony and hope. And if you looked at the 8 paragraphs that dealt with geopolitical issues under our outcome document, it is under the rubric of planet, people, peace and prosperity. And if you read those paragraphs carefully, you will see a very distinctly Indian imprint of the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in all of those 8 paragraphs, whether we talk about the UN Charter, we talk about respect for international law, or the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, or we talk about the fact that all these issues have to be resolved through diplomacy and dialogue, and finally that this is not an era of war. It reflects our positions that we have taken right from the beginning of this conflict, and I think this is also a turning point. This is a point in which the international community has come together to look at a document that we've always been calling for, one that reflects unity of the globe, not harmony, not disharmony, unity, not diversity in that sense of the term, and cooperation, not conflict. And I think this is very important that today all of our G20 members across the ideological divide have come together on a formulation that seems to offer healing, harmony, and hope for the future.
I have a curveball for you. You've had a few action-packed months. I'm sure you're looking to, just relax once this is over for a bit to the extent that you can. But I'm reading a lot of these reports from Darjeeling, which seem to suggest that Harsh Shringla is being looked at by the BJP as the possible Lok Sabha candidate from Darjeeling. They're talking about your credentials, comes from Darjeeling and the Sikkim region, grew up speaking Nepali at home, father is a Sikkimese Buddhist, mother is a Hindu Nepali, family is well respected in Darjeeling and Sikkim. So your political Janpatri is being spoken of as a true Gorkha, son of the Gorkha tribe, and therefore looked at as a technocrat. You already have the likes of Jaishankar, Hardeep Puri, R.K. Singh, Ashwini Vaishnav and many others. What's your smile telling me, Mr. Shringla?
Well, look, I mean, I've spent 4 decades in the service of the nation as a civil servant, and essentially, when you have committed so much of your life to serving, people, I think that will continue in one form or the other. And what form that takes, I cannot say. So, but whatever tasks that have been given, you don't question the tasks, you perform the tasks to the best of your ability, but you work constructively towards, what really helps people. And that's been my endeavor right through, and I will continue to work in that.
Spoken like a true politician.
So you're not, Mr. Shringla, very important. You've done what you have, and as you said, you've served India with distinction, so you're not ruling it out. Well, people will be listening to you very carefully.
He's given you the perfect political response. He's not ruled it in, he's not ruled it out.
He's not ruling it out. So Darjeeling, sir, all your people of Darjeeling
You have stated what is... Yeah, sorry, please.
I'm saying people in Darjeeling listening to you will say, maybe Harsh Shringla is saying yes.
Well, what is correct is that I am a son of the soil. I have always been attached to my roots, and I've always worked for people in my part of the country, because I feel that, there are very few people who make it up, and you owe it to people to work for them. But that's all I can say. The rest is pure speculation, and I would certainly, as I said, continue to work in a constructive manner in the future.
Sir, we have with us one of your senior colleagues, Mr. Dogra here, former ambassador. Mr. Dogra, you have a question
and you're getting very emotional about the IFS and the MEA, and how they brought this together. What do you have to say to Harsh Shringla?
Well, Harsh is one example of excellence in IFS. And Harsh and his younger colleagues have performed brilliantly. So all I can say is congratulations. And Harsh, don't be shy about joining politics. If people are speculating, there must be a good reason for that. So shine there as you've been shining in IFS.
That's someone encouraging you, Mr. Shringla, to make that great leap.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
that's
a positive or a negative about politics?
I very much...
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Shringla.
No, well, as far as I'm concerned, you continue to work. As you worked in service, you continue to work for the larger, common interests in the globe and the larger good. And I think that would be the endeavor. In what form that is, it's difficult to say now. But I certainly, would want to thank Ambassador Rajiv Dogra for his support throughout. I mean, even when I was Foreign Secretary, he was supportive. And he's always been a great senior colleague and a mentor. Thank you, sir, for your advice and guidance.
Well, all the best to you, both in your present, because the present job continues for some time, and also whatever future plans you have, I'm sure you'll shine.
It's interesting. India has a rich tradition of IFS officers who made careers in politics, stretching back to Natwar Singh, became a successful politician. You've had Jaishankar making the leap. Correct me if there are, I'm sure there are many more names.
President Narayanan.
President Narayanan,
Hamid
yes.
Ansari.
Hamid Ansari.
Mani Shankar Iyer.
Mani Shankar, how can we forget Mani Shankar Iyer?
Roster is full.
So, Mr. Harsh Singla, you're going to follow in. You've got lots of people to emulate.
Let's not get him into trouble. Okay, we just asked. I said I threw a curveball at him. He's just.
I don't think you can throw a
there are good
curveball
reasons
at
and not so good reasons.
Good one.
I see, Mr. Sringla. Now you're speaking like a politician. The moment Mani Shankar Iyer's name came up, you said for good reasons and not so good reasons. He's already putting on his political pads.
No, but the fact is they've all, in their own way, done quite well. I think politics requires diplomacy. So diplomacy can be.
What was the toughest part of all you did over the last year, Mr. Sringla? What was the toughest?
I think one of the meetings that gave me the greatest satisfaction was the one in Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir, because I really had to go there a number of times and work closely with the J&K administration, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Secretary, all of our colleagues there. And I think it is an extraordinary, again, effort of teamwork that resulted in a meeting that I believe was a game changer. Srinagar was an absolute game changer. The way that meeting was held, the international representation, the sort of turnout for that meeting, the sort of urban transformations and beautification of the city that took place, which really charmed the residents of that place into saying that we should have more meetings of the G20. The fact that it spurred tourism in a very important part of our country, a beautiful part of our country. I think in many senses that was a game changer, in the region and of course in terms of the way the G20 was perceived in our country. And
what about the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh?
Small way,
the fact
not
that
just for our G20 effort, but also for the future. I think that is very, very important.
China wasn't very happy with the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh, and yet you did one everywhere.
Every part of the country that we've had.
How much?
Absolutely. We had at least one G20 meeting in every state and union territory of the country.
How much credit in the end, Mr. Sringla, do you also give Prime Minister Modi? The manner in which he put a sort of personal imprint on G20, the personalization in a way of his diplomatic outreach. How critical was that?
Let's be very clear, right from the beginning of the process, not now, but in 2020 when I was Foreign Secretary, Prime Minister had a vision for our G20 presidency, and that vision has gone down right to the script. So we've been guided by his vision. And as I said, we've got ministerial oversight. We've had oversight by the coordination committee led by the principal secretary to the Prime Minister. We've had an excellent team working with us. It's been a whole of government, but a whole of nation approach that has made such a momentous event a success. And I think in many senses, if it hadn't been all of these factors, right from the guidance of the Prime Minister and his own vision for G20, it would not have been a meeting, it would not have been a process of this magnitude and achievement that we have seen today. Today that we can look back and say that these 9 or 10 months were the most momentous in our diplomatic history and engagement at a global level.
Do you think Brazil will have a tough time to follow? Was one of the ideas also to take the bar so high that whoever hosts the G20 next will, really look at what India did and say, okay, now how do we try and outdo this, or compete or compare or at least equal this?
Brazil has been part of the Troika with us. We share similar ideology, and I think they will continue many of the best practices that we have instituted. They've been a great partner, a very friendly country, and I have no doubt that they would host a wonderful presidency of the G20.
We leave it there.
In conclusion, just to ask you, so you can now probably organize another festival of a very different kind in Darjeeling, another beautiful part of the world, but this time for very different reasons than diplomacy.
By the way, we did a festival in Darjeeling.
You did?
We held a G20 tourism meeting in Darjeeling, and you never had such an international event in that neck of the woods, but I think people were delighted that we could get the top tourism representatives to that Queen of the Hill Stations, and I think it went off very, very well with full support from all quarters.
I think we've picked up a theme there. You're not making it public and it's not known, but I think we've touched on an interesting strand which we'll build on as the time goes by. Harsh Shringla, thank you very much for joining us. Delight having you with us, and congratulations once again on a job well done. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul and Rajiv. And
You know, it's actually, that's the buzz. There are a number of bureaucrats and diplomats could be getting election tickets in Lok Sabha 2024.
No, I just picked up this one report from Darjeeling, and I just
there are lots there.
I just happened to toss it, and he's latched on to it and given us something.
He's not denied it, and we are told that there could be. Mr. Dogra, are you in line?
No.
You don't want to do it? Sure. Too late.
No, I'm so busy writing my books.
Okay, good.
No,
It
gives me the greatest pleasure.
Okay. From Manishankar Iyer to Harsh Shringla.
He said they've done good things and bad things both, huh?
So
he's speaking like a bit of a politician already.
Okay, great. You know, we presumably, what's next, Shiv? What's on the menu?
Well, there's a tree planting ceremony that's going to happen shortly. I think it's running a little bit late, but it's going to happen at the event.
No, plus I just want to tell our viewers that one of the sadhus who was at the Akshardham temple when Rishi Sunak and Akshata came will be joining us. So we're going to slip into a quick break right now. It'll be very interesting to chat with somebody who was there, who took them around the temple and was part of the puja that happened at the Akshardham temple when the Prime Minister of Britain and his wife Akshata Murty were there. So we'll come back to that. We'll slip into a break. More for you on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view.
The faces, the voices.
The big news breaks.
Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
Rishi Sunak speaking after landing in Indian soil. He spoke about fighting Khalistan elements in the UK. He spoke about being in India for the G20 and about relations between India and Britain.
I have enormous respect for Modi ji, and he's been personally very warm and kind to me, and we're working very hard, as I said, on our shared ambition of concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal between India and the UK, because both of us think that would be a good thing, and both of us need to make sure it works for our two countries. And at forums like this, I'm very keen to support Prime Minister Modi in making sure that this G20 is an enormous success for India, which I know it will be, and this has been a great year for India more generally. Both Modi ji and I are keen to see a comprehensive and ambitious trade deal concluded between our two countries. Both of us think that there is a good deal to be done, but trade deals always take time. They need to work for both countries, and although we've made enormous progress, there is still hard work to go, and that's what we need to keep going through. The G20 is not the forum for those discussions. Of course, I will touch on that with Prime Minister Modi, but the teams are working very hard. But as I said, there's hard work to go, but we will keep working through it. But I think there is an enormous opportunity for both India and the UK to strengthen our economic cooperation, which will bring real benefits to our citizens in both countries. Well, obviously, my wife is from here, from Bangalore. We got married in Bangalore. We used to spend lots of time together before we had children in Delhi, and we're trying to figure out if we can go to one of our old favourite restaurants this evening. But look, it's personally incredibly special for me to be back in India. It's a country I love dearly, a country where my family are from. But to come here in this role, to represent the UK, to find ways to forge closer links with India and play a part in making sure that India has an incredibly successful G20. And I'm very proud to see India doing so well on the world stage. I think there'll be many things that we'll be discussing here at the G20 under India's leadership, and I'm confident that we'll make very good progress on a range of different issues. I think G20 has been a huge success for India. India is the right country at the right time to be hosting this, and I feel we're going to have a very good couple of days of deliberations and decisions made. I think it's a great theme, and actually when you say one family, I'm an example of the incredible living bridge that Prime Minister Modi described between the UK and India. Almost 2 million people like me in the UK of Indian origin. That's why it's very special for me to be here as British Prime Minister, in the country where my family are from. Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis. And, I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day, but hopefully, as I said, I can make up for that if we visit a mandir this time. But it's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives, particularly when you have these stressful jobs like I do. Having faith to give you resilience, to give you strength is important, and it provides an outlook on life which I find particularly valuable.
As the UK Prime Minister arrived in New Delhi for the G20Stronger than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the president heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for
And joining us live as we continue our coverage now. Okay, these are images coming in from the Bharat Mandapam of Prime Minister Modi on session 2. Okay, this is session 1 of the G20. It's a new video that's just come in. Let's just watch it.
CGII आने वाले समय में भारत, पश्चिम एशिया और यूरोप के बीच इकोनॉमिक
Okay, the most viral images of the day, apart from what was happening at the Rajghat, are of course images of the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his wife Akshata Murty, who early this morning, before everything else, visited the famous Swami Narayan Akshardham temple in India's national capital, Delhi. I'm joined now by Swami Brahmavihari, who is a priest at the temple, and he is one of the people you can see in this image standing to Prime Minister Sunak's left in that image. Swamiji, thank you for speaking to India today. Early morning VIP visitor, the British Prime Minister. What was the visit like? What can you share with us, sir?
I really wanted to say it is a visit full of faith, full of love. There was heavy downpour whole night, and yet the Honorable Prime Minister, his faith continued, and he said he wanted to pay respect to the mandir, to the murtis. And he came around at 6:50 in the morning, and in a drizzle of rain, bare feet, and he and his wife, they walked right up to the mandir and the murti. Initially, the sadhus, we performed a special welcoming ceremony with the garland and applying the tilak on his forehead. And he was extremely happy. And one of the things that was shared was that he had always wanted to do darshan on Janmashtami. And I expressed that when Lord Krishna was born, it was raining. And it just happens that in amidst rain, he went with his full faith to the murti. He did an arti. Then personally, he and his wife prayed, and then he placed flowers before Lord Shri Krishna and Radha, Shri Ram and Sita, Shri Mahadev and Parvati ji, and he met all the children and everybody. But I really wanted to express that what a way to begin the day with full faith and love. And he's a very humble man and a very able world leader.
What did he say? I know that he must have had a few words to say while he was there to you and the entire team there, Swamiji. What can you share with us? Because the British Prime Minister does visit temples. He does not make any bones about it. He, his identity, his religiosity, he wears it on his sleeve. What did he say? What words did he speak there?
He said that he was deeply touched by the environment and, of course, the Akshardham and the spirit of volunteerism. But more importantly, he believes that he is a Hindu and who really wants to help the nation that he represents and also the world. So he said special prayers, which were very private. But more importantly, he was very happy and he felt very honored. And he passed on his prayers to the leaders and all the sadhus. So he was extremely happy for being able to have darshan of the Lord.
And just after he had landed, Swamiji, I'm sure you must have heard, he had said that, since he was very busy, he did not have time to celebrate Janmashtami. So perhaps this visit to the Akshardham Mandir has made up for that.
Yes, definitely. They performed Panchang Pranam. And in the Aarti before Bhagwan Swaminarayan and the Murtis, he was deeply moved. And I think both he and his wife
Includes the special so that we can begin.
I think the world
third
really
session.
needs,
Thank you.
as our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, has always said that culture and spirituality form a very important part of holistic growth. And he mentioned that, this is an era where we have to make up for the trust deficit.
Yes.
In that, I think this faith in God, faith in people, and faith in tradition play a very important role.
Very, very important role. One final question, Swamiji. Obviously, this is a world that is not at peace right now. And we do know that Rishi Sunak and his wife have often said that they visit temples not just to pray for themselves and their families, but also to pray for the world. They have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. And this visit comes at a time when all the world leaders, are in our city, in the national capital. So there must have been prayers offered for world peace as well.
101%. I believe this is at the core of every great leader, world peace and through faith. Let me remind you of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He often
Yes.
said that there are 5 elements that are very important for the growth of a nation. And he mentioned that health and education are important, critical technology is important, infrastructure is important, communication and IT, information technology is important. And then he always said that all these elements are important, but His Holiness Pramukh Swami had asked him that add a sixth, faith in God or faith in people, faith in the nation. And I believe at this time of G20, very rightfully, our Prime Minister, who does believe in this at the core, that to reintroduce faith in whichever higher being you believe in, or faith in God, faith in nation, and faith in people, plays a very important role
Yeah.
in just not creating, economic prosperity or political stability, but I believe it's humility that also takes us there. So I think this was a very important visit this morning, just at the time of Brahme Muhurte.
Very, very important message from you, and we appreciate it deeply, Swamiji. Thank you very much for joining us. The Akshardham Mandir, a beautiful place of worship that the British Prime Minister and his wife visited, not very far away from Rajghat, where that other beautiful image of all the world leaders standing around the Gandhi Samadhi has already gone viral, and justifiably so. So we thank you very much for joining us and giving us your insights into what was clearly a very, very special visit by the British Prime Minister. Thank you. Well, it's a turbocharged day 2 at the G20. We showed you images just a moment ago of the second session that's happening at the Bharat Mandapam. We'll reflect those in just a minute from now to show you that the Prime Minister has already begun leading that session. So work is on at the Bharat Mandapam as we speak. But while we're on the subject of Rishi and Akshata, I also wanted to welcome onto our coverage Chef Kunal Kapoor. He's a very well-known chef, celebrity chef, TV personality, and he's someone who actually cooked a lot of wonderful dishes, including some millet dishes for the First Ladies, including Akshata Murty yesterday. Chef Kunal, good to have you. Good to see you as well. Interesting and important time for India, for Delhi, for persons like you who've had a chance to, meet with all these great people and them to meet you and vice versa. What was it like yesterday? Tell us about that, what you cooked. What was it like interacting, with the first partners of all these world leaders?
Thank you so much. Very good morning to everybody. And I think India hosting G20 is massive, huge. And there are world leaders, big people who are taking some very important decisions. And, as a small little individual, I think I was blessed with an opportunity to cook and showcase my India through my food. And that's my little way of contributing to the larger pot. I think and it was a very exciting moment because you're connecting with the better halves of the world leaders. And they actually hold the power, not them in many ways. But I think what I found interesting is that no matter who you meet, whether it was Akshata, or whether it was the First Lady of Turkey, or Mauritius, or Japan, everybody had, and there's a language barrier, many wouldn't understand, and they're interpreters, but food does not need a language. The expressions of satisfaction of good tasting food, you capture like that. And that's the biggest reward for any chef like me. Especially with Akshata ji, when she was tasting her first bite, she just rolled her eyes and said, wow, that's the best warm homecoming I could get. This is the khichdi that I knew of, and this is a different version of it.
What did you feed them, Kunal? What did you feed them? What were the things that you fed them?
So, very interesting. We've heard of khichdi, but khichda is the lesser known because that's a predecessor to a khichdi, actually, where khichda was always made with broken millets, some meat, and some dal.
Right.
And that is the porridge was called a khichda, from where possibly the khichdi came, the vegetarian version. I did the similar khichda, but it was pure vegetarian. In order to have some nice, strong flavors, I used some very interesting mushrooms. The regular button mushrooms that you get, shiitake, enoki, chanterelles, and a variety of other mushrooms. Very interestingly, all of these mushrooms, these are all international mushrooms, but they're all grown in around Delhi NCR. So you kind of created a international. My effort was to create a nice impact on them that, hey, we are Indian, deep rooted in our culture, but we're very aware of what's happening around the world through a humble dish. And all of these mushrooms and millets were flown in not from any other country, but very close to Delhi, which is Manesar, from farms. So there is a certain sense of carbon footprint that you're lowering, which you want to highlight through your food. There is sustainability. There is about getting more prosperity, economic growth for the Indian farmer as well. So that's what the mixed message that I tried to do with my team to the First Lady.
Oh, there's an amazing message. In the choice of millets has an amazing message for sustainability, clean earth, like you said, economic prosperity, because millets grow, in India specifically, and there is an effort being made to make millets, a greater food across different parts of the world. But Chef Kunal, as a chef, and you've cooked all over the world in the best places, in the fanciest restaurants, and you're used to dealing with very, very expensive ingredients, I'm sure. What's it like dealing with millets? Because millets is, for most people, there's also a learning curve. People have to be introduced to millets gently. They can be told about all the benefits of it. Yes, less inflammation. It helps with diabetes. It's better than gluten, etc., etc. But what's it like for someone like you, who's otherwise sometimes deals with very, very fancy, expensive, rare ingredients, getting into millets?
I think millets have been the backbone and the mainstay of Indians, especially Indians living in rural India. And if you were to just go onto the internet now and type varieties of millets, the internet will throw about 9, maximum 10 varieties. You'll be surprised to know more than 10, almost 12, 15, 20 varieties, different varieties of millets exist only in India, and they have been we have been consuming them in different parts, and especially if you talk about certain tribals, they are totally dependent upon millets. And when I say millets, not rice or wheat, because they are also millets, but other millets are lesser known. So it's always been the backbone of our food and culture. And what happens is, like you just mentioned, cooking with expensive ingredients. Yes, it's fun for a chef. You sometimes throw your weight around that I've cooked with this, and this particular thing is gold plated with this and this. But when you remove the layers really of any dish, I think the prime importance is not presentation. The prime importance is not taste. It's nutrition. You have food first for nutrition, then taste, and then presentation always. So here's something nutritious. Here's something that I've made an effort to make it very, very tasty and make it more and more palatable to the mass, to please the mass appeal. And that's the thing with millets, where a lot of people think that, millets, I don't know what it is. I think jowar bajra hoga. And they kind of ends there. And they're like, it is something healthy. So I feel that there is still an opportunity for every one of us to widen that little entry into the market that we've got with millets, and educate people and say, show them.
And with people like you, Chef Kunal, I'm sure that the gateway into using millets, eating millets is going to be a whole lot easier, because they're going to see people like you making it, and they say, Chef Kunal couldn't possibly make something that is only nutritious. It also must be delicious, and I'm sure it looks fabulous. And if any of those pictures are anything to go by, I'm sure hundreds of thousands more people are going to be embracing millets. I thank you, Chef Kunal.
What can I say? I am very, very proud to be an Indian.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm saying all I can say is I'm proud to be Indian. I'm very proud to cook something which is purely 100% Indian, and that really brings a very genuine joy to my heart, being a chef.
We salute you. Hope to taste some of your dishes one day as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a very lovely day.
You too. Thanks very much, Chef Kunal. We've got images coming in. We've got images coming in now of President Biden, who's just left. He's just left from the airport. The final G20 session, One Future, has also begun at the Bharat Mandapam venue. President Biden, this was scheduled, of course, that he would not be staying back for the final session called One Future. He's already departed for Vietnam. We can confirm to you that Air Force One has taken off from the Palam Air Force Station and is headed towards Vietnam already. President Biden arrived 2 days ago, and he had his bilateral with the Prime Minister the night before the G20 began. He's been a very, very visible, hugely prominent part of all of the proceedings that you've seen. The images on your right are, of course, of the second session, the second day of the G20 that's underway right now. And on the left, President Biden in his blue suit getting into Air Force One, and a confirmation from the US Embassy that he has departed and he's headed towards Vietnam. Well, I'm joined now by our experts who are joining us to help us talk through some of the things that we've been seeing this morning, what's happening at Bharat Mandapam, President Biden and those fabulous images. Ambassadors Vivek Karchu and Ashok Sajanhar, always a pleasure to have the both of you with us here on our coverage. I don't know if the both of you know, but yesterday and today our viewership, thanks in no small part to people like you, has been leagues and exponentially higher than everyone else. I know it may be a small thing to say, but this is important to us because it means that our viewers are getting value from the coverage that we're bringing to them. It's not just the pictures, it's also the context, the wisdom, and the kind of information that helps them understand and appreciate the importance of what's happening in the national capital. So I'd like to personally thank both ambassadors who are with us and who were with us all day yesterday, through our coverage yesterday on this. Ambassador Karju, I'm just going to come to you in just a minute. Here are some of the images that have come in from yesterday of the Prime Minister along with Joe Biden, the President, Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren. You've got here the Prime Minister with Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu. This is from last night's dinner, viewer. Many of these images are coming in, in small little trickles. So we're going to update you as soon as we receive them. Very, very interesting. Each one of these images is hugely interesting if you look at it. That's the President with Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, among just a handful of quote-unquote opposition chief ministers who attended. There were many who didn't. M.K. Stalin was there. Sukhvinder Sukhu of Himachal Pradesh was there. Mamta Banerjee was there. Arvind Kejriwal was not. Bhupinder Singh Baghel was not. You didn't have Ashok Gehlot either. But several of them from the India Alliance did turn up, and it was a lovely image. Here, an interesting image of the Prime Minister with the Congress Chief Minister from Himachal Pradesh, Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu, as well. So, nice warm images from that dinner where the Prime Minister played host. The President played host, I beg your pardon. And all of these big leaders, Yogi Adityanath from Uttar Pradesh was also there. And I imagine that we'll be getting more images in just a short while from now. I want to get a quick update from the ground. India Today's managing editor Gaurav Sawant is at the Bharat Mandapam. Gaurav, we're still getting streams of brand new images from yesterday's dinner by the President, Gaurav, as also what happened at the Rajghat today and elsewhere. But you take us through what's happening where you are. The final session of the G20, or should I say the G21, is taking place right now. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also, Gaurav, there's a lot of curiosity about whether, before the adoption of the Delhi Declaration or post that, is there any agenda item about changing the name of the G20 to G21? Will there be a new logo? Will that be left to the next session? Any clarity on that?
So there is intense speculation that there would be a new logo and a name, but perhaps deliberations are still on. No clarity just as yet from the G20 Secretariat here at the Bharat Mandapam. But as you saw those images, the tree plantation ceremony is over, and now the heads of state and governments, they've gone for that final plenary, which is on the future. Future again becomes very interesting. So the Delhi Declaration is being hailed as a landmark by all leaders, and this actually talks very emphatically about the relevance, importance and growing importance of the G20 and now G21. Shiv, now they talk about future challenges, how they will meet those challenges, and
Yes.
what next in Brazil. Of course, India, of course, remains G20's president for the next couple of months till the time Brazil officially takes over. There's a very effective handing over, taking over ceremony. Officials assist each other so that there's an absolutely smooth transition from India to Brazil. So all of that is also discussed. And then, as you know, a number of bilaterals scheduled for today, including the working lunch with the French president and a pull aside with Justin Trudeau of Canada.
Okay, lots of bilaterals. The German bilateral, which was supposed to happen yesterday, Gaurav, has been postponed to today, probably because of paucity of time, we understand. And a whole bunch of other bilaterals also with the UAE, with the Comoros, with South Korea, and a few other countries are going to happen today. So lots of bilaterals taking place today by the Prime Minister with the leaders of those countries. A big working lunch, which, as the ambassadors who were with me yesterday had told us, it's actually a working lunch is actually could be bigger than a bilateral because it goes on for longer. It's much more personal, and that relationship between India and France, of course, has been very deep. This has been an excellent year for the India-France partnership, with the Prime Minister being the chief guest at the Bastille Day celebration earlier this year. Just to clarify, because I'm seeing some questions on social media, especially from people wondering about President Joe Biden leaving early. This was completely planned. I want to, Gaurav, first a quick word from you, and then I'll get the ambassadors in. President Biden leaving early, this was planned ahead. There was nothing sudden about this. He was always scheduled to skip the final session of the G20 on day 2 and head to Vietnam, correct?
You're absolutely right. This was scheduled. It's not out of the ordinary. And that's why Delhi Declaration was also adopted early. Everything was done and dusted yesterday and announced before that gala dinner hosted by President Draupadi Murmu at the Bharat Mandapam. The US President was scheduled to leave early this morning. Rajghat was to be a part of that. And immediately from Rajghat, he was to leave. Because early this morning, even the pool media had made that very clear that they weren't staying back. They had been told that they're supposed to rush to get on board Air Force One before flying off. So yes, it's not out of the ordinary. Yesterday it was indicated this is happening. Late last night it was clear this was happening. It's not out of the
Lovely
ordinary
images.
at
Ambassador Kajju, I'd like to bring you in. President Biden is off. He's off. He's in the air right now and headed towards Vietnam, another very important country for the United States. Interesting relationship there vis-a-vis China, etc. But take us through your takeaways and impression of the Modi-Biden body language and partnership. A great deal of substance, but a great deal of spirit as well.
I think both leaders are very comfortable with each other. Both are veteran politicians. Mr. Modi has a long record in public life. He has been in office as Chief Minister and Prime Minister for over 2 decades. President Biden has a record of more than 50 years in active American politics as a senator, as a vice president, and now as a president. So there is among the leadership at the top, especially of 2 complex countries like India and the United States, very different in terms of advancement. India is advancing, America is the preeminent power in the world, but there is now a coincidence of interests between India and the United States, which is leading to a deepening of ties.
Right.
Both want to lead this process, and therefore, in addition to their personal comfort with each other, there is a recognition that the interests coincide, and as I've always submitted to you, Shiv, interests in the ultimate analysis govern the thinking and the actions of political leaders.
And that was very, very plain to see. I love how the images we saw, especially in Rajghat yesterday at the dinner, that personal touch. And I'm going to go one by one through the leaders so we decode each of them in detail, because each of these relationships is interesting and important and significant in its own way. We're talking about President Biden right now. There was a lovely little gesture where the Prime Minister held the US President's hand when they were walking away from the Samadhi. You know, he's in his 80s, sometimes known to be infirm. The President helped him, you know, climb down those stairs or you know, walk across that wet path. It was raining as well. Ambassador Sajjanhar, much has been made of the body language that was shared by Prime Minister Modi with Joe Biden's predecessor, Donald Trump. You know, everyone talked about how the Modi-Trump body language and rapport and bonhomie, has been the talk of the town. They seem like they get along like a house on fire. There had been a lot of, apprehensions about whether that kind of proximity and closeness would mean that there would be frostiness between Trump's successor, where Joe Biden, who is a Democrat, became the president. But these images over the last 48 hours have completely belied that. This is not the first time they've met, but this is Joe Biden's first visit to India as Prime Minister. What did you think of the images? I thought they were fabulous.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Shiv. And let me, first of all, congratulate you also on the phenomenal success of India Today's coverage.
Thank you.
And of course, for me and Vivek and the others, for us,
Absolutely.
It's a pleasure to be associated and to have contributed in whatever little measure. Now, you speak about the body language with President Joe Biden and also the fact that, Prime Minister Modi was seen to have been investing too much of his political capital with Donald Trump, particularly if you remember when he was there in Howdy Modi event in September 2019 in Houston, Texas, and also when he came here for the Namaste Trump visit in February of 2020. And that time it was thought that maybe, the impact on relations, if there was to be a different president after the elections in 2020, that it would be serious. But we have seen that it has not been to that at all, for that matter. Because I think what Prime Minister Modi and what India has also been able to project is that Prime Minister Modi's association with the President Trump was in his capacity as the president of the strongest and the richest and the most prosperous power in the world. And that was basically to advance both bilateral cooperation as well as India's interests. You know exactly what Vivek mentioned just now. Prime Minister Modi's relations, if we just look at the United States, he had excellent relations with the President Barack Obama.
Yes.
2.5 years, 9 meetings, 3 summits with Donald Trump, and also now with President Joe Biden. And it's not only the last 24 or 36 hours. I would take you back to the Hiroshima, the G7 summit, also the Quad summit that took place in May. Or I would take you back to the Bali summit last year, or for that matter to the COP26 in Glasgow. In all these places, I think these two leaders have really seen, a very good chemistry, a very good body language, a very good camaraderie. And this, of
very
course,
visible.
This we have seen Prime Minister Modi enjoy also, whether it was with Shinzo Abe, with President Macron, with the others also. And that has helped to advance India's interests.
And it's this kind of warmth also, and both of you are Foreign Service officers and veterans, that actually sort of fuels the rest of it, right? Because it's the human contact, it's that human touch, which then kind of permeates down to the rest of the foreign policy machinery of these countries and really oils the entire machine. So the India-US relationship is by no means a new relationship. It's an old relationship, but it has had its tempestuous times. It has had, we've faced sanctions as well. In the era post the Kargil war, things have been on a nearly steady upswing. It's gone exponentially fast in the last few years, thanks to the emerging strategic relationship between the two countries. There is a deepening relationship as far as military hardware is concerned. Now there is talk of also, apart from a logistics sharing agreement, which was signed a few years ago, we have now an agreement in place that's going to allow India to refuel and maintain American warships in the Indian Ocean region. So all of these things mean that the integration of India and the United States with a great deal of common interests, including under the auspices of the Quad and other multilateral formations and formats, is a relationship that is really something that is self-fueling, self-perpetuating. Politicians will come and go, but the India-US relationship will always be on an upswing. The other big talking point and relationship that we've been talking about is Prime Minister Modi and British Prime Minister Sunak. He's a young man in his 40s, same age as me, just a few months older than me, as a matter of fact. Rishi Sunak is, and he's the Prime Minister of the UK. And a lot has been made of this as well. And I can imagine, because the Prime Minister, would connect very well to someone who is young. The Prime Minister is someone who is seen as a youth icon himself. So he was looking like the indulgent elder with the young Indian, young Indian beta, if I can call it that, who's gone there, conquered Britain, become the Prime Minister, something that the Prime Minister would be very, very proud of. For a person of Indian origin to go there and at such a young age become the Prime Minister of that country. Rishi Sunak and his wife have, as you've seen in some of those pictures, spent a few hours today at the Akshardham Mandir early this morning. Another thing that's gone completely viral. So very interesting to see. The bilateral between the Prime Minister and Rishi Sunak has also been very, very constructive. So I'm gonna come back after this very short break. We're going to leave you with these pictures from the Rajghat of these three world leaders. Incredible, lovely pictures of the Indian Prime Minister, the US President and the British Prime Minister walking together from the Gandhi Samadhi, chatting amongst themselves. Unfortunately, there's no audio about what they were talking about, but we'll try and get a sense of that and maybe make some guesses. But the fact is, the Sabarmati Ashram backdrop, the Khadi shawls, all of those leaders standing around the Gandhi Samadhi and the eternal frame, in silence while the bhajans then piped in and played, is an image that sends out an incredible amount of symbolism to a world at war. So we're going to take a very, very short break. I assure you, we're going to be back in about a minute or two at the max. And then we're going to update you on a couple of new things that are coming in right now about not only the working lunch with Emmanuel Macron, the French president, but also, very interestingly, lots of interest in how the Prime Minister deals with Justin Trudeau, the Canadian PM. There's a small pull aside, not a bilateral, but a pull aside that the Indian Prime Minister has with Justin Trudeau. A lot has been said about the body language being a little frosty for good reason. We'll tell you more about that right after this. And I also have a piece of breaking news when you come back. Stay with us.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable, super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Head to Instagram or any other social media platform and there will be countless reels and advice on how to get beautiful pink lips. Now, lip pigmentation is a problem that affects men and women around the world. Many of them opt for lip lightening and other treatments that are actually not foolproof. Many of them are very risky. Also, make no mistake, this indeed is an extension of colorism. Lip lightening is a manifestation of colorism.
Lip treatments are big business in the beauty industry.
From lip filler to lip threading, countless brands and aestheticians have shown us how we can plump, smooth, and hydrate our lips. Celebrities like Kardashians, Priyanka Chopra Jonas, Anushka Sharma have done it all. But recently, what has caught popular imagination is treating up lightening. Countless videos on social media shows skin experts helping women to remove their lip pigmentation. But what causes the difference in skin tone pigmentation? It is the melanin. Less melanin creates a lighter skin tone, whereas more melanin means a darker skin tone. When skin begins to produce more melanin than usual, it can lead to hyperpigmentation. Causes of hyperpigmentation in lips include sun exposure, tobacco smoking, pregnancy, certain medications. From peeling to laser, there are several dermatological treatments. The one under scanner is use of tyrosinase inhibitors. As aesthetic it may look, the treatments have several drawbacks drawn with it too. You can expect to experience mild to moderate redness, swelling, sensitivity like a mild sunburn, temporary darkening of the targeted pigments, moderate scabbing or crusting with limp discharge. Using lemon, aloe vera, and pomegranate, honey sugar scrubs are natural products that can be used to lighten lips. Lifestyle changes like stubbing the butt and hydration will help. There are no health benefits of lightening lips. Lightening the lips with a hyperpigmentation kit or various cosmetic treatments raises concerns of colorism. And normalizing it is normalizing colorism too. Let no words be minced. It is conforming to Western beauty standards. With Simranjeet Kaur Renu, Bureau Report, India Today.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 319. In Mumbai, 48. In Kolkata, 52. In Bangalore, 37. In Chennai, 22. In Hyderabad, 36.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Okay, suspense building now over the upcoming pull-aside meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. That's going to be happening in a short while from now, so I wanted to quickly update you. Justin Trudeau is there. He wasn't visible when the Prime Minister and the President were welcoming dignitaries to yesterday's big Rashtrapati dinner. But we can confirm to you that Justin Trudeau was there because we saw him in pictures at the dinner. So it's not known, why he didn't come in through the normal way or whether he did and the cameras didn't capture it. Little suspense over that. But now all eyes on that big Modi-Trudeau meet. Now, the reason why there is a lot of suspense is because there's been some buzz over a kind of frosty Modi-Trudeau handshake in the wake of a relationship that has not been, very, very strong personally between the two leaders. It doesn't appear that that personal warmth actually exists, so that iciness is very, very visible, especially if you compare it to the warmth that you see between Modi and the other leaders. Now, the reason is, of course, the Khalistani issue, Brampton, the attacks on Indian diplomats, the threats issued to Indian diplomats in Canada and the United States and the UK by Khalistani elements within Canada, and India's perception that no action has been taken against them. All manner of freedom laws have been used to justify absolutely egregious threats of violence and murder being perpetrated by some of these extremist elements in Canada, and that has led to a real depression in the relationship between India and Canada, represented by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi. Will Modi bring up the Khalistan issue is, of course, the obvious question to ask, because a pull-aside is not quite as large as a bilateral, but a pull-aside is still an opportunity for the two leaders to actually meet. Justin Trudeau, in fact, has just tweeted that have participated in all the working sessions on day one of the summit. He didn't attend the social event. And was instead represented by Canada's personal representative to the Prime Minister for the G20 summit, Christopher McLennan. So the social event, he was represented by someone else. So that also adds to the buzz over the frostiness, the unwillingness to be there personally, sending his representative for the social event rather than being there in person. So this really adds to the suspense over what's going to happen. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is with me live. Gaurav, the Modi-Trudeau Milan that takes place, not a bilateral but a pull-aside, very important because huge, Indian population in Canada. There's been a lot of trouble in the last few months over Khalistani elements issuing threats. There's been a very visible intransigence from the Canadian government and from Prime Minister Trudeau especially over this particular issue, which has led to a deterioration of that personal contact between the two leaders and the two governments. So what are you picking up on what this pull-aside is going to go like?
Shiv, it's exactly what you said, a pull-aside, not a bilateral. And it just indicates that India couldn't factor in enough time to bring the Canadians in for a proper bilateral. And this actually shows the frosty relationship between the two countries. Remember, there are 15 bilaterals that are happening on the sidelines of the G20 summit. When it comes to the bilaterals, you've also seen the warmth in the relationship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and almost every head of state or government he's interacted with, or with heads of multilateral institutions. You've seen the kind of warmth that was there. However, with Canada, it takes two to tango, and India reached out. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi took over, India reached out to every country, including Canada. The response of the Canadians, especially on the aspects of the separatists and the Khalistanis, was rather negative, and we know the reason why. It's vote bank politics of Khalistan and Justin Trudeau's dependence on those elements to win elections. Because look at Canada's double standards. they don't take action against the Khalistani elements and the extremists in the country, despite a tableau depicting the assassination of former Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi and the kind of statements that come out. The fact that an Air India aircraft Kanishk was targeted by Khalistani terrorists, and Justin Trudeau's government refuses to take action against such elements or successors of such elements. But when the truckers went on a strike, the kind of harsh measures that were taken. So it's not about liberty. It's clearly about unwillingness on their part to act against these elements because of vote bank politics. And India realizes that. Be that as it may, there is a trade agreement that there is a conversation on. Of course, there's a pause on that. But overall, an important country for India, given the diaspora, the large number of Indians who stay there, who study there. Some of them, of course, are facing immense hardships in Canada, and India has raised that. So the pull aside will keep the relationship going, but then it takes two to tango. It remains to be seen how Canada responds to India for this relationship to be taken forward.
Very, very important points that you're making. So that pull aside will happen in a short while from now. I want to bring in Ambassador Karju and Ambassador Sajanar also on this. Ambassador Karju, to you first. I wonder if a pull aside affords the time or the breadth for any kind of substantive conversation between the two leaders. Can you explain that to us? Because this is also a very pressing issue that has directly resulted in a kind of deterioration between the relationship between the two countries. Of course, it's not just this one issue. India and Canada, like Gaurav said, have a breadth of other issues that make them very close partners. But this one thing has been a bit of a spoiler, and it's clearly reflected in the body language.
Three things. One, a pull aside is brief, but it can be very substantive because it is very concentrated. There are no flim-flams, it's straight talk, and you come to the substance straight away. Second point.
Yes.
Apart from the Khalistan issue, and I think the Brampton tableau showing the assassins of Mrs. Gandhi in the manner that that tableau displayed was atrocious. There is no question of justification of that on grounds of freedom of expression or anything. Third point, which is not generally known to people, but I think the people should know. Canada regularly denies visas to members of our security forces who have served in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right.
Canada has also denied visas to members of our services about which we do not talk about, and I don't wish to talk about, including very senior people who have served in these services. Canada, while asking for visa applications, demands that these security personnel should inform the Canadians of the places where they have served.
Yes.
That is very often confidential. Now, I do not know if the government of India has ever objected to it or it has taken it up. It goes back to the time when I was secretary in the ministry and in charge of the management of relations with Canada. I remember then, and I think this is important for your viewers to know,
yes, very important,
that they had done so with a member of the Border Security Force. And I had called the Canadian High Commissioner in and I had said, this is unacceptable. And then I had retired soon thereafter. So it's been 12 years since my retirement, and I think 13 years since this particular incident. I personally feel that the time has come when the government of India should send out an advisory to all security personnel, including retired personnel, that they will not respond to such information being sought by the Canadians with regard to visa applications, and that we should have a candid chat with them, because this is completely unacceptable.
This is a huge issue that you've highlighted, Ambassador Karju. Gaurav is with me still. Ambassador Sajjanar, I'll bring you in a moment. Poulomi Saha is also joining us on this. This is big, Gaurav. Quickly bringing you in, Gaurav, before I go to Poulomi, what Ambassador Karju just pointed out about visas being denied to security personnel who've served in J&K is a big issue. Most people don't know about it. I was very dimly aware of it, but I didn't know the issue was this bad.
Oh, it's bad. In fact, as Ambassador Karju was mentioning, when he was secretary in MEA, he'd raised this. We'd reported this at that point of time that this is what they do. They actually ask for every detail. There's a separate column in the visa for retired officers, whether you're with CRPF, BSF, Indian Army, Navy, or Air Force. If you've served in Jammu and Kashmir, you're supposed to mention the year that you've served in Jammu and Kashmir, the area that you've served in Jammu and Kashmir, and your duty. That whether you were a brigade commander or a div commander in Kulgam, in Busan, in Kangan, all of that you're supposed to mention, and India has objected to it. Has it been removed or not is something that we will track very closely. In fact, that's exactly what I was thinking. As soon as we keep this phone down, we'll after this conversation, we will track that, whether it still happens or not, Shiv.
Okay, very, very interesting. So,
if you permit me one sentence.
Yes. Quickly.
I think, Gaurav, please examine this story. I feel personally very strongly about this. No country should be permitted, and even if it means hardships for some of our people, there is national prestige at stake, and in addition, honor, as well as security concerns.
Gaurav is going to be looking at that very closely. Gaurav, we'll let you go for the moment so you can track this, and then you can come back to us with a piece of breaking news on that. So we leave you for the moment on that and then come back to you. Poulomi continues to stay with us. We have another piece of breaking news. We'll leave the Canada issue for a moment until we know a little bit more. I have another piece of breaking news because this is actually the big one of the day. The big meet today is the working lunch that's going to be happening between the Indian Prime Minister and the French President. It's a big surge in the India-France partnership. Unlike India and Canada, the India-France partnership has been on a high for a very, very long time. Modi and Macron's second meeting this year. That's when they have their working lunch today. It'll be their second big meeting this year. Remember, the Prime Minister was in France earlier this year as chief guest of the Bastille Day celebrations. He was a guest of honor. India and France, also remember, have just begun negotiations on a second deal for French-built Rafale fighters. It's a huge boost to the Delhi-Paris relationship. Poulomi, coming to you, the Modi-Macron working lunch, is that going to be happening at the Bharat Mandapam itself? Anything you're picking up? It's a big, big relationship.
Absolutely. As you rightly pointed out, the Prime Minister was there in France, in Paris, for the Bastille Day program on the invitation of the French President. And hence, this relationship, of course, is a big relationship. A lot of strategic importance which is attached to it. And we're expecting that a working lunch scheduled with the French President will happen here at the Bharat Mandapam itself. And also, all eyes will be on a press briefing that the French President is scheduled to address right here at the International Media Center where I am at 2:30 p.m. So the French President there, of course, one of the big leaders who's chosen to stick, to stay back and in fact address a press conference. So clearly we're expecting a lot in terms of, the French and their thoughts on the Delhi Declaration. And of course, if President Macron does reveal what was discussed between him and Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, very interesting. Ambassador Sajjanar, I want to pull you in on this. The working lunch that takes place, what's that going to look like? They're going to have lunch, they're going to talk, they'll have their teams with them. India, France have so many things on the table, Ambassador. The Rafale deal, those are the visible aspects of it. The Rafale deal is something you can see and touch and understand, but there is so much else that India and France have going on. This is a relationship that's, on its own fuel.
No, you're very right, Shiv. And, I think this is a very special gesture that Prime Minister Modi is showing to President Macron. And this is because of
a working lunch is a special gesture.
Absolutely,
okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
It's not like any other, normal half an hour, 20-minute sort of meeting, although they might be structured meetings. This is something special. And, it really reminds me, Shiv, of the time when, the sort of body language, the sort of close rapport that Prime Minister Modi used to have with Shinzo Abe. It used to be called a bromance, that where, these two leaders would meet literally, every 2 or 3 months, and wherever they met, they would always meet for a meal, either for a breakfast or for a lunch or for a dinner. They would sneak out that time. And I think this is what is happening with the French president also, because of the depth of our relationship. And as you very rightly said, and I totally agree with you, it's not only Rafale, it's not only defense, it's also space, it's also Indo-Pacific, it's also strategic. When we are trying to deal with the machinations of Pakistan in terms of designation of terrorist under the 1267 Committee of the UN Security Council, and China puts in these roadblocks for Masood Azhar and all the others, then it is France that comes to your aid and brings up those issues. When China raises the issue of Kashmir post August 2019, it is France that comes to your aid and says, that there is no need for a statement by the chairman of the UN Security Council on discussions on this. So, in all this, meaning now it is being said increasingly that what the Soviet Union used to be at one time, as far as India is concerned, our relationship, now that relationship is being taken over by France. Because France also, whether it is in terms of defense, it is in terms of nuclear energy, it is in terms of space.
That big reliable partner.
Reliable partner that, you have good understanding with. And also, in terms of, in the context of our nuclear tests in 1998.
They didn't impose sanctions.
Yes, Russia was one that, had a very standing understanding of view of the nuclear test, and also France. Amongst the P5 countries, amongst the developed countries, the 7 developed countries, I think France was about the only one that showed so much of understanding that it was not to enter the nuclear club, but for taking care of our security.
I think the countries like France see the big picture. They play the long game. They saw the big picture as far as India was concerned in 1998. And let's not forget, that's a big picture that even the United States didn't see at that time. So it's important to highlight what France actually saw. We're taking a very, very quick break. On the other side, we're getting some breaking news from the British Prime Minister, who's made a couple of announcements which are very important. So I'm going to take you through that right after this short break. Stay with us. More pictures also coming in. So we leave you with those pictures and come right back on our coverage.
How do you really see India playing a role, particularly, as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures, have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been saved, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible, and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world. And the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country, that the world is seeing today, and young population. And
Very
so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
Stronger than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the president heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for the G20 have coincided closely with those of India.
Bilateral talks, therefore, likely to showcase America's unwavering commitment to a rising power like India during these tumultuous times. Economic cooperation, financial reforms, and fostering an improved investment climate expected to be the central two discussions as the two nations elevate their partnership. With the presidents of China and Russia absent from the summit, the United States likely to bolster India's standing in global geopolitics. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden set to engage in comprehensive talks on security and the situation in the Indo-Pacific region. In the midst of a changing global landscape, these bilateral talks set the stage for a brighter and more collaborative future. Bureau Report, India Today.
watching India Today.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मान सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के रे सकल लोग मान सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के रे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेरी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरा गई है जे पीर पराए जाने रे
Day 2 of the already hugely successful India-led G20 is in full flow at the Bharat Mandapam in India's national capital. It's been a day of great symbolism, spirit and many viral images from the Akshardham Mandir to the Bharat Mandapam. I'm Shiv. Thanks so much for joining us on India's most viewed coverage of a huge day for the country. Thanks for being with us. Here are the headlines. The final G20 session named One Future is underway at Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. Biden skips the final session as expected and as scheduled. He's on his way to Vietnam. Day 2 of the G20 summit begins with a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. All the world leaders and delegates pay a floral tribute to Bapu at Rajghat. Prime Minister greets world leaders with a khadi scarf. The image of all of them standing around the eternal flame of the Mahatma goes viral across the world. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect. He bows in prayer at Delhi's Akshardham Swaminarayan temple, invokes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, prays for G20 success and world peace, along with his wife Akshata Murty. India Today speaks to ultimate G20 insider on the grand success of the summit. G20 Chief Coordinator Harshvardhan Shringla, only on India Today.
The efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that group.
Ahead of the much-anticipated clash between India and Pakistan, Pakistan skipper Babar Azam says his side has an edge over India going into the Super Fours clash.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
After day one of huge achievements at the India-led G20 in the national capital, the summit's second day is in full flow at Delhi's Bharat Mandapam. On the second day of the summit, the third session of the G20, or should we call it the G21, called One Future, has begun after world leaders paid their homage, as you can see in these pictures, to the Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat in New Delhi. Pictures of the Indian Prime Minister welcoming each of the leaders with a khadi scarf and an introduction to the Sabarmati Ashram image. They participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of the Mahatma Gandhi's most cherished devotional songs and bhajans. Prime Minister Modi greeted the G20 world leaders at Rajghat and also offered them the Khadi ceremonial scarf. All delegates took part in the tree planting ceremony also that symbolizes the commitment of G20 nations to environmental sustainability. The summit's theme this year is One Earth, One Family, One Future, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all nations and the need for collective action on global challenges. Okay, let's get a word in from India Today's Poulomi Saha. She's live with us from the Bharat Mandapam. Poulomi, the One Future session, which is the final session at the G20's Day 2, is currently on. Can you give us a sense of the schedule? When does the working lunch with Macron happen? When do the other pull asides and bilateral happen? Quite a few of those lined up, Poulomi.
That's right. At about 12:30 officially, the session ends. But we're expecting some amount of delay because there was a little bit of a delay in the session beginning, the One Future session, and it will end at 12:30 when, of course, India will hand over presidency of the G20 to Brazil. And then, of course, will be the working lunch with President Emmanuel Macron. The pull aside with Canada is also expected to happen, and there are several bilateral meetings which have been scheduled as well for after the G20 summit comes to a close. That includes bilateral meetings with Brazil, with Nigeria, with South Korea, with UAE, with the European Union and the European Commission, and also the bilateral with Germany, which couldn't happen yesterday due to paucity of time. So a packed schedule. So while, of course, some of those heads of state will start moving towards the airport after, of course, the conclusion of the G20 Summit 2023. Many of those will, of course, stay back because there are meetings with Prime Minister Modi, after which then they will proceed towards the airport. Shiv.
Okay, stay with me, Poulomi. So a great deal of interest in the specific meetings that are coming up. We've just spoken about the India-France relationship. Also a great deal of interest and suspense over that pull-aside, that brief pull-aside that the Prime Minister will be having with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar is with us, and I wanted to bring him in on that particular aspect. Ambassador Sajjanhar, both big countries, large Indian expat population in Canada, people of Indian origin there. There has been trouble. The Prime Minister last visited, like you just told me, in 2015. And since then, there's been no visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Canada. What can you tell us? What are you expecting from what happens today?
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. Yes, I think the relations have been frosty over the last few years because basically it is the Prime Minister Trudeau, since the time he's come to power, he's been more focused on the local vote bank politics rather than on building relations with India. One comment, if I may, Shiv, if you permit,
please,
on this whole issue of the pull-aside. Pull-asides are brief, but they can be very concentrated and substantive. I'll just give you one example. You'd recall that in 2017, when the Doklam issue between India and China was going on, and both the Indian leader and the Chinese leader, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, they met in Astana. That was for the SCO summit. And on the sidelines, there was a pull-aside. And then very concentrated talk that, how should we take it forward? And from that evolved what has come to be known as the Astana Consensus.
Right.
That disagreements should not be allowed to disintegrate into disputes, should not become disputes. And you would recall that for quite some time, we were quoting the Astana Consensus.
Yes.
So this is basically that pull-asides can have significant outcomes. But coming back to Canada, very right, 2015, I think soon after Prime Minister Modi came to power, he visited Canada basically with the intent to take the relationship forward at a very accelerated manner. Now you see with Canada's southern neighbor, Prime Minister Modi has visited that 8 times, the United States. Only one visit in 2015 to Canada.
Yes.
Basically because there has been no corresponding response from Canada. And you would recall in 2018, when Justin Trudeau had come here with his wife and all his children.
Yes.
He had a wife at that time. He's divorced now.
Yes.
So he traveled, he was here for about 6 days. He went all around the country on a holiday tour. And on the last day, he came to Delhi. He had a 2-hour interaction with the Prime Minister.
Yes.
And also, you know, at that time, his sartorial sense of dress, you know, it was all
It became a big talking point, yeah.
Big talking point, and it is all supposed to get back to his voters back home, you know, of the Indian diaspora, whom he wanted to cultivate, whom he wanted to get on his side. So I think his priorities in that sense that he's been overlooking this whole issue of, you know, the Khalistani terrorism, and exactly what Gaurav had said earlier, you know, this tableau, this farmers' agitation and the position that Canada had taken. I think this has not gone down well with India, and that is why you saw the sort of body language yesterday.
No, it's good to hear that pull asides can be substantive and concentrated, because there's no dearth of subject matter to speak of. So we'll have to wait for that. Let's hope things go constructively, you know, in everyone's interest. But vote bank and domestic politics have inflicted a price on this relationship, and it's something that needs to be brought back on track, because India and Canada in the past have had very healthy relations, as both the ambassadors here will affirm. Now, I want to play out an excerpt of an interview we did just a short while ago with the ultimate G20 insider. He's the chief coordinator. What did it take to sculpt the Delhi Declaration? How difficult was it? What were the challenges? This is really an inside view of how it all worked out. Listen in to India's G20 Chief Coordinator, Akshardham Shringla, live and exclusive on India Today.
Joining us now, live and exclusive on India Today, the Chief Coordinator of India's G20, a man who has a content look on his face this morning. I don't know how much sleep Harsh Shringla has had over the last several days, but Mr. Shringla, congratulations on a job well done. Were you anxious? Were you nervous in the last few hours? No ended, no consensus heading towards the Leaders Summit, no consensus yet. Give our viewers a sense of all that was happening behind the scenes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Rahul. And I must say that we had absolutely no doubts about the ultimate, conclusions that our summit would reach, for the simple reason that our planning and preparation started well in advance, and given the efforts by our team and the stature of the country and the Prime Minister's own stature, that we would have an outcome document that would reflect the solutions that are necessary to meet the global challenges of the day.
I'm very curious to know what happens to the G20. Now that you've got the African Union on board, does the G20 become the G21? Does it stay the G20? How does this work?
Well, I think that is a decision for another day. But certainly, I think we are very, very happy that Africa could have a rightful representation in one of the most important global forums, and we do believe that international governance bodies across the board need to reflect the realities of the 21st century, and Africa as a extremely important continent with 54 countries, tremendous potential for the future, has to have its due recognition. This is also in keeping with our desire to reflect the concerns and aspirations of the Global South. As you know, the Prime Minister engaged the countries of the Global South in the Voice of Global South Summit before we took over the presidency. And our efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that.
Rajdeep has a question for you. Rajdeep.
Mr. Shringla, first of all, congratulations. You and your team have had a remarkable summit, almost flawless in execution. If I were to ask you, Mr. Shringla, for your biggest takeaway, at the end, what for you has been the biggest point of satisfaction? Is it that declaration? Is it the African Union joining in? Is it just putting it all together at the right place at the right time? What gives you a sense of greatest satisfaction today?
I would say all of the above, for the simple reason that our presidency has to be looked at as a comprehensive whole, a comprehensive effort. It is not only a whole of government effort, but whole of nation effort. And the consequences and I would say results of our presidency really has to be looked at comprehensively and in a manner that encompasses all of these efforts. So whether it is the seamless organization of G20 process culminating in the summit, whether it is the induction of the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, whether it is the achievement of having an outcome declaration in the first day of the summit itself in such a polarized, group like the G20, polarized from a geopolitical perspective, I think has been nothing short of extraordinary.
So what was that turning point? As you said, it was a polarized world. What was the turning point? What clinched it? Rahul was interviewing Amitabh Kant yesterday, and he said 4 a.m. in the morning, he sent a message to all the Sherpas saying that, if you have any problems with the declaration, please ask your leaders to speak to the Prime Minister. Was there any prime ministerial intervention that made the difference? What was it that changed it to make sure that you had a comprehensive agreement?
Well, just to give a very brief background, obviously, in today's world, the polarizations that exist also cut across the G20. But India as a country has been very well placed because we are regular invitees to the G7, we're members of the Quad. At the same time, we're members of BRICS, we're members of the SCO. We straddle that ideological space between North and South and East and West. And the country's stature and the stature of our Prime Minister, I think, has been absolutely critical in determining the outcome of our summit. And if we today have a declaration, I think it can be attributed to not only teamwork. I mean, teamwork has been there, but I think it is definitely the stature of India and Prime Minister Modi himself that has made that vital difference to the way that we are regarded.
We have some of your former colleagues with us in the studio.
Our ability to provide solutions to global challenges.
And they've been talking about what a big day this is for the Ministry of External Affairs cadre, the IFS cadre, the fact that a team of young officers have brought together this declaration, tiptoeing around various geopolitical fissures and bringing a consensus which to many seemed quite unlikely.
Well, I mean, we have an excellent team, but again, as someone who looks at it, I mean, I would say that it is Team India that is today one Team India that has, I think, the satisfaction of seeing our country, succeed in providing outcomes on behalf of the G20 under our presidency. And I think if we had a seamless G20 presidency culminating in the crowning glory of the summit with an outcome document that is very, very substantive in nature, I think that whole of government and whole of nation approach has won.
How was the approach of the Chinese during the negotiations, given the fact that each of the ministerials that happened since December didn't see a joint statement at the end of it? Was that making you anxious? Xi Jinping sitting it out, not coming to Delhi, being represented by the Premier. Do you want to give our viewers a sense of the attitude of the Chinese delegation in these negotiations, sir?
Well, you heard External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar at the press conference yesterday when he said that, if we have a document, an outcome document in the G20 under our presidency, it reflects consensus within the group. In other words, every country, every partner country in the G20 has put its shoulder behind the efforts. Every country has come together to realize the importance of the G20 in providing, as I said, solutions to the vast global problems of the day, which are mainly socio-economic and financial in nature. And from that point of view, I think, when you have a substantive, highly substantive and outcome-oriented document of the type that we saw yesterday, I think it has to be attributed to the entire G20 membership under our leadership of the G20.
But the one question that people will ask is that, yes, we've got a substantive document in place, but the issues that, as you rightly said, polarize the world still remain there, particularly Ukraine. Given what was said in Bali, given what some are saying was a more watered down version on Ukraine in this document, do you sense that those polarities are slowly being removed, Mr. Shringla? Or do you believe that still remains the major challenge for groupings like G20 to walk the talk on those issues, be it Ukraine or be it even climate change?
Well, you heard what the Prime Minister said, that our presidency has to be seen as a presidency of healing, harmony and hope. And if you looked at the 8 paragraphs that dealt with geopolitical issues under our outcome document, it is under the rubric of planet, people, peace and prosperity. And if you read those paragraphs carefully, you will see a very distinctly Indian imprint of the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in all of those 8 paragraphs, whether we talk about the UN Charter, we talk about respect for international law, or the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, or we talk about the fact that all these issues have to be resolved through diplomacy and dialogue, and finally that this is not an era of war. It reflects our positions that we have taken right from the beginning of this conflict, and I think this is also a turning point. This is a point in which the international community has come together to look at a document that we've always been calling for, one that reflects unity of the globe, not harmony, not disharmony, unity, not diversity in that sense of the term, and cooperation, not conflict. And I think this is very important that today all of our G20 members across the ideological divide have come together on a formulation that seems to offer healing, harmony and hope for the future.
I have a curveball for you. You've had a few action-packed months. I'm sure you're looking to, just relax once this is over for a bit to the extent that you can. But I'm reading a lot of these reports from Darjeeling, which seem to suggest that Harsh Shringla is being looked at by the BJP as the possible Lok Sabha candidate from Darjeeling. They're talking about your credentials, comes from Darjeeling and the Sikkim region, grew up speaking Nepali at home, father is a Sikkimese Buddhist, mother is a Hindu Nepali, family is well respected in Darjeeling and Sikkim. So your political Janpatri is being spoken of as a true Gorkha, son of the Gorkha tribe, and therefore looked at as a technocrat. You already have the likes of Jaishankar, Hardeep Puri, R.K. Singh, Ashwini Vaishnav and many others. What's your smile telling me, Mr. Shringla?
Well, look, I mean, I've spent 4 decades in the service of the nation as a civil servant, and essentially, when you have committed so much of your life to serving, people, I think that will continue in one form or the other. And what form that takes, I cannot say. So, whatever tasks that have been given, you don't question the tasks, you perform the tasks to the best of your ability, but you work constructively towards, what really helps people. And that's been my endeavor right through, and I will continue to work in that.
Spoken like a true politician.
So you're not, Mr. Shringla, very important. You've done what you have, and as you said, you've served India with distinction, so you're not ruling it out. Well, people will be listening to you very carefully.
He's given you the perfect political response. He's not ruled it in, he's not ruled it out.
He's not ruling it out. So Darjeeling, sir, all your people of Darjeeling
You have stated what is... Yeah, sorry, please.
I'm saying people in Darjeeling listening to you will say, maybe Harsh Shringla is saying yes.
Well, what is correct is that I am a son of the soil. I have always been attached to my roots, and I've always worked for people in my part of the country, because I feel that, there are very few people who make it up, and you owe it to people to work for them. But that's all I can say. The rest is pure speculation, and I would certainly, as I said, continue to work in a constructive manner in the future.
Sir, we have with us one of your senior colleagues, Mr. Dogra here, former ambassador. Mr. Dogra, you have a question
You're getting very emotional about the IFS and the MEA, and how they brought this together. What do you have to say to Harsh Shringla?
Well, Harsh is one example of excellence in IFS. And Harsh and his younger colleagues have performed brilliantly. So all I can say is congratulations. And Harsh, don't be shy about joining politics. If people are speculating, there must be a good reason for that. So shine there as you've been shining in IFS.
That's someone encouraging you, Mr. Shringla, to make that great leap.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
That's
a positive or a negative about politics?
And you know, I very much...
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Shringla.
No, well, as far as I'm concerned, you continue to work. You know, as you worked in service, you continue to work for the larger, you know, common interests in the globe and the larger good. And I think that would be the endeavor. In what form that is, it's difficult to say now. But I certainly, would want to thank Ambassador Rajiv Dogra for his support throughout. I mean, you know, even when I was Foreign Secretary, he was supportive. And he's always been a great senior colleague and a mentor. Thank you, sir, for your advice and guidance.
Well, all the best to you, both in your present, because the present job continues for some time, and also whatever future plans you have, I'm sure you'll shine.
You know, it's interesting. India has a rich tradition of IFS officers who made careers in politics, stretching back to Natwar Singh, became a successful politician. You've had Jaishankar making the leap. Correct me if there are, I'm sure there are many more names.
President Narayanan.
President Narayanan,
Hamid
yes.
Ansari.
Hamid Ansari.
Manishankar Iyer.
Manishankar, how can we forget Manishankar Iyer?
Roster is full.
So, Mr. Harsh Shringla, you're going to follow in. You've got lots of people to emulate.
Let's not get him into trouble. Okay, we just asked. I said I threw a curveball at him. He's just.
I don't think you can throw a curveball. There are good reasons and not so good reasons.
Good one.
I see, Mr. Shringla. Now you're speaking like a politician. The moment Manishankar Iyer's name came up, you said for good reasons and not so good reasons. He's already putting on his political pads.
No, but the fact is they've all, in their own way, done quite well. I think politics requires diplomacy. So diplomacy can be.
What was the toughest part of all you did over the last year, Mr. Shringla? What was the toughest?
I think one of the meetings that gave me the greatest satisfaction was the one in Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir, because I really had to go there a number of times and work closely with the J&K administration, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Secretary, all of our colleagues there. And I think it is an extraordinary, again, effort of teamwork that resulted in a meeting that I believe was a game changer. You know, Srinagar was an absolute game changer. The way that meeting was held, the international representation, the sort of turnout for that meeting, the sort of, urban transformations and beautification of the city that took place, which really charmed the residents of that place into saying that we should have more meetings of the G20. The fact that it spurred tourism in a very important part of our country, a beautiful part of our country. I think in many senses that was a game changer, in the region and, of course, in terms of the way the G20 was perceived in our country. And
what about the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh?
In that small way,
the fact
not
that
just for our G20 effort, but also for the future. I think that is very, very important.
China wasn't very happy with the meetings in Arunachal Pradesh, and yet you did one everywhere.
Every part of the country that we've had.
How much?
Absolutely. We had at least one G20 meeting in every state and union territory of the country.
How much credit in the end, Mr. Shringla, do you also give Prime Minister Modi? The manner in which he put a sort of personal imprint on G20, the personalization in a way of his diplomatic outreach. How critical was that?
Let's be very clear. Right from the beginning of the process, not now, but in 2020 when I was Foreign Secretary, Prime Minister had a vision for our G20 presidency, and that vision has gone down right to the script. So we've been guided by his vision. And as I said, I mean, we've got ministerial oversight. We've had oversight by the coordination committee led by the principal secretary to the Prime Minister. We've had an excellent team working with us. It's been a whole of government, but a whole of nation approach that has made such a momentous event a success. And I think in many senses, if it hadn't been all of these factors, right from the guidance of the Prime Minister and his own vision for G20, it would not have been a meeting, it would not have been a process of this magnitude and achievement that we have seen today. Today that we can look back and say that these 9 or 10 months were the most momentous in our diplomatic history and engagement at a global level.
Do you think Brazil will have a tough time to follow? Was one of the ideas also to take the bar so high that whoever hosts the G20 next will, really look at what India did and say, okay, now how do we try and outdo this, or compete or compare or at least equal this?
Brazil has been part of the Troika with us. We share similar ideology, and I think they will continue many of the best practices that we have instituted. They have been a great partner, a very friendly country, and I have no doubt that they would host a wonderful presidency of the G20.
We leave it there.
In conclusion, just to ask you, so you can now probably organize another festival of a very different kind in Darjeeling, another beautiful part of the world, but this time for very different reasons than diplomacy.
By the way, we did a festival in Darjeeling.
You did?
We held a G20 tourism meeting in Darjeeling, and you never had such an international event in that neck of the woods, but I think people were delighted that we could get the top tourism representatives to that Queen of the Hill Stations, and I think it went off very, very well with full support from all quarters.
I think we've picked up a theme there. You're not making it public and it's not known, but I think we've touched on an interesting strand which we'll build on as the time goes by.
A great interview there with Akshardham Shringla. Lovely one. It's also online. You can go and see it. The full version is up there. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, we're going to bring you some images that have become the big talking point. The day actually began with this, not what was happening at the G20. Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, who spent his morning at the Akshardham Swaminarayan temple with his wife Akshata Murty. We'll get you those lovely images. We'll talk about it just a little bit right after this break.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view.
The faces, the voices.
The big news breaks. Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
World's top leaders have arrived in the national capital. India's G20 presidency theme draws its inspiration from Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the verse that finds mention in the Maha Upanishad.
So India's G20 presidency is exceptional. And yes, we live in very challenging and difficult times. The more India takes merit for mastering this G20 presidency, I think it's also due to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And what I experience here coming to the country is that there is a whole national effort to master the G20 presidency by the largest democracy we have on this globe.
The summit is being held at the newly constructed Bharat Mandapam at Pragati Maidan. India presidency will majorly focus on green development, climate change, inclusive and resilient growth, women-led development, accelerating progress of sustainable development goals, as well as promoting digital public infrastructure, reforming and strengthening multilateral development banks to reflect the changed geopolitical conditions, and the rise of the global south also remains key part of India's agenda during its presidency.
Global debt distress. Countries are in deep distress. Not just less developed countries, but middle-income countries as well. That affects the global financial architecture as well. Even discussions on debt distress under Indian presidency are happening in the G20, seeking global collaboration.
No document in the world would have such a strong voice for the global south and the developing countries as the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration. And therefore, the Prime Minister's vision of India's G20 presidency being a very inclusive presidency has been our aim. We have had Africa's highest ever participation. In addition to the 29 countries, we have had 32 additional countries. We've been the voice of the global south.
Prime Minister has played an important role, and I would like to thank him for accepting our membership to the G22 and also for making the advocacy for Africa as a whole.
This global event will further cement India's position as the voice of Global South, as well as showcase to the world what it can offer to resolve some of the major priority issues by maintaining harmony across the globe. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well, extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree. The sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know it, has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms, like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well.
Sonet, undeniably wild.
Okay, breaking news coming in on the back of the big Delhi declaration at the G20 summit headed by India. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has just announced a record climate aid commitment. As the G20 in India concludes, the UK, he says, will provide $2 billion to the Green Climate Fund, the biggest single funding commitment that the United Kingdom has made to help the world tackle climate change. $2 billion commitment to the Green Climate Fund. I want to bring Gaurav Sawant in on this. Gaurav, rapid action being taken by members of the G20 on the back of the Delhi declaration. This is very heartening to see, that first big announcement coming from Rishi Sunak.
This is a major announcement being made by the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. $2 billion is what he's committed, and he's also given a breakup. He said that UK continues to show global climate leadership, and they're having cut their emissions faster than any of the G7 countries. He says their financial commitment is also the maximum that any G7 country may have made, and this was at a gathering of the G20 leaders in India that concludes today. The British Prime Minister announced UK's biggest single financial contribution to helping the world's most vulnerable people adapt to and mitigate the impact of climate change. In fact, Shiv, you'd recall this had been one of India's principal demands, that the developed countries, the Western countries, needed to do much more, not just in terms of financial commitment, and financial commitment was a big thing, so that developing countries did not have to pay for all the sins of the developed countries in modernization and industrialization. And this is a big announcement being made by the British Prime Minister, Shiv.
Okay, very, very important piece of breaking news that Gaurav is bringing to us at this point of time. $2 billion as a commitment. It's the largest ever that's been committed for the Green Climate Fund. It's a record commitment. Also, sources telling India today that Khalistani concerns about the Khalistani extremism in the United Kingdom were raised with the UK Prime Minister by Prime Minister Modi during their bilateral yesterday. Prime Minister definitely raised concerns when sovereignty of countries are impinged upon. Gaurav just brought that to us. Very, very important, Gaurav, in light of the fact that there's a pull aside that Prime Minister Modi will be holding with the Canadian Prime Minister shortly, the diametric opposite kind of effect from the British Prime Minister. He's very receptive. He's even spoken out saying there's no room for extremism. This was raised with him yesterday.
Shiv, the images are there for the world to see. You're absolutely right. The British Prime Minister has assured Prime Minister Narendra Modi that there is no space, there is no place for extremism in today's day and age. Extremism of any kind will not be tolerated, and that is why Britain will take action against the Khalistani extremists. Britain has assured India that security of our diplomats and security of Indian installations, the Indian High Commission in London, is of paramount importance, and they will ensure adequate security is provided. Shiv, you'd recall, after the Indian High Commission was targeted the first time, India had taken up the matter very strongly with the British, and the second time when the Khalistanis threatened to target the Indian mission, there was adequate deployment of security. And India has made one thing very clear to all countries, whether it's Canada or the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy or Australia, that there is no place. This is not freedom of expression. A tableau in Canada, for example, showing the assassination of late Indira Gandhi, former Prime Minister of India, that cannot be passed off as freedom of expression. That is terrorism and must be dealt with as such. It remains to be seen how Canada responds to India's concerns.
Okay, very interesting. We'll leave it there for the moment. We're still waiting on that, on the pull aside that the Prime Minister will be holding with the Canadian Prime Minister. But as Gaurav has just broken it down for us, Prime Minister Modi has specifically raised India's concern on Khalistani extremism in the United Kingdom. Rishi Sunak spoke about it when he landed in India, where he said there is no room for extremism of any kind and that he and the Indian government are working together to crack down on it. So a very clear message being sent. And this is a relationship that takes things in perfect alignment. India and UK government at this time on the same page as far as Khalistani elements are concerned. Well, Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, and the First Lady, Akshata Murty, began the day today by visiting the famous Akshardham temple in Delhi. One of the big visuals of the day. Gracefully embraced his Indian roots, as did she, by visiting the Swaminarayan temple on the outskirts of Delhi. In a letter, he also expressed his pride in his cultural roots during this visit. While Akshata Murty channeled her Indian roots with a traditional outfit, dressing up in an Indian outfit, the UK Prime Minister was seen in sleek black trousers paired with a white shirt for this temple visit. All of these images being shared widely, many of them going viral. The proud Hindu Rishi Sunak walked barefoot at the Akshardham temple, performed Aarti. The couple also performed Abhishek on the Murti of Sri Neelkant Varni Maharaj and offered prayers for world peace, progress and harmony. Rishi Sunak was seen donning a kalava on his wrist, considered to be a sacred thread in the Hindu religion, worn around the wrist after performing a particular puja. The kalava was visible when he posed for a quick picture with Akshata and also with the priests of the Akshardham. Another image being shared widely is this image of Rishi Sunak with the temple priests. We spoke to one of them and I'll be playing that out for you in just a moment. He was also offered a model of the temple as a memento. And I spoke just a short while ago with one of the priests in those pictures with Rishi Sunak, Swaminarayan sect spokesperson, Brahma Vihari Swamiji. Here's what he said. Early morning VIP visitor, the British Prime Minister. What was the visit like? What can you share with us, sir?
I really wanted to say it is a visit full of faith, full of love. There was heavy downpour all night, and yet the Honorable Prime Minister, his faith continued, and he said he wanted to pay respect to the mandir, to the murtis. And he came around at 6:50 in the morning, and in a drizzle of rain, bare feet, and he and his wife, they walked right up to the mandir and the murti. Initially, the sadhus, we performed a special welcoming ceremony with a garland and applying the tilak on his forehead. And he was extremely happy. And one of the things that was shared was that he had always wanted to do darshan on Janmashtami. And I expressed that when Lord Krishna was born, it was raining. And it just happens that in amidst rain, he went with his full faith to the murti. He did an aarti. Then personally, he and his wife prayed.
All right, these are live images coming in from the G20 summit day 2. Let's listen in. That's the Brazilian president there. The Prime Minister has just spoken. We're going to stay with these pictures. Live images coming in from the inside of the Bharat Mandap.
को इस अवसर पर अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Bem, primeiro, gostaria de dizer às autoridades aqui presentes, suas altezas, aos presidentes, aos primeiros ministros, de que a natureza, ela continua dando demonstração de que nós precisamos cuidar dela com muito mais carinho. Essa semana, há 3 dias atrás, no Brasil, um ciclone no estado do Rio Grande do Sul. Nunca tinha havido ciclone, matou 46 pessoas e tem quase 50 pessoas desaparecidas. Isso nos chama a atenção, porque fenômenos como esse têm acontecido nos mais diferentes lugares do nosso planeta. Bem, eu quero Primeiro, cumprimentar o primeiro-ministro Narendra Modi pela condução eficaz da presidência indiana do G20 e pelo excelente trabalho na preparação dessa cúpula e no carinho que foi dedicado a todos nós convidados nesse dia que nós passamos aqui. Agradeço os esforços da Índia em dar voz a temas de interesse dos países emergentes. Por isso, eu quero me solidarizar aqui com o nosso querido companheiro, representante da União Africana, que agora faz parte do G20. Há 15 anos, este grupo se consolidou como uma das principais instâncias de governança global na esteira de uma crise que abalou a economia mundial. Nossa atuação conjunta nos permitiu enfrentar os momentos mais críticos, mas foi insuficiente para corrigir os equívocos estruturais do neoliberalismo. A arquitetura financeira global mudou pouco e as bases de uma nova governança econômica não foram lançadas. Novas urgências surgiram. Os desafios se acumularam e se agravaram. Vivemos num mundo em que a riqueza está mais concentrada, em que milhões de seres humanos ainda passam fome, em que o desenvolvimento sustentável está sempre ameaçado, em que as instituições de governança ainda refletem a realidade de meados do século passado. Só vamos conseguir enfrentar todos esses problemas se tratarmos da questão da desigualdade. A desigualdade de renda, de acesso à saúde, de educação, de alimentação, de gênero, de raça e de representação está na origem de todas essas anomalias. Se quisermos fazer a diferença, temos que colocar a redução das desigualdades no centro da agenda internacional. Por isso, a presidência brasileira do G20 tem 3 prioridades: a inclusão social e o combate à fome, a transição energética e o desenvolvimento sustentável em 3 vertentes: a vertente social, a vertente econômica e a vertente ambiental. Terceiro, a reforma das instituições de governança global. Todas essas prioridades estão contidas no lema da presidência brasileira, que diz: construindo um mundo justo e um planeta sustentável. 2 forças-tarefas serão criadas: a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza e a mobilização global contra a mudança do clima. Precisamos redobrar os esforços para alcançar a meta de acabar com a fome no mundo até 2030. Caso contrário, estaremos diante do maior fracasso multilateral dos últimos anos. Agir para combater a mudança do clima exige vontade política e determinação dos governantes e também recursos e transferência de tecnologia. Queremos maior participação dos países emergentes nas decisões do Banco Mundial e do Fundo Monetário Internacional. A insustentável dívida externa dos países mais pobres precisa ser equacionada. A OMC tem que ser revitalizada e seu sistema de solução de controvérsias precisa voltar a funcionar. Para recuperar sua força política, o Conselho de Segurança da ONU precisa contar com a presença de novos países em desenvolvimento entre seus membros permanentes e não permanentes. A comunidade internacional olha para nós com esperança, porque reunimos o G20, economias de países emergentes e países desenvolvidos. Representamos 80% do PIB global, 75% das exportações e cerca de 60% da população mundial. Para assegurar que o G20 atue de forma inclusiva e coerente, o Brasil pretende organizar os trabalhos em torno de 3 orientações gerais. Primeiro, nós vamos fazer com que as trilhas políticas e de finanças se coordenem e trabalhem de forma mais entregada. Não adianta acordarmos a melhor política pública se não alocarmos os recursos necessários para a sua implementação. Segundo, nós temos de ouvir a sociedade. Não existe governo sem sociedade. A presidência brasileira vai assegurar que os grupos de engajamento tenham a oportunidade de reportar suas conclusões e recomendações aos representantes do governo. Terceiro, nós não podemos deixar que questões geopolíticas sequestrem a agenda de discussões das várias instâncias do G20. Não nos interessa um G20 dividido. Só com uma ação conjunta é que podemos fazer frente aos desafios dos nossos dias. Precisamos de paz e cooperação em vez de conflito. O caminho que nos levará...
Hijack the discussion agenda of the various G20 levels. We are not interested in a divided G20. Only through joint action may we face the challenges of our days. We need peace and cooperation instead of conflict. The path that will take us from New Delhi to Rio de Janeiro will require a lot of dedication and commitment from everyone. The technical groups and the preparatory ministerial meetings will be hosted in several cities in all our 5 regions of our country. For that reason, we will welcome the members of the G20 with open arms. And we need effectively the support of all the people here, including the track record of this successful summit meeting that was hosted by our dear country, that is India. I will be very much honored to welcome you all to the Rio de Janeiro summit in November of 2024. And before I hand the hammer here, I would like to thank very much to Prime Minister Modi and to thank to the Indian people for the competence that they had for organizing this event. And I would like to say, Prime Minister Modi, that I personally am very much touched emotionally when I want to pay a homage to our dear Gandhi, that we paid a homage today. Everybody knows that in my political life, Mahatma Gandhi has great meaning because the struggle with nonviolence was a role model that I followed for many decades when I was in the labor movement. And that's why I'm very much touched and emotional and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to pay this homage that we did today. And I'd like to say to all of you that Brazil will take the chair of the G20 and we will make a tremendous endeavor to manage to at least try to do something as the same that our brothers and sisters from India did. Thank you very much.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहाँ रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे। योर हाइनेसेस, एक्सेलेंसीज, इसी के साथ मैं G20 समिट के समापन की घोषणा करता हूं। वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर का रोड मैप सुखद हो। स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इसी मंगल कामना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's speaking right at the final ceremony. The closing session that Prime Minister Modi spoke at. Just before him, the Prime Minister of Brazil, Lula da Silva, spoke extensively about the consensus that all the countries have reached about India really paving the way into conversations around development, climate change, and a lot more. Let me cut across to Abhishek Balla joining us live for more on that. Abhishek, the closing session of the G20 with Brazil Prime Minister speaking, and then you had Prime Minister Modi wrapping up. Give us a little more on the final words that were spoken. All right, I'm going to try and patch with Abhishek. Pallavi Saha is also joining us, who's right there at the center, Bharat Mantapam, where we're seeing this grand closing ceremony of the G20 take place. Pallavi, what a successful ending for India. The real purpose to achieve consensus on the Delhi Declaration has been achieved. With Prime Minister speaking his final words, tell us what more did the Prime Minister of Brazil say?
Well, the president of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, in fact, spoke, and he, of course, listed out what will be the priorities for Brazil during its year as president of the G20. So he, in fact, listed out those priorities, which included social inclusion, which included, in fact, energy transition. Of course, we've made that a big, India made that a big part of its presidential year in terms of course, the launch of the Global Biofuels Alliance as well. We spoke a lot about climate change and climate action in our Delhi Declaration. So he's made that again a priority of his presidency. Also, he spoke about eradication of hunger and also, other issues which, of course, again, India laid a lot of stress on, which was, in fact, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which the Prime Minister admitted that we were quite off track on in terms of the listed, I beg your pardon, Sustainable Development Goals as listed by the United Nations. So those were, of course, the priorities that were, in fact, listed out by Brazilian President Lula da Silva, as, of course, the Prime Minister handed over the ceremonial gavel to him, which indicated that he's handed over India's presidency to Brazil. But, of course, like the Prime Minister himself said over there, India's presidency doesn't come to an end officially until November. And so a big suggestion there, Nabila, coming in from India and Prime Minister Modi is that there be a virtual session of the G20 in the month of November, where everyone can join in and assess the progress made on various goals that were set by this presidency of India in terms of what they declared was their intent in that New Delhi declaration, the leaders' declaration. So have an assessment of the same. So that was a suggestion that was coming in from the Prime Minister. He, of course, told all the leaders and the delegations present that his teams will be in touch with them.
All right. Stay with us, Pallavi. I also have Abhishek Balla joining us for more on that. Abhishek, we heard the president of Brazil. Brazil is going to be taking up the presidency next. So it was really a grand culmination for India indeed, with all kinds of countries, with opposing views, coming to a consensus on the Delhi Declaration. And on the final words of the Prime Minister, he also suggested a virtual session coming November. But that said, speaking of the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam theme, by and large, the Prime Minister has stuck to that in every sense, while even the declaration of those 84 paras have extensively spoken of inclusive governance or working towards people and for the sake of the people world over. It's not just for one country, it's for people at large. Culminated with that same theme, tell us more on the final words of the Prime Minister.
Well, Nabila, the Prime Minister ended his statement saying, let there be peace in the world. Now, that's a big message because there was a lot of speculation whether there will be a mention of the Russia-Ukraine war in the joint declaration. There was also a lot of talk about whether there will be an outcome statement at all. There was an outcome statement with 100% consensus. In fact, all 83 paras that are part of that statement, every paragraph had 100% consensus even within that. And that's the big takeaway of this summit. And it's also extremely symbolic that the presidency now goes to Brazil, because Brazil has played an extremely crucial role as far as bringing this consensus is concerned. Not just India and Brazil, which gets the presidency now. There were certain other countries that rallied around bringing this consensus, and these included South Africa, Indonesia, which was India's predecessor, Mexico, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. So clearly there was a group which was convincing the G7 and the Western countries that a joint statement is necessary if G20 needs to remain a significant platform for global affairs.
You know, Abhishek, I'd like to ask you, how different has India's presidency of the G20 been in terms of the final ending of it, the Delhi Declaration being accepted versus many of the others like Bali and Indonesia, where real consensus wasn't reached? How far and different has India's summit been this time?
Well, the Russia-Ukraine war was clearly the polarizing factor in this summit, and there was a lot of talk whether there will be consensus on it or not. In Bali, of course, the statement that was brought out clearly condemned Russia. There were very strong words used about the Russian invasion. That hasn't happened now. Having said that, you know, there are still strong statements that territorial integrity, sovereignty, territorial acquisition, the UN Charter on Security, all these aspects have been covered, global peace. So there are clear references to Russia's actions, but without pinning the blame on Russia. So that's the big difference. And it seems that Russia will go back pretty happy with this, although there are utterances from Ukraine. Ukraine has already stated that there's not much to be happy about what has happened at G20, but this is how diplomacy works, and a middle path had to be found to make sure that there is a consensus document that comes out if the G20 platforms needs to remain significant.
You know, consensus achieved. It's all now for it to be adopted. What's the buzz that you're hearing from people who have arrived, foreign delegates who have come by? How do they look at the Delhi Declaration? How far are they willing to adopt it with immediate effect? What's the real talk around there in Bharat Mandapam?
Well, Nabila, speaking to some of the international journalists who were here, you know, about 24 hours back, they were not sure whether there will be a consensus document, and you know, they were quite skeptical about it, especially the ones from the Western countries. But there were enough hints thrown around from Indian officials that this is going to happen. And in fact, yesterday when the Prime Minister spoke, he dropped a big hint when he made a reference to the Russia-Ukraine war, saying that if we can fight COVID-19, there is no reason why the world cannot come together to win over the trust deficit that has emerged because of the war. So that was a big hint dropped. And also, if you go through the document, it says that while this is not the platform for resolving geopolitical conflicts like the Russia-Ukraine war, that had been India's stand, this is a platform for discussing economic progress. It does mention that the war has triggered economic distress in many of these countries, especially countries of the global south, the developing nations. And since India has been saying that India is the spokesperson of the global south and that this document is in fact a document for the global south, that's why it became all the more important to touch upon the aspect of economic stress that has been caused because of the war.
Absolutely. Abhishek, do stay with us. What's the real takeaway from this last message from Prime Minister Modi at the closing ceremony of G20 is that the Prime Minister has now called for a G20 virtual session coming November. The Prime Minister suggests that virtual G20 session in November should be called for. India will be the president of the G20 until November, and he hopes to come together yet again with all those head of states there to come together and discuss one more round through a virtual meet to check the progress that's been made on the Delhi Declaration so far. If I may go to Polumi on that. Polumi, do take us through on the call. All right, we're first cutting across to Prime Minister Modi, who's made that call for a virtual meet in November.
जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहां रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे।
All right, we heard what Prime Minister said. The G20 grouping should meet again. He calls for a virtual session in November. That's until that India will be holding the presidency of the G20 group. Let me cut across to Polumi Saha for more on that. Polumi, the Prime Minister calling for a virtual session in November, hoping to see if there's some progress on the Delhi Declaration. Tell us more on the response he's received on that statement.
Well, we'll of course have to wait some more, Nabila, to find out, because that's just a suggestion that he's made, of course, while concluding, this G20 Summit 2023. He said, of course, and he told the delegates and, of course, the heads of state who were present there that his team will be in touch with their counterparts in these respective countries in order to, of course, seek their consensus, in fact, to hold this virtual session. It's a very unusual suggestion which has been made by the Prime Minister. But this just goes to show how India, of course, has, taken the fact that it has led this delegation of some of the most powerful countries of the world and, taken that position of presidency over the last year very, very seriously. And the goals that it set itself, the priorities that it set itself, the agenda that itself set itself for this year, it has taken it very seriously. Much of it has been enunciated in that document which was put together, the New Delhi Leaders Declaration, the 83 paragraphs of that declaration. But now, of course, the Prime Minister wants to do a review of the same as well as to how we've progressed and what sort of commitments have these respective countries and international organizations that are part of the invited members have in fact made towards, of course, achieving all of those goals that have been set in the New Delhi Leaders Declaration, Nabila.
Right. Abhishek, if you're with me, This is more or less Prime Minister Modi's style, isn't it? He usually follows up on the word he's given. So he's asking for the G20 grouping to come together for a virtual session yet again in November. How are suggestions like this usually taken by world leaders? And do you think they would abide to something like this? As part of the Delhi Declaration, they're all supposed to be adopting the promise that's been made. Will it begin in time? All of those details will be discussed in November. If they can come together for a virtual session is what Prime Minister suggests. Will that be received well?
Well, there was a lot of suspense, Nabila, yesterday about the joint statement, and that suspense was broken suddenly when the big announcement was made. And now with this announcement made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there obviously will be more suspense and speculation as to what is going to be the agenda for this virtual session that Prime Minister Modi has called for in November. The sense that one gets is that that it will be a review of whatever is discussed. Now, that's quite significant because it might send out a message that there are certain things that are still need to be done, all boxes to be ticked perhaps, and that's the reason why the Prime Minister has asked for all the G20 leaders to come together virtually and put their heads down and decide something. But yes, till we have the contours of what exactly is the agenda for this, what the world leaders have to say, I think this will add another dimension of suspicion, if you want to call it, some mystery around the G20, but that will only be clear once we get to hear more on this.
All right. Well, the fact that all countries have come to a consensus on it, one would assume or believe, at least hope that they would adopt this at the earliest. Let me cut across to some big news coming in. Just as there's been the closing ceremony of the G20 at the Bharat Mandapam, a crucial Modi-Macron bilateral that's reported to be shortly from now. Modi's working lunch with the French President, Emmanuel Macron. In fact, this is a lunch meet which is said to be a little longer than a usual bilateral meet that may take place at the Prime Minister's home itself. Lunch meet is more informal and will be slightly longer, and one knows that the kind of relation that Modi and Emmanuel Macron have shared. In fact, India and France have shared so long. In fact, Emmanuel Macron, who is going to be meeting with Prime Minister for a working lunch shortly from now. A big surge in India-France partnership. Modi-Macron's second meeting this year, while India and France begin talks on the second Rafale deal as well. Big strategic boost to Delhi-Paris ties. Follow me for more on that. Follow me, what time is Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Modi's lunch meeting? And we believe this is a more casual meeting here where they'll have a little longer time for them to chat and a lot to be discussed, including the recent Rafale deal.
Well, as far as this interaction is concerned, it is being called a working lunch. So over lunch, basically the leaders and of course their support staff, who are part of the delegation, will in fact sit down and work out a few things in terms of their strategic partnership, check on the progress, review the same as well. India and France, of course, have been very close in terms of the relationship that they share, and they've, elevated the level of that relationship. You mentioned the Rafale deal, of course, that is just one of the defense factors that in terms of the defense sector that exists between the two of them in terms of the relationship that they have, and Abhishek will be able to share more on that. But we do know that the Prime Minister was invited as a guest of honor at the Bastille Day function in Paris as well, very recently as well. So clearly there is an elevation in the relationship between the two countries, and that is exactly what the two share, the two heads of state share as well, and that's what is going to be discussed at this working lunch as well, which is the first of the bilaterals that the Prime Minister is going to have. And then there's expected to be a pull aside with the Canadian Prime Minister, and subsequent to that many other bilateral meetings that the Prime Minister has scheduled. So while the G20 summit has concluded, the Prime Minister's work itinerary still is quite packed until this evening.
Absolutely. Multiple bilaterals to be held. To begin with, we believe it's with Emmanuel Macron, the French president. Abhishek, to tell us a little more about the equation that France and India really share. It seems like our equation has really built over the years thanks to Prime Minister Modi and the recent Rafale deal. That's really led to stronger ties and relations between India and France. This bilateral meeting, working lunch, we believe, between the two will give them a little more time for them to chat on a lot of areas, including the Rafale deal. There's a lot more to come in the Rafale deal. Do take us through the inside story.
Well, Nabila, you're right. When the Rafale deal was clinched and 36 French Rafales manufactured by French major Dassault Aviation were purchased by the Indian Air Force, it was a big deal. A lot was talked about it. There was a political controversy within India, but all that is left behind now. And in fact, on the cards is another deal with Dassault Aviation, this time for the naval version of the Rafale fighter jet, which the Indian Navy is looking for. Still a lot of speculation around it. We keep on hearing that it's a done deal, but no official announcement has been made yet. Not sure if that will come up during the meeting that the two leaders have today. But yes, defense cooperation is certainly one of the most important aspects of Indo-French ties. And over the years, we've seen how this has enhanced. And certainly, everybody, at least who follows defense and military, will be hoping and will be expecting some kind of an announcement for the naval version of the Rafale that the Indian Navy is looking for. There were trials done. We've heard that everything has been sorted out, and it's almost certain that the Rafale marine version has been chosen, but we'll have to wait and watch. But of course, this will be a crucial dialogue. In fact, the two leaders have met quite a few times in the recent past, and this informal lunch meeting will definitely add to the camaraderie between the two leaders and diplomatic relations between the two countries.
Absolutely. Abhishek, do stay with us. It's not just Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Modi. It's also another bilateral that has all the eyes on it, particularly that with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Big suspense indeed over Prime Minister Modi and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's meet with surging Khalistani provocations. In Canada, there seems to be huge buzz now that Modi is likely to rake up the issue when the two meet. In fact, in the past couple of months, major anti-India incidents have been reported in Canada. Despite all of this, Justin Trudeau seemingly has not taken any real concrete action against the Khalistani mob, which has made many think whether Justin Trudeau really is being soft on the Khalistani separatists, allowing Canada itself to become a breeding ground for it. Though Justin Trudeau has time and again refuted allegations of him being ignorant on the matter, claiming that his government takes serious actions against extremism, it now remains to be seen, interestingly, if Prime Minister Modi will rake it up and what would be the response of Justin Trudeau on the same. Now, it was on July 7th this year when Justin Trudeau seemed to have backed the Khalistanis when he said that, and I quote, "India is wrong." His comments came after External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar slammed Canadian Prime Minister for being soft on K-terror, to which Trudeau says India is wrong on that. Listen in.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
All right, I'm going to bring in Abhishek Bhalla for more on that. Abhishek, we know that the Khalistani separatists have been really causing havoc and targeting Hindu temples in many parts of the globe. Canada seems to be one place which has almost become like a breeding ground for Khalistani separatists. And while India has more often than not stood up against them, Justin Trudeau hasn't really been, he hasn't really strongly worded his statement to try and eradicate such elements, the troublemongers. But today, with the bilateral talks, one hopes, or at least Indians really expect, that Prime Minister Modi will rake it up. And we've got to wait to hear what Justin Trudeau's response would be on that.
Well, Nabila, when it comes to the Khalistani movement, there is definitely a big difference of perception and approach that the two countries have. You know, for India, this is a separatist movement, a secessionist movement. And on the other hand, as far as Canada is concerned, a lot of domestic politics revolves around these characters who India says are separatists, Khalistanis living in Canada. But for them, you know, several politicians are part of their domestic
verantwortbar umzugehen. Wir haben ferner miteinander beraten über digitales Zentralbankgeld, also die digitalen Währungen. Das ist eine ebenfalls beachtliche Aufgabe, vor der wir stehen, Zugang zu Finanzdienstleistungen einerseits zu ermöglichen, andererseits aber neue Risiken für die Finanzstabilität, die sich daraus ergeben könnten, zu verhindern. Unter der Überschrift One Future haben wir uns in der letzten Session am heutigen Vormittag befasst, unter anderem mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Künstliche Intelligenz ist eine faszinierende Innovation, die auch einen Hebel für zusätzliche Produktivität darstellen kann. Potenziell verbunden sind damit allerdings auch Gefahren, nicht nur für die Arbeitsmärkte, sondern auch darüber hinaus für einen nicht ethisch verantwortbaren Umgang mit diesen neuen Instrumenten. Und deshalb haben die G20 verabredet, dass wir uns in der allernächsten Zeit mit der ethischen Fundierung auch einer möglichen Einfassung künstlicher Intelligenz in gemeinsame Regeln beschäftigen wollen. Das ist ein Prozess, der jetzt beginnt, auch auf der Ebene von Expertinnen und Experten und dann im nächsten Jahr vertieft werden soll.
Schönen Dank.
Well, that was the German Chancellor and his spokesperson really speaking on the sidelines of G20. But I'm going to cut to that. First, the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who is gracefully embracing his Indian roots. It was all out on display today before kicking off the day 2 of G20 summit. Rishi Sunak visited the Akshardham temple with his wife Akshata Murty. In fact, the couple offered prayers in the temple, performing arti. All of that was visible. He was seen photographs of some of the priests there as well. Rishi Sunak donned the sacred thread, the kalava, and posed for a quick photograph as well. The couple spent at least an hour in the temple amid tight security. It was only yesterday when Rishi Sunak expressed his desire to visit a temple during his India tour. In fact, Sunak also evoked Vasudeva Kutumbakam. He, in fact, penned a note to the Akshardham temple as well. This isn't the first time, though, that he's flaunted his Hindu roots. He's often seen performing puja, celebrating Diwali, Janmashtami, with his wife Akshata alongside. He even celebrated his first Diwali at the 10 Downing Street with full fervour last year. And this Delhi visit was his opportune time to indulge in his spirituality, and it was out on full display.
मंदिर में बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने आरती की। क्या उन्होंने हमारे वहाँ राधा कृष्ण, सीताराम, पार्वती परमेश्वर, लक्ष्मी नारायण सबकी मूर्तियां हैं। सब मूर्तियों के पास में उन्होंने पुष्प रखे, प्रार्थना की हाथ जोड़ के, और कहा कि मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हुआ। बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने कहा मुझे बहुत 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 आनंद आया है, और मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं जब भी मुझे मौका मिले तो मैं आता रहूँ।
All right, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who's on a 3-day visit as part of the G20 summit, visited Akshardham with his wife. Sunak has also time and again expressed his deep connect to Hinduism on multiple public platforms, saying he's a proud Hindu.
Rishi Sunak, the first UK Prime Minister of an Indian origin, is also a proud Hindu. The British Prime Minister, who was spotted wearing Rakis during the G20 summit, visited the Akshardham temple in Delhi along with his wife Akshata Murty on Sunday. Sunak, who arrived in India on Friday for the 18th G20 summit, expressed his deep connect to Hinduism.
Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis, and I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly. It's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives.
The couple, who were received by Union Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaubey on Friday, were greeted with Jai Siya Ram. They were also gifted Rudraksh, a copy of Bhagavad Gita and a Hanuman Chalisa.
Jai Siya Ram.
This isn't the first time Sunak has openly embraced Hinduism. He had visited the Hindu spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge for his 921st recital, titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है, ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
And what I see Bapu does each day of his life.
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
Always be an inspirational figure.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murty, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, the G20's closing ceremony just ended, but yet a lot of bilateral talks with the Prime Minister. He's got a busy schedule. We're going to continue with our rolling coverage. For now, a short break. Do stay tuned.
As India aims big with the G20, the India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
In a world divided, unity prevailed.
हमारी टीम्स के हार्डवर्क से और आप सभी के सहयोग से नई दिल्ली G20 लीडर्स समिट डिक्लेरेशन पर सहमति बनी है.
India as the G20 president secured consensus. Even as the shadow of the Ukraine-Russia conflict loomed large over this gathering of the world's most influential leaders.
मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि इस लीडर्स डिक्लेरेशन को भी एडॉप्ट किया जाए. मैं इस डिक्लेरेशन को एडॉप्ट करने की घोषणा करता हूं. इस अवसर पर मैं हमारे मंत्रीगण, शेरपा और सभी अधिकारियों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
The G20 leaders unanimously adopted the New Delhi Declaration, agreeing that states must refrain from threatening or using force to acquire territory. A monumental victory for Indian diplomacy. Concerns that the G20 might falter due to the Russian and Chinese objections regarding the ongoing war were put to rest.
The New Delhi Leaders' Declaration has 83 paras in all. All 83 paras have 100% consensus across all countries. This demonstrates both the Prime Minister's and India's great ability to bring all developing countries, China, Russia, everybody together on the same table.
A year-long effort culminated in agreement when the world grappled with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. India showcased its diplomatic prowess, uniting global powers. The New Delhi Declaration called for peace without condemning Russia harshly, while addressing broader global economic issues.
It envisages a green development pact for a sustainable future. It endorses high-level principles on lifestyle for sustainable development, voluntary principles on hydrogen, the Chennai principles for a sustainable and resilient blue economy, and the Deccan principles on food security and nutrition, among others.
India, in its role as G20 president, championed inclusivity, especially for the global south.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 31. In Mumbai, 60. In Kolkata, 56. In Bangalore, 32. In Chennai, 49. In Hyderabad, 37.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct. setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
Welcome back. The grandeur with which the G20 summit has come to an end. The summit concluded with Prime Minister Modi himself handing over the ceremonial G20 presidency gavel to the Brazilian president, Lula da Silva. Brazil is now going to be the host next for the G20 Summit 2024. On the second day of the summit, the third session of G20 Summit One Future began after world leaders paid their homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat in New Delhi. In fact, they participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of Mahatma Gandhi's cherished devotional songs. Prime Minister Modi greeted the G20 world leaders at Rajghat, also offered them the Kadhi ceremonial scarf as well. The delegates also took part in the tree planting ceremony that symbolizes the commitment of G20 nations in environmental sustainability.
मैं ब्राजील के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र लूला डी सिल्वा को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और मैं उनको प्रेसिडेंसी का गेवल सौंपता हूं। मैं राष्ट्रपति लूला को इस अवसर पर अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
I will be very much honored to